piece with Craig Mitch about 3 years ago.
Really?
When Craig and I went to the Chelsea training ground with Olivier Giroud and Eden Hazard, and we did a tour around the training ground, and they've had a boot warmer there for ages. I mean,
he's saying
Olivier,
this is what the article says. It's a microwave.
It is a bit like a microwave. It's a small little box where they put the boots into.
To heat the boots up before game.
It goes in there for probably about 45 seconds to 2 minutes, depending on how you like your boots, and it softens the leather up, or not the leather, but whatever the material is that they use.
I've got to say, just sorry to interject there, I've never really been jealous of players playing in the Premier League now. But now I've heard about that boot warmer, I am absolutely gutted.
I want to put my shoes in the microwave as well, because I'm always cold. Actually, no, I have my heated socks, so I'm all right. Anyway, enough about that. We'll be taking an in-depth look at West Ham and this current side after midday, of course. But don't forget, this is Game Day exclusive on TalkSport with WeBuyAnyCar.com. Sell your car today to help fund a new 2021 Reg Plate.
Game Day exclusive on
welcome to the
WeBuyAnyCar.com. Join over 2 million customers by
got a bit of talk sport in the background for when the footy kicks off shortly.
The big money football pools game everyone's talking about is back.
Another injury, yeah, and another one.
Every week for your chance to win a share of 25 grand. But remember, you can only pick each G once.
There's
a jackpot prize for last man standing and payouts to the top 50 survivors. Join now at TalkSport.
What we're going to have to do is start switching them over. We've got plenty of players to do it.
Before noon today to take part. Terms and conditions apply. 18+. BeGambleAware.org.
We're going to appeal against it.
Your website shows your honest work and your hard work.
I don't know if we have any grounds to appeal it or anything, but it's worth the appeal.
You've got your prices tweaked up fine. You've got awesome sales support. Now all you need is an ad campaign from the team here at TalkSport. Find out what we can do for you at advertiseontalksport.com.
Game Day exclusive on TalkSport with the Now TV Sky Sports Pass. The only place to watch Leeds versus Aston Villa live today for just $9.99. Search Now TV 18+. Stream via internet. Terms apply.
The excitement of checking the weekend's fixtures and building your ACCA on your Betfair app. Your heart in your mouth as you watch one game and keep an eye on another. And the elation when your bet comes in. Get a £5 free bet on multiples when you bet £20 on multiples. Build your multiple, build the drama with Betfair.
Max £5 free bet per day, valid for 72 hours. Each bet must have at least one selection at minimum odds of 1.5. Free bet valid on multiples. T's and C's apply. 18+. BeGambleAware.org.
The team is still capable of fucking turning them over.
At Selco Builders Warehouse, we've got real deals on a wide range of trade quality building products. In February, we've got 6x6 foot lap fence panels for just £16.95.
I bet it's set to drop it.
Now that's
I know
a
if he
real
can come back
deal.
in now.
Find even more real deals at Selco Builders Warehouse and online at selcobw.com.
We've got it at Selco.
I know we'll keep it like that.
That charged
But
at
we'll
20%.
switch.
Hey friend, what a day. Game. Thunderstorm, eh? Funny how it makes you want to hit up Just Eat for our McDonald's Big Mac, Filet-O-Fish, McMuffin.
There we go,
No
sod
worries,
it.
dude, girlfriend, player. We'll
So
deliver
yeah, we're
right
going
to
to
your
play
gaff,
around a little bit.
abode, yard. So order now, right now, in a jiffy. McDonald's, Mackie D's, the Golden Arches. We got it.
Did somebody say just eat?
Breakfast served until 10:45 a.m. Main day served after 11 a.m. at participating McDonald's. See justeat.co.uk to see if there's one near you.
Where can you find out the value of your current home before you start searching for a new one? Now you can find out what your home's worth in an instant at onthemarket.com. Enter your postcode now for your free online valuation estimate. And find out what your home is worth today. Now with free instant online home valuation estimates. Most common time to obtain an online quote between the 1st and the 4th of December 2020 was under 3 minutes. Not available in Scotland and Northern Ireland.
Oh, what a strike, Jim! And just look at the celebration. He's run straight over to the bench and picked up his mobile phone. Absolutely, Jim. He's heading to the sun.co.uk to read all about what he's just done. Oh, I'm not sure the ref will think much of that, Steve. I don't know, Jim. Looks like he's checking it out too. For every single twist and turn of this roller coaster season, head to thesun.co.uk/football.
Game Day exclusive on TalkSport with WeBuyAnyCar.com. Don't part exchange. Get money off your next car.
Previously on White and Jordan.
Oh, the crowd jump.
It's not a sum to be sniffled at.
Then clearly they weren't serious, were they?
No, you're not letting me finish.
White Hot Sports News, incomparable comments.
I paid a deposit when I bought Palace, Joe.
How many years ago we're talking about?
A daily landscape of fire, football and feuds.
I don't think it is.
Jim White and Simon Jordan.
Number 1, crass. 2, arrogant. And 3, completely irresponsible.
Continues weekday mornings from 10 on Talk Sport.
Welcome back to Game Day exclusive here on TalkSport. We are live at the Etihad ahead of the 2 form teams meeting in the Premier League. Manchester City, top of the table. They've taken 33 points in 2021. Second are West Ham, of course. 22 points for them this season. What a big game we have in store. Let's go through the lineups then, shall we? All thanks to BetFair. Here's our match commentator Sam Matterface.
Well, the big news is
snapped
in
up
the
the
West Ham
chance
United
and
goal,
word
where Lucas Fabianski is unavailable today for West Ham United. He's picked up a problem in the week, so Darren Randolph starts in goal. Let's go through the Manchester City team, though, first of all. They made 5 changes in the week, and they shift 7 again today as they look to stretch their winning run to 20 matches in all competitions. Sergio Aguero starts in the Premier League. In fact, he plays in the Premier League for the first time since January the 3rd. And Kevin De Bruyne also starts the game, so it is Ederson in goal, Kyle Walker at right back, Stones and Diaz, that formidable partnership in the centre of defence, with Olex Zinchenko as the left back. In midfield, Fernandinho, Gundogan and De Bruyne. Mahrez and Ferran Torres support Sergio Aguero in attack. As far as West Ham are concerned, their form only second to City since the turn of the year. They make 2 changes. Bowen and Fabianski are both out. Bowen drops to the bench. Johnson comes in for him as they switch to a back 5. Randolph is the goalkeeper. Dawson, Diop and Cresswell as a 3-man defence, with Soufal and Johnson as the wing backs. They'll probably flex into a 5 though. Fornals, Rice and Souček, with Lingard in behind Antonio as far as the attack is concerned. The benches: Zach Stefan, Raheem Sterling, Gabriel Jesus, Laporte, Rodrigo, Bernardo Silva, Benjamin Mendy, Phil Foden and João Cancelo. Yes, Pep Guardiola once again killing fantasy teams everywhere. West Ham United, David Martin and Nathan Trott, 2 goalkeepers on the bench, and then only 6 outfield players: Balbuena, Benrahma, Lanzini, Noble, Bowen and Adubeko.
Those lineups were brought to you by Betfair, the official betting partner of TalkSport's Premier League coverage. That's all thanks to Betfair. More ways to bet, more ways to win. 18 plus at begambleaware.org. Trevor, I mean, Aguero starting.
Wow.
De Bruyne starting.
Yeah.
That's kind of back to the old City, but not that it ever really matters.
And Mr. Whippy, Gundogan.
Yeah.
So they've got the middle of the park sorted out. I feel you're looking at the big change is Randolph, isn't it?
Yeah, and that was what I was going to come to, because that is massive for West Ham, isn't it?
It's huge, but let's not forget he's played from the Conference all the way to the Premier League. He's an international. He's got 50 caps with Ireland. He's played 401 games, so he's an experienced goalkeeper. 33 years old. He should be able to handle this pressure. He's been training alongside Fabianski, who I have to say he's been superb this season for West Ham United. But he's been training alongside him. He's fit. He'll have no injuries, and he'll be able to go in there and hopefully he can give a good account of himself. And you know what? He has a good game here at the Etihad. That could be him fighting for a position to be number 1 again.
And they've got Antonio, the focal point in attack as well. Sorry, Sam.
They have, but I think Trevor's right. Although I think Darren Randolph is a very good, solid number 2 goalkeeper, Fabianski is an excellent number 1. He's been in super form recently. He made a terrific save in the game against Tottenham last week to keep them in the match, and I just think it's a bit of a body blow for confidence as well, which has been high when your custodian, who's in such good form, ends up dropping out of the first team. So but Randolph, as you say, has got an opportunity to prove himself again, or not necessarily prove himself, because he hasn't got much to prove, but he's got the opportunity to step in and say that he is the live contender to be the proper backup goalkeeper, because David Martin has been on the bench recently as well.
Yeah, it can certainly be unsettling, especially when it's a team that has been very settled, Manchester City always seem to move things around, and it doesn't make any difference. They're still winning, aren't they? We'll be obviously focusing more on both sides as we go ahead. But first for now, I should say, we're going to look ahead to this evening's Premier League action with Now TV.
Stay ahead of the game on TalkSport with the Now TV Sky Sports Pass. The only place to watch Leeds versus Aston Villa live today for just $9.99. Search Now TV, 18 plus, stream via internet, terms apply.
Now it's Leeds United against Aston Villa in the 5:30 kickoff, and this is the first time these two sides are meeting at Elland Road since that chaotic 1-1 draw in the spring of 2019. A controversial Leeds goal led to Aston Villa being allowed to score unopposed to level up the match. How many of us will remember Marcelo Bielsa standing back saying, no, let it happen? All very strange at the time, wasn't it? Well, Nigel Adderley was commentating for TalkSport on that game, and he takes up the story of uncontested goals.
We've had ghost goals,
still haven't lost one in the league.
Offside goals, hand of God goals, and of course, goals that have not been seen by officials.
4 days off at least now.
It's a goal! Oh! Miles over the line!
But we've also had a few uncontested goals.
Adoma is going through, and Aston Villa have scored an uncontested goal.
More on Villa's walk-in goal in a minute. In Gary Johnson's second spell at Yeovil, he took a different approach against Birmingham in a cup match in 2013, after Yeovil scored a controversial equaliser at the end of the match following an injury delay.
Yeovil have played it to their own man, and ball's gone over the top, and it's into the net. Well, surely that can't be allowed. Yeovil Town have just scored a goal, and they really should have given the ball back to Birmingham City.
There was mayhem at the end. There was a lot of pushing and shoving and all sorts of things going on. People accused us of ungentlemanly conduct, etc., etc. So extra time became thinking time. We scored to make it 3-2 to us. I felt I didn't want to win the game with all that controversy. And so I decided that we would make the game even, we'd give it a goal.
Birmingham's uncontested goal came 15 minutes into extra time, and far too late for Lee Clark, who was the Blues manager at the time. And to this day, he is still annoyed about how long it took Yeovil to right a wrong.
It left a very, very sour taste in my mouth, to say the least. It's easy to do it when you're ahead, and then you can say to people, oh, my conscience is clear because I let them go and score. Well, actually, your actions in the first place caused the mayhem of that night in any way. It's the only time in my career, win, lose or draw, I've never went in to see an opposition management team and have a cup of tea and talk about the game.
Perhaps the most poignant walk-in goal came at the City Ground in 2007. Nottingham Forest were leading Leicester 1-0 at half-time in the Carling Cup, when Fox's defender Clive Clark suffered a heart attack in the dressing room. Given the seriousness of the situation, the game was abandoned. Clark thankfully recovered, and at the start of the rearranged cup tie, the Forest goalkeeper jogged up to the centre circle, and the Foxes showed great sportsmanship.
And it's actually going to be the Forest keeper, Paul Smith, taking the kick-off, and he's being allowed to walk through Leicester's defence here, uncontested, and scores a goal right at the start of this game.
And despite being 1-0 down inside the opening 30 seconds, Leicester went on to win the game 3-2. I was commentating when Leeds played Villa in April 2019, when both sides were in the Championship. And this happened.
As Click comes forward now for Leeds down the left-hand side, cuts infield, Click with a low shot, brilliant goal! Mateus Click scores, and then he runs straight into Horahan, and there is a brawl in the aftermath of the goal.
Hodges gone down, injured. Leeds United players, Aston Villa players stopped because they thought they were going to kick the ball out.
And it's still continuing down there.
Cue Bedlam. The opposing players had to be pulled apart. Patrick Bamford got Villa's Anwar El Ghazi sent off. The coaching teams are going at it on the sidelines, and Marcelo Bielsa ordered his side to let Villa score unopposed.
I saw that our striker was down, so the first thing I did was pick up the ball thinking I'm going to score the easiest goal ever.
Albert Adoma was in the Villa team at Elland Road and scored the walk-in goal.
I could see the supporters going on like, boo, why are you letting them score, like sort of. And then I think when Pontus and Janssen came in my way, they sort of cheered him in a way to like, stop him, stop him, stop him.
Adoma is going through, and Aston Villa have scored an uncontested goal. Now Janssen is squaring up to Adoma and Mings.
I turn around, I didn't even celebrate because usually I'm running off dancing. I turn around furious, just pushed him, thinking, what are you doing? Made me twist my ankle, but no one saw that.
The game finished 1-1 and actually sparked scenes of celebration elsewhere in Yorkshire, as it confirmed Sheffield United's promotion to the Premier League and meant that Leeds could only make the playoffs. In the FA Cup in 1999, there was an uncontested goal of sorts which caused a controversy. It came at
Come on,
Highbury
lads.
in a fifth-round tie between Arsenal and
Few
Sheffield
changes in the
United.
team.
And Gunners midfielder Ray Parlour was in the middle of it.
Oh, there was uproar, which was perfectly right because Sheffield United kicked it out for someone who was injured. So I was trying to fight back out to the goalkeeper, and Carnu run after it. So I'm having an argument with all the players saying, I'm trying to fight back to you. I didn't realise Carnu's going to run after it, and Carnu and Mark Overmars are celebrating in the other corner of the pitch. I think we should have let him walk it in. But obviously we'd signalling to the bench, we don't know what to do ourselves, done the right thing to replay the game, give them an opportunity to get a win.
In an unprecedented move, the Football Association gratefully accepted Arsene Wenger's offer to replay the game. And the Gunners eventually reached the semi-finals and lost to Manchester United in a Cup Classic.
Come on, Camilla.
Well, that was Nigel Averley with that feature on uncontested goals. And Nigel will be part of TalkSport's commentary team for Leeds against Villa at 5:30. Incidentally, I mean, you may remember that the Leeds manager Marcelo Bielsa and his side, they received the FIFA Fair Play Award for their sportsmanship shown in that match back in 2019, which is crazy when you think of the angst on the pitch for it. Now that they're meeting again, they're in the Premier League now. Villa are 8 Leeds in 10th, only a point between
Yeah, senor. That's how you bite back, mate.
and Villa don't have Jack Grealish.
Yeah, he's missing, isn't he? Injured, and that's going to be a huge blow for them. You know, they have got bigger strengths as well in the side. You look through the, Barkley, Traore's done really well.
And
Martinez has been superb, hasn't he?
He's been
But
great.
like McGinn made that step up to the Premier League, put good performances in. So they're not all about Grealish, but he's going to be a huge miss because he's so talented and he affects the game so much in the final third for Aston Villa. Leeds, we know about their energy, we know about how they play for the manager. I've been so impressed with Rafinha. I think he's been outstanding in that final third, being able to create goals, being able to score goals. I think if you put Rafinha in one of the top sides, he doesn't look out of place. I really do. I'm not saying Leeds are not a top side, newly promoted. They're a Premier League side, but I think if you put him in a Manchester City or you put him in, Manchester United, Liverpool side, he doesn't look out of place. He's got that much quality on the ball, but they've got strengths all throughout the side. And Meslier, the goalkeeper, he was getting a lot of criticism. 21 years old, and he's getting all this experience so young. I think he's going to be a top keeper in the end.
Yeah, it's a really exciting one, isn't it, actually? That was a look ahead to this evening's Premier League action with Now TV. Don't forget, you can watch Leeds versus Aston Villa live today with a Now TV Sky Sports Pass for just $9.99. Search Now TV.
Stay ahead of the game on TalkSport with the Now TV Sky Sports Pass. The only place to watch Leeds versus Aston Villa live today for just $9.99. Search Now TV, 18+, stream via internet, terms apply.
Coming up, we'll be taking a look at what makes the perfect central defensive partnership, but right now it's time to get the latest odds with our betting partner, Betfair.
Game day on TalkSport with Betfair. More ways to bet, more ways to win. Try Betfair today. 18+, begambleaware.org.
Good morning to Sam Rossbottom from Betfair. How are you?
Morning, Rashmin. Yeah, I'm really good. Looking forward to this one. I mean, what a game to kick us off for game day today. To two form teams. West Ham, they're in fourth at the minute. They're 4-1 to finish in the top four. City can, make it 20 wins in a row. And I think I said this the other week when we had a West Ham game, but I look at that squad that West Ham have got, and I look at the names, and I think, you know what? This is a really exciting side that they've got here. Pablo Fornals, Souček, Lingard, Antonio, and that's just the players in the start. And you look at the bench as well. They've got some great attacking names there: Benrahma, Lanzini. So I think this is going to be a great game today. And looking at the exchange market, Manchester City are the massive favourites with punters. They're 2-7. But West Ham are a huge 12-1. And I think, if anyone could cause an upset, it could potentially be West Ham today. And at 12-1, they are a massive odds to do so. The draw
We'll take that own goal. We'll take it.
Could be a little bit of value around today.
I think there could well be. It should be, as you say, a really exciting one. What about goal scorer odds?
Yeah, so obviously the big news, Sergio Aguero is back. Manchester City fans will be, buzzing with that news. He's 11-4 to score first. He's 4-5 to score any time. Looking at West Ham, Michail Antonio scored against City earlier this season. He could be the first West Ham player to score against them home and away since Ian Dowie did back in 1996. He's 7-2 to score any time today. And just looking at that Manchester City team, Trevor you know, said it before, Mr. Whippy is playing Ilkay Gundogan. He's got 4 goals in his last 3 Premier League matches. He's 7-5 to score any time today, and then I quite fancy Mr. Whippy to continue his run.
Sounds good to me. What about the charity bet raising funds for life-saving bowel cancer research for the Bobby Moore Fund? Sam Mansaface has made his selection. You've been doing pretty well this season. Let's see what you got for us today.
What have I got today? Because I had to change it last minute because I thought Raheem Sterling was going to be in the team. He isn't. He always scores against West Ham. And anyway, so we've gone for Sergio Aguero to score any time, City to win the game, and both teams to score no.
Yep, so with that, we are combining those 3 selections into one bet with the same game multi on the sportsbook. We're going City to win, both teams not to score, so a City clean sheet, and Sergio Aguero to score any time. He has got quite a decent record against West Ham as well. He scored 10 goals in 18 matches in total. It'd be great for City fans to see him on the score sheet today. It'd be great for us because we've got him in that same game multi. We've backed that at 3.21, so that's just over 2-1, which means our £50 stake will return £160 if all 3 land, so fingers crossed.
Fingers crossed for that one. Sam, thank you very much. We'll be catching up with you at half-time as always. That's Sam Rossbottom with Bet. Every Saturday you can bet £20 across the
Carmelo, whoa, Carmelo, whoa, he scores when he likes, he scores when he likes. Carmelo, whoa, Carmelo, whoa, he scores when he likes, he scores when he likes. Oh!
Try Betfair today. 18+, begambleaware.org.
It is a beautiful sunny day out here at the Etihad. Really, really lovely. I've got to admit, when I came up to Manchester, I didn't expect this much sunshine. It's still a bit chilly, but it's a lovely day for football, as Trevor said earlier. The pitch looks like a carpet. You can really roll around in there, can't you? The managers have done their pre-match television interviews. We saw David Moyes disappear back into the tunnel a short while ago. The goalkeepers are out warming up. West Ham to our right, Manchester City to our left. Now, the goalkeepers, who do they rely on? Well, it's their central defenders, and they're the entire back line, actually. And from Ferdinand to Vidic at Manchester United, to Terry and Carvalho at Chelsea, and even the title-winning pair of Robert Huth and West Morgan at Leicester, having a strong centre-back pairing is vital to success. Now, this season, Ruben Dias and John Stones at Manchester City have been compared to some of those great Premier League partnerships, having featured in 16 of City's 19-game winning streak, and the side have only conceded 1 goal in their last 11 matches. But what characteristics does it take to have the ideal pairing at centre-half? And will West Ham have any joy?
Yeah, they put us top for a little bit.
Presenter Adrian Durham has been finding out.
There's Jackie Charlton, number 5, number 6, Moore, the captain. And any moment now, the World Cup final will begin.
The rest, as they say, is history. When Everton centre-half Brian LeBone's wedding clashed with the World Cup in 1966, Sir Alf Ramsey had a problem. Who would replace LeBone to form the perfect partnership with his captain, Bobby Moore? Jack Charlton was that man. Sir Alf told him he was quite good but not the best. He also said he knew Jack wouldn't trust Bobby Moore, explaining that when Bobby was carrying the ball elegantly upfield, Jack would instinctively know he had to stay back. Charlton was a blood and thunder, old-school stopper. Moore had the sophisticated grace and class that Pep Guardiola loves in his side. Pep had a problem this season. City conceded 13 goals in the first 13 games, and he couldn't get the defence right. He tried different names and systems, and then, on November the 25th, City's season turned.
Foden, and it's 1-0 to Manchester City. A wonderful move, and this time they could supply the incisive pass.
Phil Foden got the headlines, but keeping Olympiacos out that night for the first time as centre-half partners were John Stones and Ruben Dias.
Blocked by Diaz, who was sliding across acrobatically.
City haven't looked back. Together, they've kept 13 clean sheets in 15 games, winning them all except a goalless draw at Manchester United. Former City fullback Danny Mills played with some great centre-half partnerships.
Rio and Sol Campbell, absolutely superb. Not too far behind that, you'd have to have Gareth Southgate and Ugo Ekiog. Again, absolutely magnificent, played with them at Borough. And then Rio and Lucas Radebe at Leeds.
So why are Stones and Dias working so well?
It's that partnership. lately Diaz, he's happy to put his foot in, he throw his body in the way, he'll get hurt. And then Stones is, you know, more of the covering player, will play out from the back and get on the ball and do those sort of things. They can both do it, but one is better at one and one is better at the other.
Goes in towards the 6-yard area and John Stones is there to tuck it home.
Sometimes you get a little bit lucky as a coach and you fall on that partnership. And I don't think any of us really expected John Stones to be the main partner for Ruben Diaz. I think we all thought that was going to be Emerick Laporte.
Another former City defender, Nedum Onuoha, believes the player in front of Stones and Diaz is crucial. It's what he calls a 6, a Rodri or a Fernandinho.
To have somebody that commands that space, it makes it harder for the opposition to go centrally in terms of how they attack. They're going for headers, and if they miss the header, there's still 2 people back there to try and defend any situation. So it's a lot harder to get on the other side of City.
Stefan Oncho won a treble with Liverpool alongside Sami Hyypiä at centre-half. He thinks the relationship off the field matters.
You need people, you know, get on, I would say, well on the pitch, understanding well on the pitch as a character.
I think that's a good enough team.
You need somebody, I would say, you like. You don't necessarily have to go to the pub together. That's not what I mean. But somebody, you know, you can in the dressing room speak to or have the lunch with. It's very, very important.
Well, Martin Keown had exactly that with Tony Adams, and they won leagues and cups together at Arsenal.
First met him, we're both sort of 15 years of age. And it was one of those, when you grow up with someone, you know their strengths, you know their weaknesses. And I sort of prided myself on being there for him when he might not have been there to cover him. So I just sensed what mood he was in, how he was as an individual. He was a leader from the off.
And that one dominant centre-back in the pair can be an influential reason why a partnership works. Take a listen to Nedum Onuoha speaking about a Man City legend and his impact in the derby games.
Wherever Rooney was on the field at the Etihad, I guarantee you Vincent Kompany was there. He could have been in the dressing rooms, Vinny would have been outside. He could have been in the toilets, Vinny would be standing outside. In row Z, Vinny standing in row Y just next to him. And that there is contagious.
So today, live on TalkSport, West Ham coach Stuart Pearce and his colleagues will be trying to work out how to get past the best centre-back pairing in the Premier League. Diaz and Stones.
Certainly John's come up for air again. There's no doubt about that. He had a tough period in his career, but he looks as though he's back with supreme confidence once again. Diaz has been an outstanding signing. I think both of them have got a decent amount of pace. I think they've got stature, so they'll deal with aerial balls. They need to handle the ball at the back and set a platform for the rest of the team to play. That's a commodity that Pep wants from his central defenders, as well as being able to deal probably one-on-one as well.
And Manchester City, first place, 10 points clear, and the first team in top-flight history to win their opening 10 matches of a calendar year.
Well, thank you to Adrian Durham for that fascinating feature, expertly narrated as ever, and he is, of course, back for Game Day Live at 2:30 this afternoon.
I mean, let's give him a run out.
Stones and Diaz are proving to be this season. They've started together this season 15 games. They've won 14 of those. They've drawn 1. They've conceded just 2 goals. That's 13 clean sheets in that run, which is incredible. And when you look at the fact that Diaz was a new signing and Stones is a revived player, that's just a stroke of genius, isn't it, to put them two together and for it to work in the way that it has.
Yeah, it's worked tremendously well, and I think, like Adrian said, I think the relationship between the players off the pitch is just as important. And you know, out of that 13 clean sheets out of 15, they've won 14 and got 1 draw. I mean, it's a sensational form, and I think I read something where Diaz said it's not just about not conceding, it's about not conceding shots on target, and he's taking it to another level. And when
that is another level, isn't it? When you're looking at that, you've got to even stop even a sniff of an attack.
You're looking after your goalkeeper, Addison, and you look at it, and you know, he's 23 years old. It's just hard for me to...
I can see John Stones just coming out now. The City players are emerging from the tunnel here to warm up.
Yeah, that looks lovely, that light blue, doesn't it? In the sunshine.
Mate, how are you doing?
They're not out yet. I know in the
Oh no, they hit the boat.
Communication skills and second language are outstanding. You can see that relationship that he's formed with John Stones. But adding to that, you know, we're going to talk about some centre-half pairings, and I always think it's really important that they've got a great goalkeeper behind them. And I think it's starting to be spoke about a lot more recently. But Ederson, I think he's one of the best in the world.
Evil Tiger Gamer.
I mean, he is out now. The West Ham players have actually just
Free
emerged
Fire Paley brother with you person with praying hands.
That you played in a team with.
Evil Tiger
Gamer. I played in front of Sol Campbell and Leo Ferdinand. You know, sensational players. Icons of their era.
Well, I'm playing Football Manager today, mate, because got the results and the rugby and shit on. Barnsley, 1-0 down to Barnsley. Berate the team.
Domestically, I think Richard Dunn here at the Etihad. Richard Dunn.
Oh, is this 2-0 down early on?
Again, you know, the big goalkeeper behind them.
Oh no, wait, counter attack in the middle. Early.
Oh
no, wait. Oh, he's done it. Yes.
They've only just got together, so it's hard to compare him with some of the great partnerships that we've seen in the Premier League era. But the way they started, it means you would imagine
Evil Tiger Gamer
centre half and be spoken about.
Mate, we've been through this every single day. You come on, I've subscribed to you. I have followed you, mate. You followed me. I'm playing Football Manager at the moment. I'm not going to jump on Minecraft or anything.
Does often is, you know, in cup games,
today
for example,
Free Fire
game against Swansea, and he changed the entire back
today
line. And he's not
Free
afraid to
Fire
do so,
play. I don't know, mate.
The players know how to fit in it.
And that takes time in the training ground. And
at the moment, I'm just playing a bit of Football
different
Manager.
Positions, slight body changes, and slight differences in where are you opening your shoulder up? Do you know where the attacker is? When are we moving across? When are we stepping out? It just takes time in the training ground. But
contemplating about what we're going to do.
How hard Pep likes to work his players, how intense he is.
We've got a couple of weeks off, so the rest of a few players if they're not going on international duty.
City have had such a successful part of the season is because
I might be more like 4 or 5 days rest actually.
But not only that, every player when they come in knows their exact job.
Yeah, and John Stones and Ruben Dias certainly know that. I mean, could John Stones force his way back
come on,
into
go on,
the
Dembele. Come on.
Yeah. You think so?
Got to.
Yeah.
I mean, he's
yes.
He's not an old player. You know, you heard Stuart Pearce just say there, he's come up for breath again. That means he's starting to show form again. He's been sensational this season, and I'd be very, very surprised if Gareth Southgate doesn't include him in the England squad.
Well, we will be hearing from Gareth Southgate. He'll be on TalkSport's Breakfast Show with Laura Woods on Tuesday at 9 a.m. The England manager will be in the studio for a whole hour, and that interview
can't have a unbeaten streak going.
We'll be asking exactly that question. That is on Tuesday here on TalkSport with Laura. Up next on Game Day, we focus on another England hopeful, Jesse Lingard.
Carmelo's not playing the best. I'm going to have to start swapping Carmelo out for Garcia.
Exclusive on TalkSport with the Now TV Sky Sports Pass. The only place to watch Leeds versus Aston Villa live today for just $9.99. Search Now TV, 18+, stream via internet, terms apply.
We've got it at Selco. Selco is where the trade go.
At Selco Builders Warehouse, we've got real deals on a wide range of trade quality building products. In February, we've got NAF 8.3 square metre rolls of 100mm earth wall loft roll insulation for only £10.99 each ex VAT. Now that's a real deal. Find even more real deals at Selco Builders Warehouse and online at selcobw.com.
We've got it at Selco. Selco is where the trade go.
That charged at 20%.
Where can you find out the value of your current home before you start searching for a new one? Now you can find out what your home's worth in an instant at onthemarket.com. Enter your postcode now for your free online valuation estimate. And find out what your home is worth today. Now with free instant online home valuation estimates.
It has been well, it hasn't been a rocket start. We drew a couple to start with.
Available in Scotland and Northern Ireland.
We drew to Forest, drew to Cardiff. Games that we should have really won.
He's run straight over to the bench and picked up his mobile phone. Absolutely, Jim. He's heading to thesun.co.uk to read all about what he's just done. Oh, I'm not sure the ref will think much of that, Steve. I don't know, Jim. Looks like he's checking it out too. For every single twist and turn of this roller coaster season, head to thesun.co.uk/football. Hey, Fred.
I think we'll get absolutely smashed.
Maybe. Funny how it makes you want to hit up Just Eat for our McDonald's Big Mac, Filet-O-Fish, McMuffin. Well, no worries, dude, girlfriend, player. We'll deliver right to your gaff, abode, yard. So order now, right now, in a jiffy. McDonald's, Mackie D's, the Golden Arches. We got it.
Did somebody say just eat?
Breakfast served until 10:45 a.m. Main day served after 11 a.m. Participating McDonald's. See justeat.co.uk to see if there's one near you.
With Betfair, you can prepare for Cheltenham now. Build your free bet pot for Cheltenham. Simply bet £20 across UK and Irish racing on Saturday, and you'll get a £10 free bet on the Cheltenham Festival. Offer runs every
Go on, clear it, clear it. Get challenging, get a challenge, clear it. There we go. Oh no, I haven't cleared it yet. Job done, half done.
Saturday, total rewarded March 15th, valid on exchange markets. Basic rewards, customers excluded. T's and C's apply. 18+ with gamblerware.org.
Game day exclusive on TalkSport with WeBuyAnyCar.com.
Get in, put challenging.
To find out how much your car's worth in under 60
there we
seconds.
go. He's won the second ball. He's cutting. Challenge again.
Survival station. One team, one goal. TalkSport.
Right now on TalkSport 2.
Oh, is it our attack on the counter?
Game of Bournemouth against Watford in the Championship. It's a 12:30 kickoff, just like the game here at the Etihad between Man City and West Ham.
Oh, it's 12:30, Man City, West Ham.
Full coverage of promotion chasing Swansea against Bristol City. The best way to listen to the action is, of course,
I know Guerra and De Bruyne was starting.
It's absolutely free and you can swipe effortlessly between the football on TalkSport and TalkSport 2. Right now, though, it's time for the news headlines with Tom Clayton.
Oh, what a goal! What a goal!
In a new mortgage scheme set to be unveiled by the Chancellor. Chancellor Rishi Sunak will unveil the scheme aimed at young people and renters in Wednesday's budget. People in their 40s are now being offered the coronavirus vaccine. The Joint Committee on Vaccinations and Immunisation says it's vital that the age group was prioritised next. Derby County have released a statement saying they stand with forward Colin Kazim Richards after learning he was racially abused on social media overnight. Kazim Richards was the only goalscorer for Derby in their 1-1 draw with Nottingham Forest last night. And the funeral of Captain Sir Tom Moore is currently taking place in Bedford. A bugler will sound the last post when the service concludes, and St Mary's Church in Marston, Mauritania, Captain Sir Tom's home village, will lead others across the country in ringing their bells 100 times. A World War II era plane is also due to perform a flypast at the crematorium.
Radio 420.
Saturdays redefined.
Game day exclusive.
https://clips.twitch.tv/Tenacious Entertaining Grouse and Game AW9 Life UNC.
Okay, yeah. I've got it, cheers.
Radio 420.
Shut up now. Wish you could cut her out when she gets going.
https://clips.twitch.tv/Tenacious Entertaining Grouse and Game AW9 Life UNC 7 RJs.
18th in a row now. They're 25 games unbeaten.
I'm so grateful, I'm so impressed. In this period to do what you have done so far is wow.
And Gundogan has it and has scored a wonderful goal for
You
Manchester City.
left off with
a mixture of having a great manager who gives you always the right solutions.
And it's another first for Pep Guardiola. 10 points clear and the first team in top flight history to win their opening 10 matches of a calendar year.
The quality of the players, which you can't deny, is definitely there.
Mahrez left-footed. Oh, what a brilliant goal.
But then also the mentality, you know.
And Phil Foden has scored again.
Counter attack, Ryan Garcia's through. Raul Garcia, yes!
Well, I think we're going to try and keep going, take a game at a time, small, different goals, and what we really set ourselves at the start of the season.
The Hammers up to fourth in the Premier League as their impressive campaign continues.
If you're going to have real
ambitions of the top four, then these are the games you've got to win, and they've got over the line again. And it's been turned in by Souček. His second, West Ham second. David Moyes' men have turned it right around.
You need to be sort of football stupid not to understand the quality.
Go on, put a challenge in, that's it.
They are in Champions League position. That is not a good run for 1 month, 2 months. It's on many months and they are there.
Penalty there.
Yeah, you are listening to Game Day Exclusive. We are live at the Etihad, building up to our 12:30 kickoff. Manchester City against West Ham, the two curveballs. Let's get a recap of the lineups then. And Sam Matface, our commentator, will tell us. That's all thanks to Betfair.
7 changes for Manchester City, all internationals by the way, from the Champions League excursion in midweek, which they beat Borussia Mönchengladbach in. Sergio Aguero says he likes watching, but he prefers playing, and he plays today. Ederson is the Manchester City goalkeeper. Walker, Stones, Diaz and Zinchenko the back four. In midfield it's Fernandinho, Gundogan, Kevin De Bruyne, and then it's Mahrez, Aguero and Torres going forward. Not bad, eh? On the bench, Stefan Sterling, Jesus, Laporte, Rodrigo, Bernardo Silva, Benjamin Mendy, João Cancelo and Phil Foden. It's an exquisitely strong squad. West Ham United, who don't actually fill their bench and have 2 goalkeepers on there, are missing their main goalkeeper. Lucas Fabianski, who is out with an arm injury, picked up yesterday. It's not supposed to be serious. You shouldn't keep him out for too long, but he doesn't
without
play today.
losing. Start the season, we've not lost a game. I think that's
Sunday.
a good
Randolph
record for
comes
us.
in goal, and then it's a back 3 of Dawson Diop and Cresswell, with Soufal and Ben Johnson playing at left wing back. Fornals, Rice and Souček in midfield, with Lingard supporting Antonio in attack. On the bench for West Ham, 2 goalkeepers, David Martin and Nathan Trott, Fabian Balbuena, Saeed Benrahma, Manuel Lanzini, Mark Noble, Jared Bowen and Ademibo Odibeko.
Those lineups were brought to you by Betfair, the official betting partner of TalkSport's Premier League coverage. That's all thanks to Betfair. More ways to bet, more ways to win. 18 plus at begambleaware.org. Now the teams are out on the pitch. The TV cameras have just followed David Moyes as he came out to inspect the warm-up. West Ham to our right, Manchester City to our left. It's a gloriously sunny day here, and we're going to turn our attention to the visitors today now, and particularly someone who's returning to his hometown. Now 3 goals in 4 starts for Jesse Lingard at West Ham, but apart from the goals, what else has he added to the Hammers, and how can he continue to reinvent himself under David Moyes? These are the questions that we put to the TalkSport scout.
Just me adding how
West Ham are having. You've got to say David Moyes has done a brilliant job, and the signing of Jesse Lingard, I think, was another really smart acquisition.
He's given us another dimension, especially in over attacking play.
Look, they're always going to play with 2 holders in Declan Rice and Thomas Souček, so it was a case of trying to find that right player to play just in front of them. He's brilliant in between the lines. He can obviously run beyond. He's got great pace, and he actually suits the way West Ham play. They're not a side that really like to go and press high, because when they've done that, they have been picked off at times. So they're much better sitting deep.
I wish I could just send the whole squad to go.
We saw that against Aston Villa in terms of how he breaks play up and then he springs on the attack. We saw it as well against Sheffield United, and obviously against Spurs.
Lingard continues, and that's a brilliant goal from Jesse Lingard, and West Ham double their lead.
The question is, how has he been able to perform so well with such little football?
Jesse Lingard once again showing his enduring quality.
I know from my time at Sunderland, where we brought in Man United's old strength and conditioning coach, how much stock they put into being at the peak of your game, putting an awful lot of gym work in, and you can see that in Lingard's physique. He's fit, he's ready, he's raring to go, and you've got to credit to him to be able to come in and hit the ground running.
And West Ham are heading back into the top 4. They are London's top team.
You know, this is the home for him. This is the place where he's got good players.
Guys, just do it the long way, aren't we?
Rice, top Premier League player.
Takes the ball in the half dome, takes the ball in tight areas, relieves the pressure off you.
The challenge for his teammates will be to make sure he gets the ball. When he operates just in between the lines, when he does so much damage, you've got to be able to give it to him. I even look back at clips at Man United, and at times, Matic, Herrera, Smalling wouldn't actually risk the ball against, a low block defence. But at West Ham, I think the challenge is going to be a little bit different. They will counter, they will defend deep and hit teams on the break. That's where Lingard's energy and pace and directness and his ball carrying will really come to the fore.
Lingard strikes again for David Moyes.
You've got to remember, Moyes took over largely a Pellegrini team. That was a side with a lot of flair and ability, but, when they didn't have the ball, just offered nothing. Well, that's not the case anymore. Look at the signings he's made. Dawson, for example, Souček coming in, Soufal, and obviously Jesse Lingard. He's the final piece in the puzzle.
Some have got 4, some have got 5. Not really much we could do there, of course.
Well, all eyes will definitely be on Jesse Lingard back in Manchester today. And those are the thoughts of the former Republic of Ireland striker David Connolly, also known, of course, as the TalkSport scout.
Not long till
now, Jesse Lingard is such an interesting character, because we heard there that he obviously hasn't had the game time at United and has come over here. I spoke to him a couple of weeks ago, and he said that during lockdown he really worked on his fitness. He's also been reading books about the law of attraction, about positive thinking, to stay in a positive mindset, and it looks like it's all come off nicely for him.
Yeah, he's had a big impact at West Ham. He came in. I was a little bit underwhelmed because I was expecting West Ham to buy and sign a centre forward. He's come in. Wow. You know, he's got great energy levels.
Now with the
2 goals in his first game.
Great start. You know, when you come into a team like West Ham who were doing quite well, and you bring something extra to that, I think that gives you confidence. I think he always wants the ball, so even in tight areas, he's got that kind of, I think, Manchester United mantra where he believes in his own ability. He'll take the ball in any areas. He's a technical player. The most impressive thing for me is he's not played a lot of football, yet his energy levels, breaking lines off the ball, it just brings another dimension to West Ham's play. He's been brilliant, and his confidence, again, you know, he's probably a 1 in 5 goals to games ratio, so it just shows the impact and the fit. Him going in at West Ham has been a great fit for his play, and you know, 3 goals in 4 games, outstanding start.
Had a terrible time off the field, and it really affected his form on the field. As a result of that, as you say, he's tried the self-help route to try and get himself back, not only fit on the pitch but also mentally too. This is a guy who played regularly for England. This is a guy who scored in FA Cup finals for Manchester United. He is a big game player. He always seems to turn up in those huge matches as well, or did do for Manchester United. He's a major asset. I actually think the biggest concern that West Ham maybe now have about Jesse Lingard is they've signed him on loan, hoping that they might sign him in the summer. But 1 or 2 others might well be alerted to this newly reinvigorated Jesse Lingard too.
Yeah, and he's made such a quick impact, but he's fitted seamlessly into a side where there was no guarantees that he would be starting either. But the question now is, and we've got Gareth Southgate in the studio with Laura Woods on Tuesday for TalkSport Breakfast. Is he giving Gareth Southgate something to think about now?
Probably.
Because he was a regular member of that England side.
Probably, but you look at that area that he plays and the strength and depth that England have got with younger players that are probably affecting it for a longer period of time than Jesse's, 6-7 weeks that he's been at West Ham. So I would say he's probably down the pecking order. But
he's got England in his sights, because I asked him about that, and he's definitely
rightly so. He's 28 years old. Of course he should have.
He thinks he's at the peak of his powers.
And he looks like that as well. And you know what? When a player comes into a group and a group looks a little bit faded, a little bit tired, he looks like he's given the lads a spring in the step. He really does. He looks like he's coming. He's got that little spring in his own step, and it's given the West Ham players a little spring in their step. And I think it's been all good. And like what Sam said,
here we go. Oh no! One day, live with that. Yeah, we can live with a day.
And that could be a problem for West Ham in the summer.
He's got a rest. How's he getting injured on his days off, man?
Because Gareth is quite open-minded in terms of he takes the whole vista and who's in contention in lots of different positions. I think the European Championship squad will be bigger, an enlarged squad, because of the situation that we are in. I would have thought. I mean, I don't know that as gospel. Do I think he'll get in it? No. And I think Trevor's already outlined that. When you think that James Maddison is struggling to get into the squad at this moment in time, it shows you just how competitive it is in those forward areas. England only have a certain number of places in which they can place forward players, and you know they have an abundance of great players in that area.
And what about the abundance of great players at West Ham? I mean, today, no Fabianski, but you've sort of outlined your case for Darren Randolph. That back line without Ogbonna, has it been the same?
Well, it's been great. I've been really impressed. And you know what, when Issa Diop was playing in the team prior to Ogbonna coming in and Dawson making that partnership, I didn't think he was great. He looked like he was a young Premier League player who had a lot of learning to make. And he's come out the side. Ogbonna's done superbly well. Dawson's introduction to this side.
Oh, everyone's going. They're all on international duty. How long they got? 6 days.
And he's been great. He's been a fantastic leader.
We're picking up knocks on international duty.
But then Issa Diop's come back into the side, and he looks
like
he's
worked
really hard. He's been studying the experienced players who've been playing ahead of him, and he's come in, and it's been seamless. He's been outstanding.
In the summer, they wanted to sign James Tarkowski from Burnley, and Burnley wanted 30 million quid for him.
What was that?
At the same time, I think there was an exchange of views where Sean Dyche was pretty clear to point out that he didn't want Tarkowski to go. Hands off, he said, with a few exclusive.
Look at the injury list, it's getting bigger and bigger and bigger.
Among them.
However, and I think David Moyes took a little bit of.
I can live with a couple of them though, to be honest.
Dawson was the right option to come in.
We've got a good squad depth, and the squad depth is youngsters. So hopefully next year when we hit the Premier League,
Dawson's impact
we can hold our own, just avoid relegation.
I think he's been an excellent influence on Diop as well. And if you look at the course of the season so far, it took a while for David to bring Dawson into the team, really trying to get him fit and up and ready. But he's an outstanding professional, Craig Dawson, and he's had a huge impact on that back line.
Yeah, we were talking to Stuart Pearce, weren't we, before the game, and you say to Stuart Pearce, "Oh, everything's going well," and he's like, "Oh," and it's exactly what you do when it's your team that are playing. You always hang back.
Trevor said
too excited.
Your side have been good playing out from the back, and he went, "If you say so."
God, I love Stuart Pearce. We do miss him here. That's been one of the keys behind West Ham's success, of course, that back line. Of course, we've talked about the forward players, Declan Rice and Souček. I mean,
two of the best holding midfielders in the Premier League.
Absolutely, and what a partnership. What a partnership. You could argue that is the key.
So I keep getting lost in the rain.
Yeah. He mentioned how down-to-earth Thomas Souček was. And also,
it's his birthday today, isn't it?
It is his birthday. What is he, 26?
26,
yeah. Hard paper round. It's got to be said. Anyway, moving on.
Can't all be as youthful looking as Reshman.
Moving on swiftly. Them two have been outstanding. But I actually feel Souček and Koufal have had such a big effect on the team. They've come from the Czech Republic. They've come from the Czech Republic. They're really humble boys. Work really hard, and the way that they've had an effect on the team, I think
we need to switch cover players around, I reckon.
West Ham, and long may it continue.
Yeah, you can definitely see that being in and around the club, as I've been in recent weeks. Actually, there's a buzz about them and a belief about them as well. Kick-off here at the Etihad is at 12:30. The whole game is live, of course, on TalkSport. This is game day exclusive with Now TV. Don't forget you can watch Leeds versus Aston Villa live today with the Now TV Sky Sports Pass for just $9.99. Search Now TV.
Game day exclusive on TalkSport with WeBuyAnyCar.com. To find out how much your car's worth in under 60 seconds, enter your reg now.
Every front door unopened, every trip unmade, every over-tapped snooze button, every commute from bedroom to kitchen table, every click, every call, every meeting.
He's on his way back
Everyone
slowly.
Who can and does work from home is helping stop the spread of COVID-19, because the less we leave home, the less likely we'll come into contact with the virus. Everything we're doing is making a difference. Let's keep going. Stay home, protect the NHS, save lives.
Game day exclusive on TalkSport with WeBuyAnyCar.com. Join over 2 million customers by entering your reg number now.
Hey there. Boy, aren't you glad it's Monday, Wednesday, Saturday? That perfect time to hit up Just Eat for our McDonald's, KFC, Greggs. No worries, we'll deliver for just $1.99, £1.99, less than £2 when you spend £5. So order now and let's go wild, let loose, chill out. McDonald's, KFC, Greggs. We got it.
Did somebody say Just Eat?
Product subject to availability. £5 minimum spend may apply. Participating stores only. See justeat.co.uk for details.
For Betfair, betting is supposed to be fun. A way to play where you're in control. And to help you make the right choice and stay in control, Betfair has created some online tools. They're practical, so you can set yourself a deposit limit or a loss limit. Get reminders after a certain amount of time playing with Reality Check. And take breaks with a timeout. So your betting stays fun. To try them out, go to responsiblegambling.betfair.com. 18 plus, begambleaware.org.
Where can you find out the value of your current home before you start searching for a new one? Now you can find out what your home's worth in an instant at onthemarket.com. Enter your postcode now for your free online valuation estimate. And find out what your home is worth today. Now with free instant online home valuation estimates. Most common time to obtain an online quote between the 1st and the 4th of December 2020 was under 3 minutes. Not available in Scotland and Northern Ireland.
At Selco Builders Warehouse, we've got real deals on a wide range of trades, quality, green products. In February, we've got 25-kilogram plastic bags of Rugby Premium Cement for only £3.79 each, excluding VAT. Now that's a real deal. Find even more real deals at Selco Builders Warehouse and online at selcobw.com.
We've got it at Selco. Selco, it's where the trade goes.
VAT charged at 20%.
Oh, what a strike, Jim. And just look at the celebration. He's run straight over to the bench and picked up his mobile phone. Absolutely, Jim. He's heading to the sun.co.uk to read all about what he's just done. I'm not sure the ref will think much of that, Steve. I don't know, Jim. Looks like he's checking it out too. For every single twist and turn of this roller coaster season, head to thesun.co.uk/football.
Game day exclusive on TalkSport with the Now TV Sky Sports Pass. The only place to watch Leeds versus Aston Villa live today for just $9.99. Search Now TV, 18+, stream via internet, terms apply.
TalkSport Traffic and Travel with Swinton Insurance breakdown cover. Add it to your car insurance policy and you won't need to worry about keeping moving this winter. Visit swinton.co.uk.
In Cumbria, on the M6 southbound, a lorry's having a tyre changed, so lane 1 is closed between junction 38 for T-Bay and 37 for Kendal. All traffic is being held on the M6 both ways in Warwickshire between junction 2 for the M69, Coventry and junction 1 for Rugby because of an accident. There are still delays on the M5 southbound in Gloucestershire between junction 14 for Thornbury and 15 for the Almondsbury interchange because of an abnormal load. And on the M4 eastbound in Yorkshire, junction 15 for Swindon East, a vehicle fire is blocking lane 1 and the entry slip. I'm Michael Page.
Game day today.
Newcastle versus Wolves. Coverage from 7. Kick-off at 8 on TalkSport 2.
COVID-19. Together, we'll send it off.
Good afternoon, I'm Rashmin Chowdhury. We are live at the Etihad for Game Day exclusive on TalkSport with WeBuyAnyCar.com. Sell your car today to help fund the new 2021 Reg Plate. Now we are building up to the big 12:30 game. We're about 11 minutes away from kick-off. It's the two in-form teams in the league at the moment. Leaders Manchester City against fourth-placed West Ham. Let's hear it from both managers now, shall we? West Ham's David Moyes, but first Pep Guardiola, the Manchester City boss.
I think I dream one day arrive in this position that everything is calm. So it's like they live like a calm, a Buddha life, you know. And the good moments are calm, and the moments are calm. And I think he gives you the experience, you know, to do this. And yeah, a real tough game tomorrow, a real tough game because all the big clubs suffer against them, and yeah, a good team.
Pep's having an outstanding season. He's in a cup final already as well. He's got a chance to go for another one. He is doing an unbelievable job from a team which last year didn't do as well as what people expected. So he's done a brilliant job, Pep.
What I saw is the rhythm they play has increased a lot in the previous season. They play in rhythm more calm. Now we are more aggressive. They are fantastic players like Declan Rice. Be admired of him as a football player, and Antonio's always a headache.
Well, I think you're talking about challenging Manchester City. You're talking about challenging arguably the top team in the world, maybe number 2, number 3 in the world, somewhere in that position. So that's a big ask for any team. It's a big ask for West Ham, but we've tried to take on the challenges that have been put in front of us this year. Some occasions we've done well, other occasions not so good, but we'll try and take Man City on in some way and try and cause them difficulties. But you need to be sort of football stupid not to understand the quality of what Man City have got and how they're playing at this present time.
Yeah, interesting to hear from both managers as always. Now I've got this quote somewhere. Pep is apparently the Heston Blumenthal of football. That's according to David Moyes, because Blumenthal will do something stupid or outrageous, and Pep does things in football terms which are remarkable. That's the level of respect they have for each other.
Yeah, I think he's changed our game. I mean, you know, there was doubts whether the tiki-taki football or playing out from the back, playing through the goalkeeper would work when he first arrived in the Premier League. It didn't go to plan the first time for the first season, but as the players got more familiar with the way he wanted to play, you look at it now, and a goalkeeper getting the ball with 2 central defenders splitting wide and the ball going straight to a centre midfielder. That's normal. Every club does that. Nobody used to do that before Pep came. So, yeah, he's redefined the way we play football in the Premier League. Simple as that.
Sam was giggling in the background.
Yeah, because David Moyes' quote actually did get me giggling. He said Pep is the Heston Blumenthal of football. He does things he does things where you think that's never going to work, that's not going to taste right or look good. Blumenthal mixes chocolate with eggs or something. Stupid and outrageous. Snow porridge, that's what I'm thinking about. It's ridiculous, and Pep has done things as a football coach which lots of people wouldn't have thought of.
Yeah, and that is absolutely right, and it seems to work everywhere he goes. And you know, when he first arrived here, a lot of people were levelling these accusations of, you're a fraud, it's not going to work here, and it absolutely has. And
I don't think that's true. I don't think that's true.
Some people did.
I think people sat there and said the way that the way he played that first season, he couldn't continue to play like that in the Premier League.
Fraudiola was what they
and he couldn't, and he changed it. I was at a game when they were beaten by Leicester City, and he admitted to me afterwards that he would have to change.
He's adapted it slightly.
And he did.
He's adapted it slightly.
They're much more, look at them now, they're much more defensive than they've ever been before, because he knew that last season they conceded too many goals.
Yeah,
and look where they are.
Done a job with that. Sergio Aguero's back today. Are we expecting and De Bruyne, they're starting together for the first time since the 22nd of February 2020.
Yeah, it's outrageous, isn't it? Yeah,
over a year.
And that's how long Manchester City have coped without having a centre forward, really. I mean, Jesus, for me, he's not an out-and-out number 9.
Course, yeah.
I was reading a stat, actually, about Jesus, and I really do feel he's got a future at Manchester City. He's 23 years old. He's played 300 professional games. This will be his 300th professional game. I mean, that is outrageous. He's won so many tournaments, both with Manchester City and over in Brazil and with the national side. There's a lot more to come from him, and I'm excited to see how he develops, because a lot of people have wrote him off and said he's not good enough or he's not the one, but I feel he's got a lot more to give.
Well, I think he's a very different centre forward to Sergio Aguero, isn't he? He's not a killer in the box like Sergio Aguero, and on Wednesday night we had a prime example of that, where he had about 15 touches inside the area on his own, completely isolated, one-on-one with the goalkeeper, and he was still looking backwards for a pass rather than he was shooting at the goal. And Pep talked about this yesterday. He said it's because he's so lovely and generous. He's selfless. He thinks only about the team.
It's amazing,
the team
that.
first, and then, if he can help the team by scoring a goal, great. But he always thinks about the others first. I do think that there was a little bit of Pep actually was being very kind to Jesus. I think he was on the night itself, and I was watching him because he was on the touchline going mad. I think he was a little bit disappointed that he didn't score that goal. And I do think, in terms of goals output, that does need to improve.
Yeah, he does need to improve, but some players are like that. They're selfless, and they want to do everything for the team. They're not bothered about their ego. They've not got an ego. They're more concerned about the team and getting results for the team. And
he did change his name from Gabriel Fernando to Gabriel Jesus.
Stop interrupting. At times, you've got to be the star yourself, and I think as he grows older and matures, he will get that.
That's the trademark of a top striker, isn't it? That ultimately you have that ego and you want to do that. I've just got this line on David Moyes on Fabianski, and this is what he's had to say about the injury. He said, unfortunately, yesterday one of the players stood on his arm and it's swollen up. He's not been able to extend his arm, and it's a real blow for us because he's been in really good form. So that is the story behind Fabianski. But sticking to Manchester City, look, I mean, this run is absolutely incredible. They haven't trailed at any point in their past 17 league fixtures and have conceded just 4 goals. They are looking unstoppable at the moment.
Yeah, well, it helps when you've got 75% possession. So even when they have the 25% possession, the opposition, how many shots are they going to get in on target in that time? It's difficult to play against Manchester City. And I'm just looking at, forget about the starting line, I'm looking at the bench. Raheem Sterling, Jesus, Laporte, Rodrigo, who's the #1 holding midfielder, Bernardo Silva. I mean, think about Bernardo Silva. He has come back to form this season. But it was, what was it, 2018-19, he won the Nations League with Portugal, the Premier League, the FA Cup, the League Cup and the Charity Shield, and then he's almost gone missing since then, and he's back, so it's almost like having another signing, a new signing at the club. Benjamin Mendy, Cancelo, who's been outstanding, and last but not least, Phil Foden. I mean, the strength in depth is just ridiculous, and that's the reason why Manchester City are the best team in the league. It's because they've got the biggest squad and best squad.
Absolutely right. Well, the Premier League hoarding is up. The Manchester City team are the substitutes that have taken their places. Raheem Sterling walking across there, taking his seat. The West Ham team
5'8" and a half, by the way.
Is that what he is? 5'8" and a half. Well, he can jump high, can't he?
Only in Reshman's heels.
Or my shoes.
Or mine.
I like those heels, by the way, just so you know. What's it going to take today, Trevor? What's going to be the difference if West Ham are to stop this side?
It's going to take a perfect execution of a game plan where there's discipline, there's 8 and 9s out of 10 for the West Ham players, no individual mistakes, a superb performance from Dan Randolph and the back five, and then a little bit of luck going forward. Literally, it's the stars aligning. It's got to be the perfect storm. Will they be relying on catching City on the break? They'll have to, because they won't have the possession of the ball. So if you've not got possession of the ball, you're going to be deep and you're going to be trying to defend your own goal. So they've got to be brave on the ball when they win the ball back. They've got to make angles, look to get on the ball and be brave. And if they've got that quality and that bravery on the ball, if they can get the ball up and get support to Antonio, they'll definitely have a chance.
Okay, well, the players are all out at the moment. Manchester City lining up to the left of the Premier League hoarding, the referees and the linesmen in the middle. West Ham to our right. Pep Guardiola is already out in the dugout. David Moyes is just taking his seat now as well. And what an absolute cracker of a game then to start your game day weekend. Who would have guessed back in October when West Ham drew 1-1 with City at the London Stadium that these would be the teams setting the standard right now? Pep Guardiola's men looked a shadow of their former selves then, but they're arguably a different beast now. David Moyes has instilled his side with the belief that they can beat anyone on their day. Today, their task is to stop that relentless winning machine that is Manchester City. It is all so wonderfully poised here at the Etihad on this glorious Saturday afternoon where Blue Moon is bellowing out here in the stadium. And as the teams take their place on the pitch, it's time to hand you over to our commentary team today, the former City and West Ham midfielder Trevor Sinclair, but first TalkSport's chief football commentator Sam Matterface.
Thank you, Rashmin. Good afternoon, everybody. We are breaking a lot of new ground recently. Science working at a rapid pace, TV and radio programmes being produced from any corner of the globe thanks to the magic of technology, and NASA landing a probe on a planet currently 217 million kilometres from Earth. But never before have we seen an English top-flight side win 19 games in a row. Manchester City are quite literally from another world. And West Ham United are charged with accomplishing something alien, coming here to win. Look, even scoring a goal will be like landing a spacecraft on a rotating rock. A visiting player hasn't scored at the Etihad in so long you need a telescope to find it. For the record, it was Mohamed Salah 111 days ago. And all that after making their worst start to a season that Pep Guardiola has ever made. And that is blowback. West Ham have launched themselves into the upper atmosphere of the Premier League this season, and they may be best placed to push Manchester City off course. In the last 10 games, they are second behind City in the form table, but today they are missing their goalkeeper, Lucas Fabianski. Our referee today is Michael Oliver, and Manchester City in light blue jerseys, white shorts and light blue socks will attack the goal away to our right in the first half, all in black. West Ham United with gold trim. And before we start, the members of each squad and those on the sidelines pause and take the knee to show solidarity with those fighting for change and to reiterate that there is no room for racism. We are off and underway, live on TalkSport on game day. Right now on TalkSport 2, Bournemouth in action with Alex Crook and Alvin Martin. Download our app and you can flick between the two games. They're playing Watford. We're watching Manchester City and West Ham United, and Trevor Sinclair had the pleasure of playing for both of these clubs. And with all the stats flying around, how do West Ham ensure that they aren't beaten before they start this game, Trevor?
Well, they can't start the game passively. They've got to get in the faces. They've got to be nice and narrow and compact, and they've got to believe in themselves when they got the ball. You know, we watched the Liverpool game where first half I thought they were timid. The Manchester United game, they went out the cup competition against Manchester United. Against the bigger club, they seem to just be a little bit too apprehensive. They've got to go for it a little bit against Manchester City. If they do that, I think they've got a real chance.
Well, City haven't lost any game since their defeat to Spurs live on TalkSport on the 21st of November. And they have the ball deep inside their own half. Mainly their defensive record has been sublime. And John Stones has been a massive part of that. He slides the ball through the 6-yard area to Ederson, then on to Diaz on the far side. Fernandinho infield, where it's picked up by Sergio Aguero dropping deep. Then back infield to De Bruyne. De Bruyne down the right, on to Mahrez, who's hugging the touchline. Comes inside Ben Johnson runs laterally into the centre of the West Ham half, out wide to Walker, back into De Bruyne, whose ball, which was aimed towards Mahrez, is cut out by Cresswell, who takes a couple of steps, maybe too many, out towards this near touchline before hitting it against the Algerian. It's out for a throw-in deep inside the West Ham United half. You're listening to Talk Sport. Sam Matterface and Trevor Sinclair bringing you live commentary of Manchester City versus West Ham from the Premier League. And we are live at the Etihad Stadium on a beautiful sunny afternoon with blue sky, just a few grey clouds above our head. It's a little bit chilly, but it's beautiful in the sunshine, and most of the pitch has a bit of sunshine on it today. Here is Walker back to the halfway line. Stones, who is a very long and lean character now with angled shoulders, plays the ball back through to Ruben Diaz, just on the left edge of the centre circle, up to Sergio Aguero, who hasn't scored a Premier League goal since January the 21st, 2020.
Wow. That's been a huge miss for the football club, you know, record goal scorer, so charismatic as well. I think a real popular part of the team.
Already on the ball, trying to nudge it forward into the path of De Bruyne, who gets robbed of possession on the halfway line. A quick counter-attack from West Ham. Jesse Lingard chasing. Walker trying to get back. Antonio putting pressure on the goalkeeper, who is under zero pressure, and very quickly just comes and plays a little blind pass out towards this near side with rather nonchalance and elegance. Ederson, he's a very casual-looking fellow, is Ederson. I read in one of the papers this week, Martin Samuel, esteemed columnist, suggesting that maybe he should be the player of the year this year.
Yeah, I've been saying it for quite a while. I think he's the best goalkeeper in the world, you know, and you just seen there the little disguise, looked like he was going to launch it upfield, little disguise, played it outright, fantastic technique, and he's a footballing goalkeeper. You know, the goalkeepers have changed completely from my era. They have to be able to handle the ball to their feet, and he's the best of the best.
Yeah. He wants to take a penalty as well.
I want to see it.
And after Manchester City's record from the spot, it's probably not a bad idea. It's not as balmy as it sounds anyway. 4 minutes gone. You're listening to Talk Sport. Manchester City 0, West Ham United 0. The start of game day, which also takes you to Ellen Road a little bit later on for Leeds against Aston Villa. And tonight on Talk Sport 2, Newcastle United continue their bid for survival with, well, now Fulham breathing down their necks. Again, a little bit later on Talk Sport 2. The ball runs loose inside the centre circle. Picked up by Fornals and left for Soufal. Back out to Fornals for West Ham United. Midway inside City territory. A deep cross switches the play from right to left, and Ben Johnson takes over. Plays the ball back, but rather loose to Aaron Cresswell. Has to chase back to the halfway line to keep West Ham in possession, and they are in possession now on the halfway line with Declan Rice, chest puffed out as usual, big long stride forward as he nudges the ball up to Jesse Lingard. It's a poor ball by Johnson for the second time in quick succession, and cut out by Fernandinho, and City have got it back again, 0-0.
Yeah, it's a huge ask for Ben Johnson in that left wing back role. Big game, and he's just got to settle himself. He's given the ball away cheaply a couple of times already, and he just needs to relax, concentrate on his technique, and make sure he finds a black shirt with his pass.
Made his debut for West Ham United in the narrow defeat here to Manchester City in 2019. Ball cleared away by Diop upfield through the centre, cut out by Fernandinho, who's had an interrupted season. Mostly spent most of last season at centre-back, Fernandinho, but is in the heart of midfield today.
What a servant for the football club. Outstanding.
Ball clipped long, up towards the halfway line. Chested down by Souček, who covers more ground than any other player in the Premier League. And that is some statistic. He's picked the ball up on the halfway line and just hooked it forward, hoping for Lingard to chase. Lingard, who's pretty speedy, chases down Diaz, who's never too flustered. Back to his goalkeeper. There's a problem here, though, for Fernandinho under pressure from Souček. And, well, Souček may be a little bit too eager to cover that ground. He eats up the pitch, doesn't he? And he chased down Fernandinho and was maybe a little bit too heavy as he came through the back of the Brazilian.
Yeah, he got away with one there, but also I think Ederson won't be happy with the side of the player that he passed it to, Fernandinho. Wrong side, so Souček could have a little challenge up and see if he could just nick the ball. It encouraged him to go in and press that. If he plays it to the other side, it's a much simpler pass with his left foot by Fernandinho. So, Yeah, he needs to just improve that a little bit, Edison.
6 minutes gone. You're listening to TalkSport live on Game Day. Ball left with Ben Johnson for West Ham United. Tried to play it inside Antonio, who's not happy about the delivery that went his way. It's cut out by Stones and then played into Zinchenko, who's doing that Cancelo role of coming in from left back into centre midfield. Infield it goes to De Bruyne, and then wider out to Mahrez, back into Fernandinho, who moves up towards the edge of the D, and then it's cut out by Diop, and then Cresswell's not taking any chances. He's curling it down the touchline and looking for Antonio, can't hold on to the ball, and John Stones sees it back to his goalkeeper. And at the moment West Ham just struggling to get the ball up to Antonio or keep it inside the Manchester City half. Not saying it's tough to play Manchester City, but they don't just offer you any chances anymore. They're 26 unbeaten game run. City have been behind for just 22 minutes. And that was conceding the opening goal in the 3-1 FA Cup fourth round win at Cheltenham Town on January the 23rd. It's been a long time, actually, since Alfie May poked the bear.
Yeah, we were there.
We were indeed. But City have been a different animal in the Premier League, but they haven't been behind in the Premier League since that Spurs game on the 21st of November.
I think that deserves credit as well, because that means mentally that when they go in for games, they're ready. They're ready to start quickly and have a positive effect on the game, whereas you see some teams get a little bit complacent when they're winning games, and they might just think it's going to happen and go into the game a little bit chilled out, thinking, yeah, let's go, and we'll just go our way. And when you start games like that, that's when you get hurt, and it just shows Pep what a great mentor he is for these players.
Manchester City 0, West Ham United 0. Aguero into the area, left-hand side, chops back on his right foot, faces up Dawson. He's joined by Soufal Dawson as he tries to push the Manchester City striker out of the West Ham penalty area. It comes back to Zinchenko, left side of the box, a cross which is headed away by Diop, and then Souček just tries to prod it out into the path of Fornals to get West Ham out and escape from the pressure. And Manchester City not always putting relentless pressure on you. What they do is they almost kill you. They pass you to death now, don't they?
Yeah, and when they lose the ball, they're like a school of piranhas. They'll just get a little touch on the ball, then the next player will come in, and before you know it, they've dispossessed you, and they're getting into a pattern of play again, keeping the ball. And it must be so frustrating playing against this Manchester City side, both in possession when you've got the ball, but certainly when you've not got the ball, because they keep it for a long time.
Well, they've had the ball for most of this match so far, and they haven't really progressed much further than within about 20-25 yards of the West Ham United goal. But they're nowhere near as gung-ho as they have been in the past. They dominate the ball, they conserve a bit of energy when they're in front in games, and it's been part of the blueprint to success this year. It hasn't always made for great watching. It's not always a brilliant spectacle.
It's not exciting because they're in control of what's going on the pitch.
But it shows a maturity, I think.
Absolutely. And it's just an evolution of what Pep brought when he first arrived in the Premier League. He's evolved that to be a winning product, and that's what they've got now.
Rice holding off De Bruyne. Good ball by Fornals, swung out to the far side. Zinchenko read it before it could reach Soufal. Rice tried to pinch it once again. He was good at that against Tottenham Hotspur last week. There's a collision involving Soufal and Ferran Torres over on the far side, and it's gifted a kick to Manchester City just 10 yards inside the West Ham United half.
Yeah, I thought that was quite harsh by Michael Oliver. I thought Soufal just read that situation and took the ball off him, but not to be.
Here is Carl Walker, just short of the halfway line. Went viral again on social media for taking the mickey out of his teammates in a rondo session in midweek. Here is Zinchenko down the side of the centre circle. Lovely flighted ball out wide to the right, and Mahrez is galloping to meet it down by the corner flag, attacking the goal away to our right. City on the offensive here. Cresswell comes across to shut him down, but Mahrez gets it back to Walker, and then that ball's returned to the Algerian. Now he takes on Johnson, left-footed cross away by Dawson, who's under the very little pressure, and then Jesse Lingard does well to find Declan Rice, and West Ham United should get out here. And they do that by playing their way very delicately through the thirds, up towards Fornals, chested down towards Lingard. There's Fernandinho to intervene, and City have it back again. As Johnson just going in a little bit clumsily on Mahrez, gives away a free kick, a good 15 yards back from the edge of the West Ham penalty area.
Yeah, I think Ben Johnson, both in possession and out, he's just looked a little bit nervy. He looks like he's uncomfortable. We talk about when you play against big teams being comfortably uncomfortable. He looks very uncomfortable, and he needs to just settle himself and try and play his way back into this game. It was a poor foul to give away.
Not too many other options for the manager in those circumstances. If he wanted to retreat to a 3, though, was there to play on that left-hand side. Here is Kevin De Bruyne's ball into the box, which was woeful. I mean, I've never said that before about Kevin De Bruyne, but he just seemed to top the ball and it went straight through to the edge of the D, where it was cleared away by the West Ham defence. Now picked up by Fernandinho, infield to Gundogan. Great tackle by Jesse Lingard, who was watching his man. Played in 12 Manchester derbies, Jesse Lingard, never scored in one. He'll be hoping to put that right today. He's had a great start to his West Ham career.
He started this game well as well, is that his big composure on the ball. You can tell he's a big game player. He wants the ball, he makes good decisions on the ball, and off it he's working hard for his team. It's
0-0, and you're listening to Talk Sport. Manchester City against West Ham United. Kyle Walker to Kevin De Bruyne, who just tries to shuffle away from Souček. He swerves the ball out towards the far side, collected by Ferran Torres. Back to De Bruyne, a bit of space for him to manipulate the ball in. He weaves past 2 defenders, lays it back for Torres inside the area, who tries to strike. Half-hearted challenge, which spoons the ball into the air. It comes back to the edge of the area, and Zinchenko recycles it, falls for Aguero, tries to bring it down. He used his hand to do so. It's going to be a free kick inside the 18-yard box to West Ham United.
I've noticed with Kevin De Bruyne, and I noticed midweek in the game against Gladbach, he's been a little bit off it. I think it takes him 3 or 4 games to get back to his kind of levels, but he's trying things and they're not coming off, and he just looks a little bit frustrated to me.
He never really looks a picture of health, does he? Let's be completely honest.
He always looks flustered, like he's going through turmoil with decisions that he's making and the athleticism of the game, but he's certainly got the end product, and when he's in full flight, he's got some end product, hasn't he?
Talking of someone who's no longer in full flight, poor old Declan Rice has just taken a whack in the unmentionables.
Crown jewels.
Yeah. Don't think we need to see a replay to explain that that's going to make his eyes water. Ball is cleared by Randolph.
Never nice, them ones, Sam.
Yes. Randolph sends it long, high up the field, looking for Jesse Lingard. It's recycled by City, and they send it high up for Aguero to chase. Across comes Diop into the right fullback position, and he just nudges it out into those sky blue canvases over on the far side, one of which reads, "We're not really here." That's a Manchester City slogan, which it sort of goes both ways. We're not really here. They say it because many people ignored them for such a long time or didn't really want them to be there, and also we're not really here as in it almost seems as if they're in dreamland, you know.
Yeah, I remember when I played at the stadium. I think it was to do with the fact that we got gifted this stadium to a certain extent, and the future of the club started to look brighter.
A bit of Donald Duck, haven't they, Manchester City?
Very lucky. And they've improved the stadium superbly well as well, adding to the attendance. Made it the home.
Here is Souček on the halfway line. One of the stewards is just telling me how far it goes back. Goes back to Millwall away many years ago.
Wow.
Here is Souček over on the far side. A clip ball which is aimed towards Soufal. Doesn't reach him. Goes out into the sunshine and away for a throw on the far side. Nothing much has really happened in the game so far. We played 15 minutes, but that is seemingly the way of things with Manchester City. Stuart Pearce told us on commentary on Talk Sport in midweek, Wednesday night, that he'd spent the day in the bunker at Rush Green, and that's a porter cabin, analysing Manchester City and looking for weaknesses. He said he was in there a long time. Didn't really find much.
I think, listen, that's the beauty of this team. They've got so many strengths in possession and out of possession. You're looking for weaknesses and you're picking bones, really. There's not much there.
Walker out to the right, looking for Mahrez. Across comes Ben Johnson, nudges it out of play.
I'm just looking at Ruben Diaz there. You know, West Ham really haven't threatened at all, but he's always articulating himself, and he's animated, and he's pointing, and he's dictating to his teammates, come here, stay there. And that's what you need, organisation, that if the ball does break down, are you in a position to deal with it? What if scenario? And his communication skills as a defender, I mean, absolutely outstanding.
Manchester City 0, West Ham 0 on TalkSport with Now TV. Don't forget, you can watch Leeds versus Aston Villa live today with a Now TV Sky Sports Pass for just $9.99. Search Now TV.
That will be an exciting game.
Yeah, it's on live on TalkSport as well, isn't it? 5:30 today. Nigel Adderley commentating on that one. That's Leeds against Aston Villa. Anything with Leeds in is exciting. Here's De Bruyne up to the edge of the area, trying to flick it round the corner, doesn't find Aguero, away by Diop, and then picked up by Fornals. Bit of space for him to run into. Gundogan tries to shut that down on the edge of the centre circle, and that meant that Fornals just had to hesitate slightly, went back to Cresswell. Now Rice slides it forward, Antonio picks it up. It's a good ball into Antonio, not the greatest ball back to Declan Rice. He looks up again with the captain's armband strapped to his left bicep, Declan Rice. Then he releases the ball to Cresswell, then points where he wants it. Johnson has it now, back to Cresswell. Johnson was a little bit hesitant to play that ball square because he'd made a couple of mistakes, I think. Yeah, he's just going backwards instead of forward.
He's just struggling for confidence a little bit. I think it's just a little bit too much for him. He needs his experienced players around him, his teammates, to just settle him down. And it's good that he kept the ball there. He kept it, he got it back, and then kept it again. So that's how you play your way back into the game when you've had a poor start.
I just wonder whether or not, if there isn't going to be anywhere where West Ham can get some joy, it's on their right, the Manchester City left, where Zinchenko will often drift into midfield, and there sometimes is a little bit of a gap behind him. It's up towards Antonio down that right side now, towards the edge of the area, looking for Fornals, just imprecise, and it's cut out by Fernandinho. But back it comes again with Fornals after being won by Souček. Back it to the right, and Antonio in the bright sunshine on the far side, moves towards the edge of the area, then cuts it back to Rice, who switches the angle. Johnson's got it now, left side. Infield to Cresswell, some space for Jesse Lingard, edge of the City penalty area, right footed shot, takes a deflection, Souček with a header, Antonio goes for goal, goalkeeper's come out, the ball's run loose inside the 6-yard box, Lingard with a strike, it's blocked, and it's cleared out to this near side, and that's a great opportunity, and you just wonder whether or not Souček would have been better going for goal rather than sending it back square. But West Ham United caused problems for Ederson there.
Yeah, good balls into the box, and you were just asking the question, Sam, how could West Ham hurt Manchester City? And I think it is balls into the box. If they can keep possession for long enough in that final third to get your bodies in the box, they will cause problems. And yeah, it looks like Ederson's picked up a really nasty knock there. He challenged with Antonio, and most people who challenge with Antonio come off second best, and that seems to be the case. He's on his feet now, but a good bit of play. They kept the ball. It was a good effort initially by Jesse Lingard. Had a shot, it was slightly blocked. It landed at Soufel's head. He got it across. Yeah, and Antonio just got there first, but Ederson done enough to stop the ball going on target. Good bit of play from West Ham.
Manchester City 0, West Ham United 0. I just wondered whether Souček could have sent that back towards goal rather than to Antonio, but looking at the replay, the angle was so tight, it would have been difficult.
I think that's what it was. As the ball went to him, he weren't far away from goal, but the angle was against Souček, and he decided to square it with his head. And it was a good header, to be fair. You know, Antonio got there first, but he just couldn't get enough purchase on it to get it over Ederson.
And still Bournemouth 0, Watford 0 in the Championship over on TalkSport 2 with Alex Crook and Ray Houghton, your commentary team. Here is Fernandinho, just right of the centre circle, clipping the ball out towards the left-hand side, where it's collected by Ferran Torres. Torres with a short-sleeved light blue shirt on and a closely cropped trim, plays it into Zinchenko. And then Ruben Diaz onto Kevin De Bruyne, who's just dropped back into a midfield position to pick the ball up. He just pops up everywhere, usually on the left of the midfield. Plays a 1-2 with Ferran Torres. The second touch from De Bruyne is not actually very good. It goes behind and away for a goal kick away to our right-hand side. It remains goalless on TalkSport.
Yeah, good play, though, from Torres. He's had a bit of a stop-start, Manchester City, first season. He started quite well. Played a lot of games in Europe, and then he's not been in the squad for quite a while, and we was at the game at Cheltenham, and he had a poor impact on the game that day. He
actually picked up COVID at the end of 2020 and missed a lot of time at the beginning of the year as a result of that.
Yeah.
I'm not necessarily sure that was well known at the time.
Right, okay.
But he was another one who suffered longer term with it. And it was fascinating actually this morning on Game Day Breakfast, listening to Jamal Lascelles talk about Newcastle United. And the fact that he had COVID, didn't really have great symptoms of any real note, but his body inside when they were doing examinations was showing up inflammation.
Yeah, I heard that. I thought it was really interesting.
And as a result of that, was told not to train. He ended up being out for 2 months.
Couldn't do any exercise. Yeah.
Yeah, really good interview with Tony Cascarino this morning on Game Day Breakfast on Talk Sport.
He's going to try and score for him as well, isn't he? He said that at the end of it, the interview. Doesn't score enough for a centre half.
Doesn't score enough for a centre half. I was still actually, I let Cass down actually on the game day warm-up by awarding autobiography awards to Andre Agassi today.
Oh,
I know.
Was that a replay by any chance?
It was a replay actually, yeah. Anyway, that's all back next week. Those 2 shows back-to-back to start your game day. At the moment, it's goalless on our first of 3 live commentaries between Manchester City and West Ham United. And the ball is on the right side with Manchester City, who start the day 10 points clear of everybody else at the top of the Premier League. Floating the ball out wide to the City left was Riyad Mahrez. Manchester City almost taking their time. They're in sort of 3rd gear at the moment. They get revved up a little bit when they move towards the edge of the 18-yard box, but they haven't really shown any incisiveness as of yet. Fornals sends it long, and Antonio was sprinting behind John Stones, and Stones had to leap to head that ball clear. If he hadn't done, that would have been a rapid counter-attack, which led to Antonio steaming through the centre with only Ederson to beat.
Yeah, the only thing with that is, I mean, it was a good right-to-left ball. It looked like it was going to beat John Stones. He got a head on it, but I think Kyle Walker was breathing down the heels of Antonio, and I'm not sure he would have got there first. It's good insurance policy.
What, Kyle Walker?
Yeah.
He is, isn't he? Incredibly fast, especially at his age now. He's 30 years of age.
Great
Sheffield-born speed merchant.
Great genes.
Talking of great genes, I haven't seen what Pep's wearing today. Usually comes up with something sartorially elegant. Ball sent long by Zinchenko, but he wasn't wearing a particularly good coat, I didn't think, on Wednesday night with that huge emblem emblazoned on the back.
I like the front of it. It looked good from the front, and it looked very warm.
It was great apart from the Manchester City bit. Is that what you're trying to say?
Well, the badge was huge, wasn't it? It was like oversized.
Too big.
But that's the fashion. Oversized.
Goal kick away to our right, and it's cleared away by Darren Randolph, who's in for Fabianski, and Randolph at the moment hasn't had too much to do. Here is Stones striding out over the halfway line to Walker. Walker taking on Lingard, infield to Fernandinho, back to Stones again. In the centre circle is Zinchenko. He takes a couple of steps to the edge of it, forwards the ball into De Bruyne. There's a foul by Soufal on Aguero, and this is in not necessarily shooting range, but it's in creating range, although they take it quick and short. De Bruyne sends it wide towards the left. Torres back to Zinchenko, trying to catch West Ham off guard with a cross into the box, which Dawson heads away. Drops on the edge of the area for Mahrez, who couldn't take it down, and now a chance of escape. Jesse Lingard sprinting forward. Antonio's got the ball. He's on the near touchline, being harassed by Mahrez. Tries to get it back to Johnson. It took a little deflection. I actually thought that came off of a Manchester City player last, but the referee said it was a City throw, and City had the ball again.
Yeah, the counter press there. As soon as he lost possession, Manchester City players were on it, got around the ball, won it back, and actually I thought it was a throw into Manchester City.
25 gone. Ball out wide on the left with Torres in towards De Bruyne. A return ball to Aguero, puts it through the legs of Soufal, who recovers the Czech international, takes it wide to the right, then runs into trouble himself because of that counter press again, and it comes to Fernandinho, edge of the D, skips past Rice, then scoops it out wide towards the left. Everything happening on the edge of the area rather than in it at the moment for City. But here is De Bruyne down the right, and it's cut out by Fornals, won by Antonio, uses body to shield the ball brilliantly, and then sends it out towards this near side, but his pass was imprecise, and Walker got there first.
That's what he needs to do. Excellent hold-up play there from Antonio. Held the ball, held Diaz off, turned. Just the pass was a little bit off, and it's good defending in the end, good distance control.
Well, that's the only route of escape, really, isn't it? Soak up the pressure, and when it breaks down, very quickly get up to Antonio and make sure you've got people with him, because he can hold the ball up.
I think that's the important thing, Sam. It's all right getting the ball up to Antonio, but if you don't get urgent kind of assistance and support to that, he's going to end up losing out.
I think West Ham, even by their own admission, would tell you that they were a little bit lucky to get all the points in the game against Tottenham last Sunday live on TalkSport. The last 20 minutes was a bit hair-raising for them. Bale looking like the Bale we expected to see. There were a couple of bits of woodwork and a few Fabianski fingers that helped them
A win's a win, though,
to get all 3 points in that game.
That's a big one for West Ham.
Here is Torres on the left-hand side. Again, they're keeping Manchester City at bay here, Trevor, by keeping them outside the box, aren't they?
And they've got a lot of bodies. They're playing 5-4-1 pretty much. And they're getting a lot of bodies. They're staying nice and narrow and compact. And it's difficult to break that down. I think City have just got to be a bit more patient.
Into Lingard, who turns and runs through the centre circle. Moves out towards the left. There's numbers arriving here. Johnson is one of them. Cresswell's on the edge of the box too. Johnson hesitant, plays it in field and gives it away to Mahrez.
Yeah, he looks a frustrated figure a little bit. Ben Johnson, he's just second-guessing himself now, not playing the first pass that comes to mind, trying to complicate it a little bit, playing it inside. You can almost see the cogs whirring, can't you, when he's got the ball in an advanced position. He just isn't confident after a couple of early setbacks in the game. He needs one of his teammates, one of the experienced teammates, to just give him a little pat on his back, say, listen, start again, let's get it going.
Rice gets it going by interrupting Gundogan's passage forward. Not a great ball by Rice. It's fortuitously back to Lingard, though. And City have given possession back to West Ham on halfway. Goalless on TalkSport. Here are the latest odds from Betfair, the official betting partner of TalkSport's Premier League coverage, where right now you can get Manchester City to win at 3-1 on, West Ham to win at 10-1. The draw you can back at 7-2, all thanks to Betfair. More ways to bet, more ways to win. 18 plus. Full terms are at betfair.com. Please gamble aware. Johnson has just tugged back Mahrez down the right side, and the first yellow card is coming out for Ben Johnson.
Yeah, really clever from Mahrez. He got the ball with the outside of his left foot, and it looked like he was going to cut inside, as he almost usually does. He's gone on the outside, and Ben Johnson's been caught out and just tugged him back. And it's a silly booking to take so early when you're against such a tricky winger, and he'll have to watch himself now. And I'm sure David Moyes has noted that might be something that they have to change at half-time.
28 minutes on the clock here at the Etihad Stadium in East Manchester, where it is Manchester City looking to go 13 points clear ahead of the rest of the weekend's fixtures. David Moyes standing inside the technical area, screaming back at his bench. Kevin Nolan down there, and Paul Nevin too. Here is De Bruyne in towards the edge of the 6-yard box, headed away and clear by Dawson. Comes back out to Zinchenko, back towards the far post and flicked away by the alert Aaron Cresswell. Manchester City have scored goals like that recently. Crosses from the flanks where their little players have popped up with goals. Bernardo Silva and Raheem Sterling both doing so in the last 2 matches, and they have their first corner of the game, Trevor.
Yeah, it was good defending by Cresswell. They all got out the West Ham defence, and then as the ball was going to come in, they bounced back in.
Stones is the aimed recipient of this cross from Zinchenko, which goes from De Bruyne, sorry, that goes out towards the far side to Zinchenko. It was a little bit overhit by the Belgian, who's got it back again right side. 3 steps in from the right touchline, midway inside City territory. A left-footed cross towards the far post. What a header that is for Ruben Diaz, coming in at the far post and heading it beyond Darren Randolph. It's his first ever Manchester City goal. It's a brilliant run round the back of the West Ham defence, created by De Bruyne and headed in by Ruben Diaz. It's Manchester City 1, West Ham 0.
It's a great ball in by Kevin De Bruyne. I've got a feeling that this might be offside. I don't know why. I think there might have been a slight touch off John Stones before Ruben Diaz headed it, so it'd be interesting to see if this goes to VAR. But it's a fantastic header by Ruben Diaz. Great contact, no chance for the goalkeeper, and it's a good delivery into the box.
Scored a couple of goals earlier in the season for Benfica, but not yet for Manchester City up until this point. It was a left wing cross. He was not offside, that's for sure.
Does John Stones not just get a tiny flick on it? That's what I thought. The initial ball in was definitely not offside. No, he's nowhere near it. What a finish. Randolph just not able to react in that short space of time. He's almost on top of him. It's a great ball. Great trajectory from Kevin De Bruyne. Wonderful header.
Manchester City lead. And that causes more problems, doesn't it, for David Moyes and for West Ham United. Given away by Diop. They're causing themselves more issues now because Ferran Torres has got it 20 yards out, shoots straight down the throat of Randolph, who pats it down and is able this time to stop it. He did get a touch to that header from Diaz, but because it was so close and so fierce, I mean, he really did get those neck muscles rippling and thrust his head at the ball. It was unstoppable.
Yeah, and I think the movement as well. The ball was one of them where it's just in front of you where you can go and attack it. There's enough pace. and it was just a fantastic contact. And yeah, he did get something on there, but you're asking him to react in like milliseconds.
Antonio has it deep inside the Manchester City half. Fornals trying to run through. Was helped on by Fernandinho, and then he played it. Fornals against Edison, didn't he? And it went out for a corner, although Fornals is protesting, and Michael Oliver's saying no, it didn't. It went out for a goal kick. And the way it goes away to our left-hand side as a result of that. It remains 1-0 to Manchester City, who defensively have been so sharp. Stones and Diaz brilliant together. The stats that Stones has posted surely make him a shoo-in for England. 15 starts together, the two of them, 14 wins, 13 clean sheets. And in the 1,700 and now 71 minutes that John Stones has played this season, City have conceded 3 goals.
Wow.
Mahrez, ball played over the top to him. Randolph's come out a very long way, and his starting position was excellent because he beat Mahrez to the ball and hooked it out and away for a throw.
And that's the problem when you try and squeeze Manchester City. They've got pace in behind, and they're not afraid to go direct. It was a long, 50-yard ball right over the top. West Ham are squeezed up in and around the halfway line, and luckily Randolph's starting position and his alertness got there first, or else Mahrez would have been through on goal there.
Throw in, near side. Talk Sport live at the Etihad, and it took Manchester City half an hour to break down the West Ham United defence.
First attempt on target, wasn't it?
I was going to say, but it was probably their first attempt on goal. And Ruben Diaz, who's been waiting for a first goal in a Manchester City jersey, you could tell how happy he was as he ran away along the goal line towards the corner flag, celebrating with a huge smile on his face. And the first man to go and congratulate him?
Have a guess.
John Stones, his central defensive partnership.
Bromance.
Ball given away in midfield, but one back by Gundogan. Tries to flick it down the right side looking for Aguero, and doesn't quite reach it.
Good movement from Aguero. Again, looking like he wants to come into feet. Spins down to his left-hand side, and the pass by Gundogan was just a little bit overhit, or else it was a nice slide pass and he would have been in.
West Ham do have a dreadful record against Manchester City. They've lost 8 of their last 10 against them, won none. They haven't come away with a victory from here since Victor Moses and Diafra Sakho scored for Slaven Bilic's side 5.5 years ago.
Yeah.
And a victory today looks unlikely. It looked unlikely at 0-0. At 1-0, it looks even more so. Ball cleared up by Randolph towards the halfway line. Fernandinho with a header above Fornals. Forward by Dawson. And there wasn't much energy put into that header, and it looped up into the air and was collected by Zinchenko. Now it's with Fernandinho in the heart of the City midfield. He just overran that slightly, and Declan Rice didn't hesitate in nipping in and trying to win the ball. Did so very smartly, just put under pressure the Brazilian. Here's De Bruyne into Zinchenko, and Zinchenko plays it back to halfway. The goal scorer Ruben Diaz, the last player to score for Manchester City at the Etihad Stadium, and the last player to score against them at the Etihad Stadium, because he scored no goal versus West Brom here on December the 15th. There you go. Talk about bookending it. Here is De Bruyne from the left-hand side, low crossing towards the near post. Yes, that came from our in-stadium producer, Declan McCarthy, who is determined to wear a woolly hat for the rest of the season, or at least until the barber's open, he tells me, because his hair is so bad now that he can't allow it to be seen. In fact, when I walked in today, Reshmin Chowdhury, the first thing she says to me, oh, your hair. And then, what? She went, oh, it's just got long, hasn't it? Yeah. So that's Reshmin's way of saying that you need a hat too.
Liven that up.
Yeah. I said it's difficult to style. She went, we'll put some product in it. All right. Here is Antonio down the right side, looking to try and get in behind Diaz. Diaz comes across and blocks the attempted cross, and it comes back off Antonio, who apparently is thinking about representing Jamaica in the future.
Yep.
Goes behind for a goal kick.
I still feel he's got a chance, you know, if he can have a really good end to this season. I think he's got attributes that other centre forwards in the England side and in and around the squad haven't got.
Well, one of the things he doesn't have is a great goal-scoring record, does he? And he's never scored more than 10 goals in a season for West Ham. Here is Gundogan, midway inside opposition territory, fighting for the ball and winning it after it was cleared by Edison upfield. Now De Bruyne's got it from Fernandinho. He's 10 yards short of the box. A square ball into Mahrez, who runs towards the area. No one's engaging him. He goes wide to Walker, and he gets engaged immediately by Johnson. So he thrashes the ball, and with real power against the legs of Ben Johnson, and it goes out and away for a throw-in on this near side, which John Stones comes out to take. 1-0 to Manchester City, live on TalkSport. Bournemouth against Watford is live over on TalkSport 2 with Ray Houghton and with Alex Crook. And it's still 0-0 in that game, and you can listen to TalkSport 2 via our app. Of course, you should be listening to the that ended rather too suddenly, I think, for a variety of different reasons.
Mainly
the pitch wasn't great, was it?
Yeah.
I saw Monty Panesar saying that it was like a club cricket pitch to TalkSport earlier on.
They adapted well to it, though.
They adapted better than England did, let's just put it that way.
Yeah.
The fourth test, by the way, live and exclusive on TalkSport 2 from Wednesday in Ahmedabad. Let's hope the pitch is slightly better. Our commentary starts at 3:45 a.m, just as Trev and I just getting up for our daily exercise.
That's the second toilet visit of the evening.
Well, we're off that age now.
We are.
Listen, it has its benefits. We'll get the jab soon. Here's Walker down the right, meandering forward. There's 7, 8 men in black behind the ball. A central pass into Zinchenko. It goes wide out to the left. Again, since they scored the goal, not much in terms of creation for Manchester City, but this is what they did, is strangle the life out of you.
Yeah, and keep possession.
And they've just lost it here. Zinchenko has his pocket picked, and Lingard tries to get them out, but actually they've ended up going further backwards than forwards, West Ham. Now they get it up to Fornals, who tries to bring in Soufal, and Zinchenko nudges it out for a throw-in on halfway. TalkSport live at the Etihad Stadium.
They're so impressive on that counter press, Manchester City. It was almost a mistake there by Zinchenko, why they didn't win the ball immediately back off West Ham. And he's actually gone under the radar a little bit for me. You know, there's always been problems at that left-back position. Cancelo was playing there a little bit. Mendy's not been the answer. Angelino is left and gone to RB Leipzig. But Zinchenko's gone in there, and he's just gone under the radar, but done a very, very good job for Manchester City.
I like Cancelo there. He's my favourite. He is absolutely a wonderful player.
He can almost play anywhere, can't he?
Here is Lingard, played in by Soufal, down the right wing, in towards Fornals, misses it, comes to Antonio inside the area, shoots, and it's wide. What a chance for West Ham, and they won't get too many more than that. Brilliant run down the right from Lingard. A central ball which came through to Fornals. He kind of missed it, really. It bobbled up in front of Antonio. It was inviting. It sat up nicely to be hit. But he volleyed it into the ground, and he steered it wide of Edison's goal. It was a golden opportunity to equalise. And he fluffed his lines. Manchester City 1, West Ham 0.
Yeah, it's a great cross. Just in behind that retreating back line of Manchester City. It's a good first touch by Antonio. And he's sat up lovely on the half volley. He's just on the swivel, and he's just pulled it. I think if it might even hit the outside of the post. If he hits the target there, Edison is absolutely nowhere near it, and it's 1-1.
Just clipped the outside of the post, hasn't it?
He'll be gutted with that. It's a great cross by Lingard as well, just into an area where sometimes it surprises defences, and it certainly did that to Manchester City's defence there.
Yeah, it was back edge of the penalty area, wasn't it? Sort of about 16 yards out from goal. But Manchester City haven't been impenetrable today. Here is Soufal, down the right, into Lingard, getting to the edge of the area. Left-footed drive straight into the arms of Edison. An easy catch from the goalkeeper.
He's not a shrinking violet, is he, Lingard? He wants to get on the ball, he wants to affect this game.
Well, they're a very well-coached team, West Ham United. They're well-drilled. They've formulated a very good spirit amongst them, and a good plan as well. All the acquisitions that they've bought in, including Jesse Lingard, have upgraded the team a little bit, haven't
100%.
they? Souček, Soufal, Dawson.
Even Ben Rama, who's not even starting today, he brings something to the table, and I'd be very surprised if we don't see him today.
And they'll be disappointed that they find themselves 1-0 down, especially seeing as they've had one really good opportunity and one half chance as well for Mikel Antonio. It remains 1-0 to Manchester City, who look as if they're heading towards 20 wins in a row. Diop onto Soufal. Diop once again back to the edge of the area, and Souček, and then Dawson will try and bring it forward towards the left, and Cresswell. Then Johnson runs into traffic, gives the ball away, and it's straight back to John Stones.
He's just struggling to see pitches, and one, that's because of his lack of his experience, but also because of the way that Manchester City are pressing. You know, as soon as the ball goes through, they can see
the far side, and Torres has gone down, and West Ham have escaped with the ball, and Soufal is running towards the edge of the area, and he's played in Jesse Lingard. Lingard tries to play it down the right, takes a little deflection, doesn't quite run out for a corner or into the path of Soufal. Out comes Edison and brings it clear. Sorry, you were saying?
Yes, I'm just about that situation there. Torres picked up a knock. He tried to put his right foot across the ball, so Soufal couldn't get there, and Soufal almost went through him a little bit.
The Terminator.
Yeah.
Well, one of the two Terminators in the West Ham squad.
Just going back to
Souček.
Ben Johnson, he's just struggling to see pitches quick enough. And I think Manchester City have noticed that weakness, and as soon as the ball looks like it's going anywhere near him, they're on him, and he's struggling with that kind of intensity of the press.
Manchester City 65% possession in this first half, 35% for West Ham, the visitors, but they've had more shots than Manchester City in the game, 4 to Manchester City's 2. City have had 2 shots on target, and one of them was from miles out, which was caught so easily from Darren Randolph, and the other one was the goal. It hasn't been the most eventful of games, but the games involving Manchester City now are not. They're controlled, they're planned, they're choreographed, they're organised. They're almost like the office pen pusher who does all the admin with the ruler and highlighters in the right place. Here's Soufal down the right into the area, a decent run in towards Jesse Lingard, and it's stolen on the line by Antonio. Jesse Lingard had a big part in it. Antonio might have finished it off. VAR will look at it because he seemed to be behind the last defender on the line when he tapped it in. But West Ham United have had 3 chances to score, and they've taken the latest of them. They've equalised just before half-time against Manchester City, and Mikel Antonio is the first opposition player to score at the Etihad against Manchester City since November.
Great run, I have to say, by Soufal. The ball breaks to him. It's a poor control in the middle by Aguero. They win the ball back. It goes into Fornals. He plays a great way to pass down the right-hand side. He takes a touch, pulls it back. He's definitely onside.
He's onside.
Jesse Lingard gets a shot. It looks like it might be going off target. Antonio Fox in the box gets the final touch, 1-1.
Well, Mikel Antonio becomes the first West Ham United player to score home and away against Manchester City since the rocket scientist Ian Dowie in the mid-90s, 95-96.
What a stat. And don't look, I mean, talking about stats, forget about the possession. West Ham have had more opportunities at goal, and they deserve to be on level par. That's a great opportunity. He had a chance, a big chance, 3 or 4 minutes ago. He screwed his shot wide. This time, no mistake. Little touch from about 2 yards out.
Well, a minute before half-time, West Ham are back on terms against Manchester City, who have conceded a goal. And it doesn't happen very often. Just wait to see the response from Manchester City, who I must admit, I thought were a little bit just off it today. Haven't been quite right. And West Ham have done very well indeed to get on the score sheet. It is 1-1 here on TalkSport, and we have a game on our hands. Aguero trying to turn, under pressure from Rice, cleared away by Dawson, up to Antonio. Lingard down the right and the left side. Antonio chose a very different route, as they say in American football. He went running towards the right and in between Stones and Diaz. Lingard was expecting him to go down the side of the England man.
Just prior to that, though, it's great centre-forward play again from Antonio. Gets the ball into feet, first-time layoff into Lingard, spins out, and the ball went down the channel.
Zinchenko back to De Bruyne. Down the left it goes to Ferran Torres, trying to bounce into the penalty area. Soufal is there, gets his body in between man and ball, and then tries to get it clear. And then Antonio wins it between Diaz and De Bruyne, and then falls to the ground as it's given away cheaply in midfield. And Rice wins it, sends it forward. Lingard up, and Manchester City just a little bit off kilter, knocked off their stride by that goal from Mikel Antonio. Can they recover their composure and get themselves back in front in the game?
Yeah, I need to just keep the ball, keep it simple, a little bit tidy with the passing, The movement doesn't seem as natural today. I don't know whether they're a bit leggy from the midweek trip.
Well, they were in Budapest on Wednesday night, and an early Champions League game, something that Jurgen Klopp doesn't like, and Pep Guardiola won't be too happy with the end of that first 45 minutes. David Moyes protesting to the fourth official, Paul Tierney, as he goes down the touchline, asking why he wasn't informed how many minutes were added at the end of the first half. We didn't know either. It ended up only being a few seconds, but I'm sure will be going in at half-time thinking what a great opportunity for his team, because having had the most opportunities in the game up until that point, they eventually got on the score sheet despite Manchester City dominating the ball and getting themselves in front. The first player to score, an opponent to score since Mohamed Salah in November for Liverpool, is Mikel Antonio, equalising Ruben Diaz's opener. At the break, Reshman, Manchester City 1, West Ham 1.
Well, Trevor Sinclair, the game is sat on the fence just as you were.
Absolutely. Listen, great shout. They've done well, West Ham. They've been disciplined. I think they've been compact at the back. You know, there's not massive gaps where you feel, oh, Aguero's going to get in here. And they've taken responsibility. I just feel, apart from Ben Johnson, who I feel just looks a little bit out of his depth in that left wing-back position for West Ham.
He's very young, isn't he? He's sort of called upon as a
he's already
sort of a backup as opposed to a main player. He's learning, isn't he?
Yeah, Masiaku's out. I think Cresswell could fill that void if he moves out there and maybe do something different in the middle of that defence. But in general, West Ham have coped really well, and I actually feel Manchester City going forward in that final third have been a bit toothless. Apart from that goal where it was a fantastically flighted ball in from Kevin De Bruyne, great contact from Ruben Diaz for his first Premier League goal of the season, and first Premier League goal for Manchester City. I think they've been a little bit, just looked a little bit underwhelming and possibly a little bit tired from the game in Champions League on Wednesday.
Exertions. Someone very kindly from the Manchester City press team has sent me this. In the all-time list of most assists in Premier League history, Kevin De Bruyne is now in the top 10. Number 9.
Yeah, they're a good press
number
team.
10. Number 10, sorry, 77 for him.
They're a good press team. I got that as well.
Yeah, they're good, aren't they?
77 assists.
I do like them. They're very efficient, just like everything at the Etihad.
What a club.
What a club. So far, and West Ham too, obviously. It'll be interesting to see what happens in the second half now, because it is finally poised. Can West Ham capitalise on that?
I think they can. I think, you know, that first half performance, they've got nothing to fear. In the final third, again, they've been comfortable. I thought Dawson's has just ruled that back line really well. When the ball gets cleared, they've got, you can see the organisation and the work that's gone into the training ground, where they're all getting out, and then as the ball gets in, it's almost like a checked run where they get to a line and then they're all back into defend, across into the box. I think they've been really good, and although they've not had a lot of possession, 65% to Manchester City, they've never really looked uncomfortable.
Interesting, isn't it? Just beautifully poised, Trevor Sinclair.
Beautifully poised.
Just how you wanted it. What a great first half then. In terms of for West Ham, that is fantastic to go into the break 1 apiece. Big second half then, coming up next.
Game day exclusive on TalkSport with the Now TV Sky Sports Pass. The only place to watch Leeds versus Aston Villa live today for just $9.99. Search Now TV, 18+, stream via internet, terms apply.
We've got it at Selco. Selco, it's where the trade go.
At Selco Builders Warehouse, we've got real deals on a wide range of trades, quality building products. In February, we've got 6x6 foot lap fence panels for just £16.95 each ex VAT. Now that's a real deal. Find even more real deals at Selco Builders Warehouse and online at selcobw.com.
We've got it at Selco. Selco, it's where the trade go.
VAT charged at 20%.
Oh, what a strike, Jim! And just look at the celebration. He's run straight over to the bench and picked up his mobile phone. Absolutely, Jim. He's heading to thesun.co.uk to read all about what he's just done. Oh, I'm not sure the ref will think much of that, Steve. I don't know, Jim. Looks like he's checking it out too. For every single twist and turn of this roller coaster season, head to thesun.co.uk/football.
The excitement of checking the weekend's fixtures and building your ACCA on your Betfair app. Your heart in your mouth as you watch one game and keep an eye on another. And the elation when your bet comes in. Get a £5 free bet on multiples when you bet £20 on multiples. Build your
when you realise you've not saved it since 6 o'clock this morning.
max £5 free bet per day, valid for 72 hours. Each bet must have at least one selection at minimum odds of 1.5. Free bet valid on multiples. T's and C's apply. 18 plus BeGambleAware.org.
Whoop, whoop. It's the sound of
Boy,
the...
aren't you glad it's Monday, Wednesday, Saturday? That perfect time to hit up Just Eat
I'm having
for
my
our
coffee.
McDonald's,
Whoop,
KFC,
whoop.
Greggs. No worries, we'll deliver for just £1.99, £1.99, less than £2 when you spend £5. So order now and let's go wild, let loose, chill out. McDonald's, KFC, Greggs. We got it.
Did somebody say Just Eat?
Product subject to availability. £5 minimum spend may apply. Participating stores only. See justeat.co.uk for details.
Where can you find out the value of your current home before you start searching for a new one? Now you can find out what your home's worth in an instant at onthemarket.com. Enter your postcode now for your free online valuation estimate. And find out what your home is worth today. Now with free instant online home valuation estimates. Most common time to obtain an online quote between the 1st and the 4th of December 2020 was under 3 minutes. Not available in Scotland and Northern Ireland.
Game day exclusive on TalkSport with WeBuyAnyCar.com. Don't part exchange. Get money off your next car.
TalkSport.
TalkSport. Lockdown 3.
It's a bit like Back to the Future 3. Here we go again.
I mean, how can all this be happening?
Get all the action you need on your live football lockdown station.
Oh, it's absolutely magnificent.
TalkSport, your lockdown survival station.
All the scores from behind closed doors.
Brilliant goal.
Relegate the virus.
TalkSport.
Welcome back to Game Day Exclusive, where we are live from the Etihad, and at half-time it is Manchester City 1, West Ham 1. Kevin De Bruyne's exquisite assist to Ruben Dias with his first Manchester City goal, and then Antonio equalised just before half-time with a tap-in at the back post. It's beautifully poised, really finely poised for a very exciting second half. Over on TalkSport 2, our commentary game in the Championship is Bournemouth against Watford, where the score is currently 0-0. And don't miss Darren Bent's Boot Room this Sunday from 7 o'clock. You can hear an exclusive interview with England's all-time record goal scorer and, of course, the Derby manager, Wayne Rooney. During the chat, Wayne discussed his Premier League hopes for Derby, how he aspires to manage at the highest level, and his role in the design of the iconic Total 90 football boot. That's Darren Bent's Boot Room featuring Premier League legend Wayne Rooney this Sunday from 7 o'clock here on TalkSport. And, of course, a reminder that Gareth Southgate joins Laura Woods on TalkSport Breakfast Show on Tuesday. The England manager will be live in the studio for an hour from 9 o'clock. Right now, though, let's get the latest from Betfair, the official betting partner of TalkSport's Premier League coverage.
Game day on TalkSport with Betfair. More ways to bet, more ways to win. Try Betfair today. 18 plus, BeGambleAware.org.
Sam Rossbottom, what a... I don't know if it's a surprise, really. I suppose we were all expecting the relentless winning machine of City to just steamroll West Ham, but West Ham have always got a goal in them, haven't they? Especially when Antonio's on the pitch.
Yeah, they certainly do, and they've looked good, West Ham, against, like you said, this absolute juggernaut of a Manchester City side. I do agree with what you were saying before. Manchester City do look a little bit leggy. That being said, though, they're still the favourites to go on and win this match with the punters on the exchange. They're 8-15 to get all 3 points. West Ham were matched at 59-1 in play in that first half. Going in all square, they're now 9-1 to win the game. The draw went out to 13-1. That is now 3-1. So could be some happy punters if the match stays the way it is. It does look like we're set to have a great second half on our hands, though. Both teams to score in the next 45 minutes is 5-2, and we've odds boosted Ilkay Gundogan to score any time. That was 12-5, now 3-1. I think Manchester City looking a bit leggy. You know, Sergio Aguero not had many chances. I think they're going to need someone from midfield to open up, if you like, for City. So Gundogan could be in there.
And what about the charity bet then?
Yeah, unfortunately, you know, Sam Matterface, he's got a brilliant record with our charity bet. Sadly, just not to be today. He did back both teams not to score in the match, so unfortunately it's not come off. But we're going to have a second chance later on.
The clock's out, Bellick's out.
Okay then, thank you very much, Sam. Good to hear from you as always. That odds update is all thanks to Betfair. Returns accurate as of 10 minutes ago. For verification, see betfair.com. Over 18s only. Conditions apply. Go to BeGambleAware.org. And as Sam Rossbottom was saying, our 5:30 live commentary game for you across TalkSport is Leeds against Aston Villa. On TalkSport 2 from 8 o'clock, though, there's a crucial game for Newcastle in the Premier League against Wolves. The Geordies could be in the bottom 3 by Sunday afternoon if results elsewhere go against them. Now, for Wolves and their fans of a certain age, this match brings back memories of a famous win at St James's Park 31 years ago. Steve Ball, of course, the Wolves hero, he was the hero then as well. He explains what happened and an unlikely victory at the home of the Toon Army.
This is Bull. Oh, he's gone all the way and he's scored! Oh my word!
Hi, I'm Steve Bull, Wolves and England legend. I scored 4 goals against Newcastle on New Year's Day 1990. A bit tipsy, I scored 4. We got up there and we had a bit of a training session. The gaffer loosened our legs up and stuff like this, and got back to the hotel on the night.
Do you know what?
The gaffer stands up
I'm
at
going
8
to try
o'clock at night, and he looks at us all and he goes, boys, I want you in bed by 12:05. Wish the missus Happy New Year, and I want you in bed by 12:05 because I've got a big game tomorrow. As he said that, he walked away about 10 yards. He turned round, looked at us with his big bushy eyebrows. He goes, by the way, you can have a couple of halves. Come on then, lads. 14 hours later, 12:05, I'm ringing my missus up saying, I love you, I do. So we got up next morning and we were like, eyes are red and not smelling the best, and what are we thinking, what are we doing here, what we done? So I walk out and turned up in, we looked to our left and there was like 3,000 Wolves fans dressed as Santas, reindeer, snowmen, and all coming all this good humour. And we had a few beers the night before, very tipsy if one of them. Mark McGee was the sitter in the first half, then there was the penalty in the first half.
So it's Quinn up against Kendall. Oh, he's hit it straight at the keeper. He got both hands to it.
Oh my word. Went in at half time 0-1. I thought, if we had a draw after this, we're going to get peed every Friday night. And we went out second half, mate, towards our fans. And within 20 minutes, mate, I scored 4 goals.
Lost it to Cook. Puts across, there's a goal! Steve Bull.
To this day, I still don't know how that happened. I don't know how it happened. We beat them 4-1. All the Newcastle fans and our fans stood there.
Shibley!
Absolutely unbelievable. I don't know to this day how we did it.
And it's Newcastle United 1, Steve Bull 4.
We finished the game and we had, I think it was 26 fish and chips and 2 slabs of lager on the way back. Just to top us up.
That is some story, isn't it? You would never see that today.
And you know what? In my early days at Blackpool, away games, 25 fish and chips, 2 crates of lager, happy days, beautiful times.
Oh my God, how times have changed in the era of well-being and fitness and, you know, mindfulness and, you know, the body is a temple. My goodness. They didn't have conditioning experts then, did they?
That was probably my only staple meal of the week on the away trip.
Nothing wrong with fish and chips, is there?
Nothing wrong with fish and chips at all. Mushy peas.
And a bit of mushy. Well, there you get your greens in there. So it's a balanced meal, really. Protein, carbohydrates, and veg. Not bad at all. Now, okay, so Newcastle Wolves today. It's. I mean, as we were hearing in the intro, that Newcastle could find themselves in the bottom 3. Just very quickly, how bad is it for Steve Bruce at the moment? And with the likes of Callum Wilson have been injured, Ryan Fraser's come in, but they don't seem to have had the chance to strike up the partnership that they wanted.
Yeah, I think he's huge, Callum Wilson. You know, I think he's been player of the season. I think he's held up play, winning in behind, his goals, contribution. He's an elite Premier League striker.
If you win them, you take them. That's my philosophy.
Is he going to go in there? Andy Carroll, he's played his best football. He's behind him. So, yeah, I think they're really going to struggle. I'd like to see more from Almiron because I think he's a great player. St Maxim, obviously, they've got qualities going forward, but it's all about the goal scorer. And at the moment, Newcastle haven't got that. Scott Parker's got Fulham playing well, confident, look like the...
Yes, Garcia! Whoa! Garcia! Whoa!
relegation battle now for me.
Yeah, they really are. Newcastle 17th, Fulham 18th, so they're at the top of that drop zone. Only 3 points between them, so it really could go anyway today, couldn't it? Okay, second half's kicking off here at the Etihad. Manchester City against West Ham, and I hand you back to our commentary team then. Trevor Sinclair and Sam Matterface.
And Michael Oliver, who is the referee in a bright yellow refereeing outfit today, is just checking with his assistant on the near side and checking his watch before we start proceedings for the second half. It's 1-1 at the break, live on Talk Sport. And it was interesting. I don't know if you remember this, 1999, the last time that West Ham finished in the top 5, Trevor. You were part of the squad.
I remember it.
And I hear on the grapevine that every time you won a game or a good big result, you would play Take Me Home Country Road in the dressing room afterwards. Is that right?
We had an amazing team spirit. Johnny Artson, he'd get the stereo, he'd get his CD in there, because that's when we use CDs, and Take Me Home, and he would bellow that out like he was in the valleys of Wales.
In 1986, the last time they finished in the top 4, Alvin Martin was doing a big package earlier in game day. I spoke to him earlier and he said to me that their songs that they used to celebrate to were Walk Like an Egyptian by the Bangles and Holding Back the Years by Simply Red.
Oh, what a tune though.
However, I can exclusively reveal when this West Ham squad have a big result. In the dressing room, Declan Rice puts on Redneck's Cotton Eye Joe and leads the celebrations. Will they be playing that a little bit later on? We'll find out. No changes at half-time for either of these two. And here comes Mahrez with a left-footed cross from the right wing, which is arcing towards goal, but nowhere near enough to trouble Darren Randolph, who today is in for Fabianski, and it goes behind and away for a goal kick. I'll run through the two teams for you. Manchester City have Ederson in goal, Walker, Diaz, Stones and Zinchenko the back four, De Bruyne, Fernandinho and Gundogan in the midfield trio, with Mahrez, Aguero and Torres going forward. West Ham have Darren Randolph in goal, Soufal, Dawson, Diop, Cresswell and Johnson the back five, with Fornals, Rice and Souček in front of them, and Lingard behind Antonio in attack.
Darren Randolph definitely 100% needs a hat. The sun is low and it's in his face, and I'm surprised he's not got anything on.
He's just come out to kick the ball on the edge of the 6-yard box. Almost sort of sandwiched that ball. It didn't get too far, went very high and then dropped midway inside his own half, and City have it back again, and it's coming forward with Gundogan towards the right. And,
hey, darling.
Walker into Gundogan again. Walker, who's very much
favourite pan
in these COVID times.
Is it one of your new ones?
His head.
Let's have a look.
Field to Fernandinho, across to De Bruyne. De Bruyne to Walker once again, who goes around the outside of Jesse Lingard and moves towards the edge of the area. Back to De Bruyne from Walker.
De
Bruyne's pass is cut
very light,
into the area by an alert Aaron Cresswell, and a chance to break for West Ham United. It's with Lingard, then Declan Rice, and it's all the way back into the left full-back position, where eventually it's clear. I don't think Declan Rice was around when Cotton Eye Joe was first released.
Oh, yeah.
Ben Johnson gets it from Antonio to the centre circle, and Lingard, played in by Fornals. Good
That's
patient
really
ball
good.
from West Ham.
Light,
Lingard opens his legs and moves towards the edge of the area, then goes down under pressure from Fernandinho, who can't quite clear properly.
Yeah.
And eventually is tackled.
I put too much pressure on it,
Johnson inside the area,
like
which gives away a free kick to Manchester City. But Lingard there with quite an assertive run, which caused a few issues for the Manchester City defence.
Man down, there's 3 or 4 bodies down at the same time there. I was just looking at that Lingard run, and I weren't sure whether he got clipped. Why would he go down?
Why did we all just say okay, like
it's
it's
normal?
normal?
For a pass, catches Fernandinho out. Does Fernandinho get anything on the ball there? Because it's right on the edge of the box. Oh yeah, it's a good tackle. It's a great tackle, well-timed tackle from Fernandinho. You wouldn't expect him with his experience to go in for a challenge like that, but for me, it's a well-timed and very fair challenge.
Well, Pep Guardiola on the far side, on the near side, is taking his seat down in front of us. Away to our right, a rather lively David Moyes was bellowing at the referee to just check that. Obviously, we know now that there was no problem. There is a problem here for Darren Randolph. Away to our left-hand side, he has gone down on his haunches inside the 18-yard box.
No.
Well,
you know what? When he kicked the ball before, and he said it was almost like a wedge. He started limping afterwards, and I was going to say it, but you got into your commentary and I left it. But look at him there, we're just looking at the images. He started limping just after he made that goal kick. And it looks like he might have a problem with his knee.
Well, David Martin, who is one of the reserve goalkeepers, son of Alvin, is now trotting down the touchline, getting a little bit of warm-up work done as Manchester City attempt to come forward as we restart play here at the Etihad Stadium. It remains 1-1 on TalkSport. The goals coming from Ruben Diaz on the half-hour mark and Mikel Antonio just before the break. And we're level here at the Etihad Stadium. But there is a concern here for Darren Randolph, who doesn't look particularly comfortable. David Martin just going through a warm-up down in front of us. It's difficult for a goalkeeper, isn't it, to get warmed up, because the warm-up really is done with the ball sort of diving around, saving.
That's your handling. I think dynamic movements, getting your arms going, bit of jogging, just getting yourself nice and nimble and loose. I think that's the main thing. And mentally getting yourself
today. Fabianski with an arm injury after someone trod on him in training yesterday. Johnson down the left as they pinched the ball in midfield. Played on to Antonio, looks to try and take on Walker. Walker sends him into a bit of a spin, and Antonio comes out of it with the ball. Sends a cross into the centre, blocked by Walker. Goes behind and away for a West Ham United corner.
That is a duel between them two. I mean, they're both absolutely rapid, but talk about the athleticism and the upper body strength. And Antonio got the better of Kyle Walker, which I think that's probably a very rare thing that we've seen.
I wouldn't want to get in the way of either of those two when they're at full speed, that's for sure.
It's excellent acceleration.
It was from Antonio, yeah, on the outside of Walker. Corner will be taken over on the far side, and Aaron Cresswell, whose delivery is usually pinpoint, will aim towards Dawson, who's a real threat from
my phone charger, my pink wire. Cheers, Paris.
Dawson has made his run. It's aimed in towards him. It's just over his head.
Yeah, that long pink
through the penalty area.
Oh no, and the double socket there, so I can charge. That's handy. Double
towards Declan Rice, who's
USB, so I can have everything plugged in now. And my batteries are done.
De Bruyne has brought the ball away and fancies his chances of sending the ball down the right touchline, but there's no one to aim at, and it goes straight out.
This is not one.
Kevin De Bruyne has gone up to what, 9th in the all-time assist list, and he's got an assist in this game. But his passing's been dreadful today. He's given the ball away so much. And listen, I know I was a creative player myself, and you do try things a lot of the time that don't come off, but it seems like almost every time he's getting the ball, Kevin De Bruyne, he's trying something and he's almost forcing it and giving the ball away.
We was to take it 2-1.
Reshmin has confirmed that Cotton Eye Joe is 1995, Declan Rice born 1999.
That's terrible.
So somebody's influenced him there.
Yeah.
So that's bad parenting, isn't it?
No, just one.
Frankly.
Just one.
Here is Zinchenko down the left. And Soufal has been caught by Torres as he looked to escape and pinch the ball. Free kick's been given. Jesse Lingard wants to take it, but
do you want that more?
Soufal still down on his
So I put a bit of colour into
it. Comes out.
So it pops out.
Almost onto the pitch to have a word with Vladimir Soufal.
And Souček
that made me giggle, that
sure
did.
Soufal was okay.
That's just an old one. I got it out. I needed our postcode earlier for Yodel.
Diop sends it long.
Yeah, it was only that.
Antonio, who's sandwiched between Zinchenko
and that's
and
left
Diaz.
on the arm for Paris.
Head kick by Diaz, but Souček is there to
Folded
keep
over.
the pressure on. Away by Zinchenko.
Well, it might be on the table. We probably put on the table.
Forward. Underneath it is Fornals.
Just about
so
something
is
to
Stones,
do.
who comes right over the top and
I'll
heads
let
it
you
clear,
in, yeah,
but only as far as Rice. Cresswell, then onto the left, and Johnson back into Cresswell again. And Rice just a little bit hesitant because De Bruyne was putting a bit of pressure on him. Sends it back to Dawson. And West Ham keep the ball moving and keep it coming. Torres shuts down Soufal though. Diop with a header clear. It'll fall to Fernandinho. And now, after good work from Manchester City, they win the ball back. They did well without the ball there, I thought, City.
So not required, not required.
Pressure, enough to put West Ham off their stride and then win it inside West Ham territory.
Yeah, just forcing an error there, putting pressure on all over the pitch. Good intensity, good ratting, as you would hear.
Looks like the back now.
In changing rooms, and forced West Ham to the mistake.
Torres down the left, in towards the edge of the penalty area, scoots in between two West Ham players. Doesn't quite run for him. De Bruyne wins it back. 10 yards back from the area on the left-hand side. Just before the pitch is in sunshine, it goes to Walker from Fernandinho's pass. And Walker's effort goes well wide of the goal. He's only scored one Premier League goal this season. That was against Sheffield United, and that one was way off target.
Yeah, similar position as well, the goal he scored. I remember interviewing him on the Friday before that game and seeing him score. After that, it was quite an impressive strike, but just pulled it there.
Put Wisdom actually on the bench.
Soufal on the halfway line. Fornals with a bit of company sends it down the right.
He can play right back,
by
centre back.
Towards the near side. Rice takes it on, tries to produce a cross. It does. It's probably a bit too close to Ederson, that one, and Ederson indeed just thrusts his arms to the sky and with his fingers grabs the ball and pulls it into his chest and immediately bowls it out to Walker. And City are back on the offensive again. We've played just over 55 minutes of this game. Here's De Bruyne, 1-1 at the Etihad. De Bruyne with a shot blocked by Souček, who immediately turns, runs, collects possession, flicks it up to Antonio, and there's good numbers forward here for West Ham. I just wonder whether or not he should have gone back to Souček instead of Lingard, who's got it on the halfway line. Antonio's made a run, flick forward by Lingard, chases the ball anyway. Across comes Walker, gets there first, as he often does. And it's out on this near side. But the press from West Ham is very good too. You know, they're pressing high up the pitch.
Yeah, it helps when they get support up to Antonio. If they've got bodies around it, they'll go and have a counter press themselves, and it's very difficult to get through that. One, you don't want to lose the ball on the edge of your own 18-yard box, and two, you don't want to dribble with it, so it's very difficult to pick out the right passes when West Ham have got bodies up there, and they did that really well there.
West Ham have got some interesting fixtures coming up. They've had a great season so far, but I think we'll get a real indication of where they will finish after the next 6 or 7 games. They face United, Arsenal, Chelsea and Leicester. That season that you did so well in '99, by the way, you know, Manchester City weren't even in the Premier League at that point.
I know that.
Here is Ferran Torres down the left.
See you later.
He tries to take on Soufal, goes out of play.
Clark
Zinchenko into Aguero. Hasn't seen much of the ball in the second half, Aguero, but he's got it now. And he's trying to go through the legs of Diop. And Soufal almost gives it back to him. Comes back to Kevin De Bruyne instead, edge of the area, left side, strikes, blocked by Dawson. And then Fornals tries to poke it through to Souček. And they try to get out here, West Ham. And they do that via Ben Johnson. Cresswell's gone on a run beyond him into a left-wing position. That didn't happen much in the first half, but it's happened a couple of times at the start of the second half.
Just starting to grow in confidence, West Ham. You know, they're getting more of the ball. Manchester City again. Kevin De Bruyne trying things which you don't really associate with Kevin De Bruyne. He's really off it today, and it's starting to upset the flow of their possession-based game. And West Ham are coming into this more and more.
Antonio down the right. Soufal looking for a return. Not the greatest of balls. It was it's given away though by Torres, and Fornals has pinched it edge of the area. He's now inside the box. Fornals, a lovely little turn, tries to get the ball through to Jesse Lingard. Got one touch on it to try and bring it down, but it was in an offside position when Walker came from behind him and took it off his toes anyway. De Bruyne got there ahead of Diop, who overcommitted. He's galloped clear into the West Ham half, down the left side, pulls it through into an open 6-yard box. It's missed by Aguero and runs right through the middle of the goal mouth and out the other side, and it's a massive let-off for West Ham United. What a chance for Kevin De Bruyne. The game opening up at the other end. Rice bounds on towards the 18-yard box. Now it's West Ham on the attack with Jesse Lingard down in the left-wing position. He needs support. Stones goes out to meet him. Still Lingard has it. Now on to Fornals. Antonio's the only one inside the area, and Gundogan has come across to try and rob the ball anyway. It's a West Ham throw deep inside opposition territory. Wow.
Yeah, a good bit of play from West Ham. It was a poor ball by Torres, back pass, intercepted by Fornals. He had a bit of a mazy run in the 18-yard box. Didn't really come to anything, and then it was a great counter-attack by Manchester City. The ball with Kevin De Bruyne. You're just crying out for that connection between Kevin De Bruyne and Aguero to get on the same wavelength.
Cresswell towards the far post, and Antonio was lurking, but Ederson took charge very quickly off his line, spotted the danger, and ensured that it was snuffed out. 1-1. But what a chance at the other end, with Kevin De Bruyne getting down the side of the West Ham half. Diop went in for a steaming tackle on this near side, Trevor. He didn't get there, did he?
I don't think he realised how fast Kevin De Bruyne was, and you know, another player might have gone down there. Kevin De Bruyne just wanted to get into that box and drive and try and make an opportunity for Aguero. Him and Aguero again just weren't on the same wavelength, because if they were, it would have been a tap-in for Aguero. The ball ended up going almost across the goal line into safety.
Jesus about to come on for Manchester City. 1-1. De Bruyne from Fernandinho. Wide to the left in the corner of the box for Ferran Torres, who shoots right-footed towards the far post. It's headed away by Soufal and out on the far touchline. Johnson can't keep it in. It runs out and straight away for a throw.
Oh, it's Chimney.
And it's Aguero.
He comes on. This is why he said, don't put me on the bench.
Yeah, not surprised. I mean, it's his first full start for a long time, and you don't want to injure him before he's even made a comeback, so probably planned on the hour, get him off, rest him up, cotton wool, get him recovered for the next game. And Jesus, match fit, last half an hour, can he affect the game? Can he bring Manchester City that goal that they need to win this game?
His 403-day wait for a Premier League goal will go on. Sergio Aguero and Gabriel Jesus, who missed a huge chance against Gladbach, is on. But he missed it because he's so lovely and generous. was the best quote of the week from Pep Guardiola. Here's Fernandinho down the right for Walker, who went to hit it, then decided better of it. On to Mahrez, who skips away from Johnson, back to the edge of the area. Now it's on to Fernandinho, right-footed, slides the ball down the side of the box. Watched well by Cresswell, who steps in, anticipates the play, and then edges it clear towards Antonio. Does well to hold on to it, despite increased pressure and very little support. Souček wins a header, but there's no one behind him in black, and it goes all the way back via Diaz to the goalkeeper.
Just need a bit of better quality from West Ham. That ball is held up really well by Mikel Antonio. Brought Cresswell into the game. That's when you need runners in behind to try and get on that next phase of the play. They didn't have that, and it's almost just giving up possession again to Manchester City so they can come and attack you.
Manchester City 1, West Ham 1 on TalkSport with Now TV. And don't forget, you can watch Leeds United versus Aston Villa live today with a Now TV Sky Sports pass for £9.99. So
yes!
Jesse Lingard flipping the ball forward on towards Antonio. Antonio beaten to it by Walker once again, and Lingard frustrated. He swings his arms into the air.
And that's why they've kept so many clean sheets. That's brilliant play by Lingard. Great running by Antonio. Running away from the ball on the angle for the switch ball from right to left. But the cover round by Kyle Walker was phenomenal. You know, just realising that danger, getting yourself in a position where you can affect it, and just keep cleaning the danger up. Brilliant defending. It's not just the two centre-halves, you know, John Stones and Diaz are getting a lot of plaudits.
It's the team mechanism, isn't it?
Of course it is. And that was an excellent example there, how well the cover is from the full-backs when needed.
It looks like we should have got a win here. Really does.
Walker over on the far side, into Gundogan. Gundogan onto Jesus, then back to Fernandinho. Just looking down in front of me, it looks like they're going to make another change in the not too distant future. Phil Foden is getting ready for action down in front of us. Here is De Bruyne. Saw him actually have an embrace with Jesse Lingard at half-time. The two of them will know each other well. From Manchester, really, more than anything else, just being in and around Manchester, both Mancunian boys. Foden, Stockport born and bred. The Stockport Iniesta, as he is well known. Here is Mahrez far touchline. In the sunshine, eyes squinting as he takes on Ben Johnson in the left full-back position. Gives it back to Kyle Walker. A lot, again, happening outside the West Ham penalty area rather than in it for Manchester City. Bournemouth 1, Watford 0 is the latest scoreline from TalkSport 2 with Alex Crook and Ray Houghton.
Jonathan Woodgate would have needed that.
Yeah, Arnold Danjuma with the goal. Watford in terrific form at the moment as well.
West Ham United.
Lingard takes the ball off Fernandinho, gives it to Antonio. Fornals back to Antonio again. Forward runners here for West Ham on the right side. Lingard, can he spot him? Tries to sit it to him. Can't quite get there. Torres diving in to intervene for
Birmingham.
Manchester City. But West Ham have been a danger. They're not without their threats. They haven't just come here to back up, park the bus and not offer anything in attack, Trevor.
Well, you've got players like Fornals who I feel tried to affect the game. He's shown.
Here's Jesus down the right side of the attack, played in by Manchester City, then falls over when he gets into the penalty area. He rebounds very quickly, but the offside flag was up against him anyway, and it is cleared away.
Offside? I thought he passed it to himself. How can you be offside?
I think it was the initial move, to be honest.
Maybe handball, I'm not sure. But just going back to Fornals, Fornals will be quite disappointed. He's not in the starting lineup, and he's not been for a while. And you look at players that have come in, Jesse Lingard coming and taken opportunities away from him, so he's got something to prove, and I think he's had a good effect in the game. He's made good runs off the ball, and he's tried to affect the game in the final third. He's been very disciplined when out of possession, but going forward I think he's shown good control and good qualities.
Well, someone who always impacts the play in the final third is Phil Foden of Manchester City in England. He scored against West Ham in the 1-1 draw back in October, and he's had the bench to replace Ferran Torres here. The second substitution for Manchester City this afternoon in what so far has been quite a difficult day for them. They took the lead. It took them a while to get a shot on goal. They did that through Diaz, went 1-0 up, only to see Mikel Antonio not only hit the post but then score past Ederson. And Manchester City, as a result of that, saw themselves pegged back at half-time, and they haven't been able to get back in front. It's still 1-1.
Well, I circled 4 players at the start of the game who, for me, if Manchester City are putting their best team out, are probably not in it, especially with Sergio Aguero not playing any football. He was one, he's off. Ferran Torres has not really had an impact on the game, he's off. And the other 2 were Fernandinho, because Rodri is the up-and-coming, and Kyle Walker because of Cancelo. So they've made 2 positive changes for me, where they hope that they can turn this game around and start getting a real foothold in it again.
Well, Pep's just flexed his shoulders into the sky and then thrown his arms out theatrically in frustration. He talked a lot about his histrionics on the sidelines in his press conference this week. He's shouting, springing into the air, dramatically reacting to the events on the pitch. He says he wishes he could control himself like David Moyes and Carlo Ancelotti, who he says live the Buddha life, but he doesn't want to be fake.
It's that Latino. He's got the passion, and sometimes you can't control that, and it just comes out, you know. It's love for the game, his enthusiasm for the game. Maybe he's a little bit younger than David Moyes, and he's still got that enthusiasm.
I can't imagine him holding a cup of coffee whilst his team score a late winner in a massive cup tie and holding it still.
How cool was that? I was that good as that night.
With me, yeah.
What a great night that was. Such a treat.
A corner for Manchester City out over on the far side after De Bruyne sends it long towards the far post, and it's headed behind.
It was cold that night, wasn't it?
Yeah. David Moyes was actually surprised that he was described as living the Buddha life. He says he swears more than Gordon Ramsay. Here is the corner over on the far side. Swung in towards the near post, looking for Diaz again. Good header away by Souček, and then further clear from Fornals. Lingard tried to help it on, couldn't quite get there. Zinchenko gives it back to De Bruyne. He's 30 yards from goal. On to Zinchenko, takes one little side step away from Souček, then plays in Mahrez in the right wing position. He twists, he turns, he lays it back to John Stones. What a goal! And what a finish from John Stones, the centre-half. He hadn't scored a Premier League goal for Manchester City before this season. He's got 4 this campaign. He scored twice against Palace in the Premier League, but he won't score many better than that. It's a terrific goal from the centre-half, and Darren Randolph looks to the heavens knowing that West Ham United have been beaten by a bullet from John Stones. It's Manchester City 2, West Ham 1.
Absolutely brilliant feat from Riyad Mahrez. It's all about Riyad Mahrez, this. The ball was kept alive. It went into Kevin De Bruyne, little side foot pass sideways. Zinchenko out to Riyad Mahrez, and then the wizard gets to play, and he twists Ben Johnson's blood there. It's a great pullback, great right foot shot, first time, pretty simple for John Stones, keeping getting it nowhere near it. But what great play, wing play that at its best from Riyad Mahrez.
Pretty simple, from John Stones. He is a centre-half, Trevor.
Yeah, but
it's a composed finish for a centre.
Yeah, it is a composed finish, but it's the perfect pullback. He's running onto it. It's on his stronger foot on his right peg, and he just kept it low, hit it hard, and he's so close. The keeper's got no chance.
Here's Lingard at the other end, trying to weave his way through as Manchester City back in front. And the histrionics from Pep Guardiola now all come with a smile on his face. He absolutely delighted to see John Stones. In fact, everybody in Manchester City colours that are surrounding us here at the back of this main stand is
in uproar.
Very, very happy about that, weren't they? They were straight off their feet. John Stones, his 4th goal of the season. I think this is 3rd in the Premier League this campaign.
And when you talk about centre-half partners, they both scored in this game. Do you know what I mean? It's absolutely sensational play.
Well, the narrative before the match, and we did a big package on centre-backs today, voiced by Adrian Durham, who's coming up at 2:30 here with all the goals as they go in on Game Day Live, was about Diaz and Stones.
Yeah.
It was inspired by those two who haven't conceded too many goals and made such a big impact for Manchester City. But today, they've made their impact at the other end.
Yeah, and you think of partnerships, you know, Rio and Vidic. Vidic used to get his fair share of goals. John Terry and Cavallo. John Terry used to get his fair share of goals from set pieces. And both the boys that we were talking about pre-game have stepped up and got the forwards out of jail, because the forwards have not been great in the final third. Let's get it right.
70 minutes on the clock. West Ham a free kick on the halfway line. They've put everybody forward for this as Cresswell chips it towards the edge of the box. Dawson with a header, and he was put under pressure from Souček, who was coming onto the ball and actually, I think, wanted to connect with it himself and says, well, I shouted for it and you got in my way.
Yeah, I don't think there's going to be an argument there. Just a little bit of misunderstanding. I actually thought, looking at the flight of the ball, Soufel had the better angle to go and attack the ball.
Souček.
What was it, Souček? I thought it was Soufel.
No, it was Souček.
Souček certainly had the better angle running onto it, and Dawson was under the ball a little bit and didn't really have any kind of angle to do anything with the ball if he did get anything on it.
Souček, who's a menace in the air and on the ground.
Well, he's a machine, isn't he?
We have to be a little bit concerned about how good his form is, because England play the Czech Republic in the European Championships in the summer.
Well, if you can't match his athleticism and the way that he gets around the pitch, his mobility is unbelievable. You talked about it earlier, 15k in a game. I remember reading something about him that he used to love doing cross-country when he was a kid, and he's been able to put that into his gameplay and be very, very practical and give excellent performances.
No one loves doing cross-country as a kid, do they?
I actually love it.
No, you didn't.
I do.
You were
I love it now.
You were good at it, but you never love it as a kid.
Do I love it? I've always loved it.
Yeah, we like it now because we have to like it now.
So we don't have to buy a new wardrobe with bigger clothes.
Let's be honest, no one loves doing cross-country when they're a kid.
Well, you know what? In lockdown, I've done a lot of running, as you know, Sam, and if I don't do a run or at least a 6-7k walk, I don't feel right. It just clears my head and gets me all set up for the day.
Declan Rice has it on the halfway line. Onto
we need to get big
Lingard,
fucking pay rises
beyond Foden and Mahrez.
That friendship's out the window then.
Double foot.
Which one?
So they've gone from like 900 to like £3.5 grand a week. That's a massive pay rise.
From Phil Foden. Lingard has won the free kick, 5 yards in from the touchline on this near side. And David Moyes just giving some instructions to Jesse Lingard, who's standing with his hands on his hips and eyeing up across, possibly into Diop, who's just been pushed by DS. The ball is deep and it's very high and not the easiest to defend, but Ederson is very good at coming to grab from those and under real pressure from Dawson, who slammed into his body.
It's a poor challenge.
Grabbed it.
It's a poor challenge. He's out of control. He's not getting there. It's certainly a foul, and it's quite a dangerous foul. Looks like Ederson's holding his lower back on the right-hand side.
Did he just fall on the knee of Antonio as well on the way down? No.
It's almost Fernandinho backing into him to try and protect him, and looks like he might have just cracked a rib there or got a bruise.
Well, I hope that's not the case. Pep Guardiola looking a little bit concerned. They've used two substitutes. it's West Ham who are warming up a goalkeeper at the moment. Now Zach Stefan is about to come up and do a little warm-up away to our left-hand side.
They won't be panicking because I think he's more nonchalant on the ball than Ederson when the ball's at his feet.
He's a laid-back character. Did it right, didn't he, when he made his Premier League debut down at Stamford Bridge? He picked up a back pass early on, and most people, I think, in those circumstances at his age might have been a little bit ruffled by that.
Crumbled.
But no, he just went through the gears. The good news is that Ederson is moving away to our right, but he's still getting treatment. It's an opportunity for me to tell you about what's upcoming on Talk Sport over the next
might give Clark a little rest.
while. Game Day Live with Adrian Durham is on at 2:30 this afternoon. He's going to be based at the Hawthorns for West Brom against Brighton. Big game that for Brighton. Russ Williams is hosting Bristol City's away trip to Swansea. Big game down in South Wales, a sort of cross-border game. Ian Danter and Alvin Martin, the commentary team. Leeds against Aston Villa at 5:30 with Nigel Adley and Mickey Gray, and Newcastle Wolves with Mark Wilson and Neil Redfern tonight on TalkSport 2 from 8 o'clock. Tomorrow in the Premier League, Leicester against Arsenal is live on TalkSport at midday, and the cricket returns on Wednesday. TalkSport 2, 3:45. Elsewhere, Bournemouth lead Watford by a goal to nil over on TalkSport 2. That one kicking off the same time as this one. And it's 0-0 at half-time between Crawley and Exeter in League 2. Here it's 2-1 to Manchester City. And their second goal coming courtesy of John Stones.
Signor, Signor.
From his typical best, where he keeps the ball really well.
What a fucking beauty.
He's just been a little bit of sloppiness, and maybe that's because he's not played as much football recently.
Ball is on the halfway line. Lingard helps it up towards Fornals, who looks to win it with Diaz. Diaz gets pinched, good one by Souček. Edge of the area. Fornals ball square wasn't great, and across comes Fernandinho and sweeps up in central midfield. Now Foden slaloms forward. The ball into the feet of De Bruyne, who immediately turns and swivels and sweeps it out to the far side of Mahrez, who cuts in on his left foot as he loves to do. Then finds De Bruyne back to the halfway line. Collected now by
Camelo. Camelo. Well done, lad.
Walker. And they slow the pace of the game down again, Manchester City, just trying to keep control of proceedings here with 14 minutes remaining on Talk Sport. And Manchester City leading, courtesy of John Stones' 4th goal of the season. Ruben Diaz's 1st goal for the club. And Mikel Antonio, the goal scorer for West Ham United, first player to score against Manchester City here at the Etihad since November. So we've bucked a few trends today, haven't we, really?
Yes, we have.
But the City are
we didn't do our charity bet any good, but
yeah, you know,
we'll take that.
Listen,
we'll take that.
Listen,
it's been competitive.
We don't want to bankrupt them. We've been doing quite well this season, you know. Here is Diaz.
Good tackle.
Forward to Walker, and then Walker on to Jesus, who tackles his mate Jesus, and then sends it out towards the right. Mahrez and Jesus fight for the ball back from Declan Rice, and Mahrez has got it left of the box. It hits him in the face as he tries to shoot against Dawson. He comes to Gundogan. There's a knot of black jerseys who've got back and flex into a wonderful shape of a 3 and then a 5 behind that midfield 3, which stops Manchester City getting anywhere near the box, and it goes back to the halfway line. Excellent work from West Ham United. They're sticking in the game.
They are, yeah. And Dawson, you can see him. He's dictating that in the heart of that back 5. Talking, he's dictating when they get out, he's talking to them all the time.
And that's the key thing, isn't it? You know, you might be 1-0 down in the game, but you know, ultimately you can still get back into it if you stay within touching distance. Zinchenko onto Mahrez, edge of the area, shoots, takes deflection and scoops into the sky and goes out and away for a corner kick down in front of us. It's currently Manchester City 2, West Ham 1 on TalkSport. Here are the latest odds from Betfair, the official betting partner of TalkSport's Premier League coverage. Well, right now you can get Manchester City to win at 12-1 on West Ham, 55-1 to come back and win the game. The draw is 15-2. It's all thanks to Betfair. More ways to bet, more ways to win. 18+. Please gambleaware.org. Full terms and conditions are at betfair.com. Here's Foden with a corner. on this near side. An arcing outswinger.
Camelo, oh, Camelo, oh, he scores when he wants. He scores when he wants.
Away by Cresswell, cleared further by Lingard, away by Walker, and Fornals can't get hold of it. Trevor Sinclair.
Yeah, brilliant cover there by Kyle Walker. It's a good insurance policy to have at the back, isn't it? When you've got a corner or a set piece and you leave Kyle Walker back, you know that anything over the top. I mean, I don't even think there's a ball there that can beat Kyle Walker, and you could get a play to before Ederson gets out and clears the ball up. So great insurance policy. But again, from City, they're asking questions, but at the moment I think West Ham are defending well. You know, Dawson is marshalling it well. He's talking to his teammates. He's keeping it very organised and tight. And like you just mentioned there, 5 at the back, 3 in front of them, and then it's almost a staggered 1-1 with either Fornals or Lingard showing a little bit of support for Antonio.
I'm getting messages from parents everywhere telling me that their kid loves cross country. It was just me then.
Yeah.
In fact, my niece is quite a big cross country runner, and I should have remembered that. She's one of the best in Manchester, actually.
I used to love cross country at school. Castlebrook.
It's just me who was lazy then. Here is De Bruyne out on the right-hand side. Onto Mahrez, cuts in, running towards the edge of the box. He plays it down the right, cut out by Dawson. And then Ben Johnson turns and fires it away. And Diop and Dawson almost played as if they were on a tech ball table at a training ground there. The ball was in the air, and they were volleying it between one another.
Deal with that. Obviously got a lot of confidence with each other's touch there. We got out of it, though.
Yeah. And it remains 2-1. Again, despite the fact that they haven't looked as much under threat of conceding another goal, neither have they really threatened at the other end.
I think that's the telling point. You know, we spoke at times in the first half. West Ham were creating too many situations, not so much goal-scoring chances, but situations where they could have carved out a goal-scoring opportunity. Second half, I'm struggling to think of any.
Which is why they're going to bring on Saeed Benrahma and Jared Bowen.
Yeah.
And that's a big move, that, from David Moyes, isn't it? It's quite an aggressive move from him.
Well, like we've just said, the pattern of the game now, I've not seen West Ham create one chance in the second half, and we need to change that if we want to get anything from the game. So I think it's the right move.
Corner, and that means that
signs a new contract and gets a hat-trick. I don't mind that at all.
In this second half, we lead by 2-1 on TalkSport. The 4th corner of the game for Pep Guardiola's relentless unit. He's just come out stalking down the touchline, telling Phil Foden what he expects here. A left-footed cross which goes towards the penalty.
We'll try offload some play.
Didn't get a really good punch on that. Goes up into the air. Souček heads it away. Diaz, not the greatest volley back to Mahrez, and it goes out towards the far side. He's done well to keep hold of it. Moves towards the edge of the area. Cuts back in left-footed. Held up by Johnson, though. Again, West Ham do just enough to keep City at arm's length, and the ball goes all the way back to the halfway line.
Brilliant play again by Riyad Mahrez. It looked odds-on favourite to lose out in that situation. Control the ball, fantastic touch.
Given away again by City, and Declan Rice has got it. Now Antonio. Oh, Walker does brilliantly. Pinches it, sends it forward. Mahrez now onto Gundogan. He's scored loads of goals recently and is steaming through the middle of the park. He runs into Diop, but not before he releases it to Foden. Edge of the area. De Bruyne joining now. He's got the ball. De Bruyne to the edge of the area. Onto Foden once again. West Ham have gone back into that brilliant shape once more. It's almost like, whenever you ever saw the Spider-Man films where Venom, the Venom in the Spider-Man films, you know, that sort of like the symbiont, whatever it's called, the juice out of Venom. That's what they look like today. There's just this black mesh of shirts that just flex back into shape whenever they lose the ball. But here's De Bruyne onto Foden into on the far side, and it's picked up on this near touchline. And sent forward by Foden, and it's out for a throw.
It's good to see West Ham getting back in with a bit of urgency, because they know that if it goes to 3-1, all of a sudden Manchester City start keeping possession, and it becomes a very uncomfortable afternoon for the West Ham team. So they're doing something proactively. They're getting in nice and urgent to defend their goal and try and keep in this game, because it's only 2-1. If they get a big opportunity, and they might create one now they've made these
I think they've lost communication there.
Well, we'll try and go back to Sam and Trevor very shortly. Man City leading by 2-1. In the meantime, we can get some team news for the 3 o'clock kickoff in the Premier League here at the Hawthorns. It's a massive game down at the bottom. It's 2 Albions. West Bromwich Albion against Brighton and Hove Albion, and with the teams alongside me, Nigel Pearson.
Yes, Adrian, West Bromwich Albion 11 points off safety, but unbeaten in the last 2, and they had a goalless draw at Burnley last weekend where anybody there says that they should have won, including yourself, I do believe, Adrian. It's just the one change today for West Brom, with Semi Ajayi out suspended. Dara O'Shea comes into the side, so it'll be Johnson in goal, Furlong, O'Shea, Bartley and Townsend, with Yakuzlu in front of the back 4, Phillips, Gallagher, Maitland-Niles and Pereira behind Diane up top. As far as Brighton and Hove Albion are concerned, that 2-1 defeat by Palace last time out hurt them. They're only 4 clear of Fulham now, so a big game here this afternoon. Only one change for them as well. Alzate goes to the bench, Connolly comes in. I think they're going to go 4-4-2. Sanchez in goal, Veltman, Dunk, White and Byrne across the back, Gross, Bissouma, McAllister and Connolly in the middle, and Trossard and Mopai up top. We get underway at 3 o'clock. Lovely sunny afternoon here in the West Midlands. West Bromwich Albion up against Brighton and Hove Albion.
It's still 2-1 to Manchester City against West Ham United, but West Ham getting very physical and in a fair way as well. Jesse Lingard has just won a free kick 25 yards out, and there'll be a chance for West Ham United to get back on level terms. Let's go back to the Etihad for that free kick then, with Trevor Sinclair and Sam Matface.
5 minutes to go before the end of the game, and it's a free kick to West Ham, just left of centre, about 25 yards from goal, and they've got Dawson waiting in the centre. It's 2-1 to Manchester City here. The cross comes in from Cresswell, and it's headed away by Diaz. A good strong header by him, and it's out towards this near side. I do apologise for the interruptions in the broadcast. Trevor and I were just talking amongst ourselves for about 5 minutes. We didn't even know. But I'm pleased to say that we've got more ears on us again now. It's 2-1. We're in the final throes of this Premier League game, live on Talk Sport at the Etihad Stadium. And Manchester City about to manage their way through to a 20th consecutive victory, Trevor.
Yeah, and you just seen why they've been successful and so successful. Ruben Diaz, it's a good cross by Aaron Cresswell into a really dangerous position, but one, Ruben Diaz's starting position is excellent, and 2, he makes sure he gets first contact on the ball and clears the ball for Manchester City. They've not been impenetrable today. They've conceded a goal, but they've not conceded many chances once again.
Ben Rama down the left for West Ham United, a second half substitute, a late substitute. I don't know if that happened whilst you were away, but he's come on for Antonio, and Ben Johnson has gone off to be replaced by Jared Bowen. Now Rodri is about to come on to add a little bit of extra protection in midfield as Manchester City look to get over the line here, with West Ham just throwing a little bit more at it in the final few exchanges, with Soufal looking for Fornals, who's trying to tussle and bustle his way past Zinchenko and Diaz. It's given away by Zinchenko to Diop, and midway inside opposition territory he picks the ball up and plays it across to Dawson. Dawson on to Declan Rice. Rice finds Ben Rama over on the far side, and well, he's given the ball away, Ben Rama, very cheaply, and De Bruyne is threatening to escape, can't do so. It goes out on the far side, and now they can make that substitution, and Gundogan can have a little bit of a rest, having scored 11 goals in his last 14 games now. He's the joint top scorer in all competitions, and he's just trotting off very slowly.
It's been a big ask, hasn't it, for the Manchester City players to play Wednesday night against Borussia Mönchengladbach, and then to have the early kick-off on the Saturday. I think that's the big thing where managers have got every right to complain, but like we all know, it's the broadcasters. Everyone wants their own way, and inevitably Manchester City players have to play in a short space of recovery time. And
well, I spoke to Pep about it. He won't moan about it. He's quite happy to say that it is relentless. It's probably too much, but at the same time, you know, there are other things going on in the world, and we just have to crack on and get on with it. And that's what Manchester City have very much done, and that is why they find themselves on top of the table and about to go 13 points clear as a result of that, live on Talk Sport. Here is Fornals down the right, though, trying to say something about that. West Ham have got late equalisers before. You'll remember that if you're a Tottenham Hotspur fan.
Well, it's a positive change, isn't it? Ben Rama coming on and Bowen.
Rice on halfway. And they haven't been out of this game at any stage. West Ham United. I think that's a major change, I suppose, to other periods when we've seen them play Manchester City. In fact, our first ever game together, Trevor, was down at the London Stadium at the beginning of last season, where Raheem Sterling scored a hat-trick and it was a 5-0 whitewash.
And that's not the first time that's happened against Manchester City, so massive improvements, massive gains. And even now, you know, last few minutes of the game, I think David Moyes making a positive change, trying to affect the game in the final third. Would rather get beat 3-1 than settle for 2-1.
Diop onto Soufal. Zinchenko with the commitment and drive to make the ground up, dive in and put the ball out. I think for a throw-in down by the corner flag rather than a corner. It's actually, it might be a corner, you know, in which case Cresswell will trot over and deliver the ball into the box. 4 minutes of added time. We've just progressed into that now on Talk Sport. Can West Ham steal an equaliser here? Cross to come in from Cresswell on this near touchline. And Diop is at the near post. Rice arrives. It goes in towards Diop. What a good header that was from Diaz to get above Diop. Back to Lingard, who swirls it in towards the penalty spot. Away by Diaz again. Chested down by Jesus and then taken towards the near touchline. He's going backwards and gets immediately pressed by Lingard, but swirls away from him, runs up to the halfway line, plays in Foden, and Foden now takes it on. He runs at Soufal, goes round the other side, beats him, gets on the end of his own ball, and then stumbles and goes down. But Soufal's just trying to readjust those twisted veins that he's got from Phil Foden.
He just leant onto the back of Phil Foden, not enough to get the foul, but enough to knock him just off balance. And I think he was quite shocked at how fast and quick Phil Foden was there when he knocked the ball round in one side and attempted to get it going the other side.
Well, it was interesting that as he ran away from that situation, Soufal just started to twist his neck around as if he'd cricked it. There's a foul there by Rodri in centre field on Lingard, and it generates another set piece for West Ham.
It's not a foul.
In the dying embers of this game.
Yeah, it's a soft one for me.
And Kevin Nolan is laughing about it. Pep Guardiola is furious about it. Free kick, Lingard to take it. This will be contentious if they were to score from this, West Ham. Lingard swirls the ball towards goal. Ederson's come a very long way. Very long way. As he always does, he gets it. There is a collision with, I think, Souček, who is going in for it. He goes down and gets back up again. He's never one to stay down for too long. He got a cut over his eye and a massive, great big shiner the other week, and he still bounced back to defend on the goal line.
And I have to say that about Ederson as well. You know, we've seen the game against Liverpool where he had the cut on his face from the Mane challenge. He's already been down holding these ribs in this game. The balls get fired into the box. He's not going missing. He's coming and claiming that and taking control of his 18-yard boxing. And that's why you have to bring his name into the conversation when you're talking about the best goalkeepers in the world.
20 wins in a row incoming. 14 of those would have been in the Premier League. It's quite frankly an outstanding response.
Carmelo, yeah, fucking beauty.
Started the campaign with his worst set of results that he's ever suffered.
Oh, Carmelo.
Ever since becoming a manager. But when will the run stop? When will it stop? Manchester United coming here soon. Leicester, they've got to go to. Everton soon. Chelsea come here. But the way they are at the moment, can they win every game between now and the end of the season? Well, they've got to get through this one yet, because we're in the 3rd minute of stoppage time and they've given away a free kick. Bowen's just been bumped by Fernandinho. It's only just over the halfway line, but West Ham are committing bodies forward. Free kick taken by Cresswell, clipped into the air. Dawson doesn't get first contact, it scoots over his head and Zinchenko gets it away. Back to Fornals from Soufal, space for Jesse Lingard. His cross is a little bit better. Diop's header, and Souček can't reach it at the far post. So close to an equaliser for West Ham in stoppage time. He just eluded the check as he came round the back to get on the end of a header which went across the face of goal. I wonder if Diop will look back at that and think, I should have gone for target.
Yeah, he almost did everything right. Listen, it's a fantastic dart into a space and lovely clip cross into that second 6-yard box area. I'm not sure whether he's gone for the far post or he's trying to pick out one of his teammates. He's just trying to get a good contact on it. He doesn't get enough angle on the ball and it goes agonisingly wide. But I have to say,
Dawson was in that position, it was 2-2.
Just before that, City was so slow getting out, and that's what caused the problem.
Well, that's it. There's the full-time whistle, accompanied by a roar inside this stadium. The procession to the Premier League title gathers pace. West Ham, the latest to be knocked over. It wasn't always one-way traffic. It certainly wasn't a procession here. But this relentlessly professional Manchester City will find goals from anywhere. All the talk in the build-up to the game was about how well they'd defended and the partnership of Stones and Diaz. But their major effect came at the other end today. Stones and Diaz on the score sheet.
Half-time, well played again.
Manchester City have racked up 20 consecutive wins and now have a world record firmly in their sights. It finishes at the Etihad. Manchester City 2, West Ham 1.
Thank you very much, Sam Matterface. Yeah, that juggernaut continues to roll on, doesn't it? But West Ham gave such a good account of themselves here. David Moyes is out on the pitch congratulating the Manchester City players. He's shaking hands with the officials as well. And, of course, speaking to members of his team, as Sam mentioned, there was a roar in the stadium. All the subs on the bench sat in front of us, raised their arms up because they know they are onto something special. It wasn't a vintage City performance today, but they got the job done, which it depends on which way you look at this one. This is either Pep Guardiola's 205th victory as City manager or his 200th. Opta, the gurus of the stats, say it's the 200th because they don't include 5 wins on penalties, but City will say this is his 205th win as Manchester City manager. What a legacy he is leaving as the players now exit the pitch. West Ham, Declan Rice is now just heading down the tunnel, followed by the City players who are all patting each other on the back. John Stones there walking through, giving a hug to Kevin Nolan as well as he goes down the tunnel. This was a good performance from a West Ham side, but Manchester City, even when they're not playing well, they just march on, don't they?
Yeah, that's what championship sides do, championship winning sides, and I think most people kind of would say they've got to do something drastically different and wrong to lose this championship now in the Premier League. I thought West Ham were excellent. I thought they were always in the game.
Right till the end.
Right till the final seconds, yeah. And, you know, they've got a lot to take, a lot of positive to take from that game. They were compact, they were competitive. They almost looked like they enjoyed being out of possession and really working hard for each other and making sure that Manchester City don't run into I'm going to say the lead.
Lifeline then.
There's so many positives to take from that, and just the team spirit that West Ham have got and have had off this recent run. That will not be affected by this performance because I thought it was excellent.
Because this is what David Moyes is trying to instill into this side. It is that absolute belief. Oh, you can see Ben Rama and Riyad Mahrez walking off together right now. They're the last players to leave the pitch, actually. I'm sure they're speaking in their native. Is it Arabic? I'm sure they both speak. Yeah, they've just headed back down the tunnel. But for David Moyes, what he has done to this side, and what I've garnered from an interview I did with Declan Rice recently, I said, you know, are you in a position now where you kind of, it doesn't matter what anyone else does, it doesn't matter what Chelsea do, it doesn't matter what other teams do, because you have that deep belief in yourselves. And he said, yeah, it was basically, the line was along the lines of, bring it on, we will take on absolutely anyone, because that is the confidence that we've had. And that is really what you saw out there on the pitch.
Yeah, and what you've seen is the work rate that this group of players have got, the honesty that they've got with each other. They can go in that changing room now and look each other in the eye and say, we give it a go. You know, no one had down tools, everyone took responsibility, and from that work rate comes resilience, the team spirit and the belief, and then on the back of that, confidence. So they played against Manchester City there. They've took them to the final seconds, and at the end there, Diop could have scored the equaliser. It was just off target, or somebody could have got on the end of that. All of a sudden, it's 2-2. They shouldn't fear anyone in the Premier League after that performance at the Etihad today.
Just final one, West Ham, and does that harm their top 4 hopes, do you think? That's the only worry, isn't it, really, with Chelsea hot on their heels, 2 points behind?
Yeah, but on the flip side of that, I think a lot of clubs in that top 8 are going to come to the Etihad and lose games anyway, so if that's what we're going on, it's pretty much a game where people come into, or teams come into, and don't expect to take 3 points out of anyway. So it's nothing lost. I think it was a free hit in many respects, but the performance levels and the fact that they were in the game right to the dying seconds, I think it's huge benefits and positives for David Moyes and West Ham.
Okay, well, it's time for us to pick our man of the match with WeBuyAnyCar.com.
Man of the match on TalkSport with WeBuyAnyCar.com. Rated excellent on Trustpilot with over 80,000 reviews.
Interesting player, is it Stones or Diaz? Or?
Yeah, I think it's got to be one of them, but I think you've got to give a mention to both Diop and Dawson. the central defenders for West Ham, because I thought they were excellent in the way they marshalled their central defence area.
And the positive play going forward.
Yeah, and just the way they communicated and kept that belief and that spirit. But I'm going to go for Ruben Dias, scoring his first ever Premier League goal. You know, even at the end there when he's heading balls and he's getting on the second ball and
making amends for the own goal back in December.
Listen, it's food and drink to him, but you still have to do it. And the fact that he come in with his first Premier League goal, I think he deserves player of the match.
Yeah, he did really well, didn't he? And I mean, we talk about this relentless winning machine that Manchester City are. 20 consecutive victories now. I mean, Sam listed the next few games. You've got to look at that and think, I mean, they're winnable. This is a side that have a formula to win, no matter who is selected in that side.
They could have won the game for us in the 11th minute.
It is a big ask, and you look at certain players. Listen, Sergio Aguero, we know his qualities. He didn't look anywhere near match fit, and he didn't have the effect that he ordinarily does in this Manchester City side. So he's got a little bit of a way to go before he can start really affecting games and bringing that kind of positivity and goals to this Manchester City side. I thought Ferran Torres was pretty quiet. So again, he's still a young player, but he's got a lot to learn, and I'm sure he's, Pep's in his ear, giving him coaching tips and helping him with his game. But Riyad Mahrez, I have to give him a mention for the assist for the second goal. It was phenomenal. The way that he twists and fakes and looks like he's going to go down the outside, looks like he's going to play the ball, and then he literally put it on a plate for John Stones. It's a good finish, but all the work's been done by the winger. And I have to give a mention to Riyad Mahrez, because he seems to be getting more consistent, and that's probably one of the only ways you could criticise him, was his consistency in his end product, but that's coming more and more reliable now.
Well, City are now unbeaten in 27 matches in all competitions. I mean, it's quite conceivable that they may not win every single game, don't you think? Or they could just go unbeaten.
Yeah, I think both would be an immense achievement. We talk about the Invincibles, whether it's Arsenal, whether it's Celtic. I mean, even Rangers this year, it doesn't matter. You're still at that level where you're playing elite teams, and to go throughout the season and to go for the rest of the season and not get beat, I think it would be an amazing achievement.
And Ruben Dias, your man of the match, is at the centre of that.
Absolutely.
Oh, well, that was our man of the match from today's game with WeBuyAnyCar.com. Get a quote in 60 seconds at WeBuyAnyCar.com.
Man of the match on TalkSport with WeBuyAnyCar.com. Rated excellent on Trustpilot with over 80,000 reviews.
So it finished here at the Etihad. Manchester City 2, West Ham 1. Over at the Vitality Stadium in the Championship, it finished 1-0 to Bournemouth against Watford, and that's a key win for Jonathan Woodgate and his men. They dropped out of the playoff positions in midweek, losing to Cardiff, so that is absolutely key. Other results could, of course, take them out of those positions later on in the day, but that is a big win for them against their the side that was also in the Premier League last season. Jack Wilshere, incidentally, was sent off in injury time. Okay, that is it for us here on Game Day Exclusive. It's been great to have your company. Sam Matterface and Trevor Sinclair and I have really enjoyed ourselves at this one. It's been a great game here. Up next, it's Adrian Durham with Game Day Live with all the goals as they go in from the 3 o'clock kickoffs.
Game Day Exclusive on TalkSport with WeBuyAnyCar.com. To find out how much your car's worth in under 60 seconds, enter your reg now.
The excitement of checking the weekend's fixtures and building your ACCA on your Betfair app. Your heart in your mouth as you watch one game and keep an eye on another. And the elation when your bet comes in. Get a £5 free bet on multiples when you bet £20 on multiples. Build your multiple, build the drama with Betfair.
Max £5 free bet per day, valid for 72 hours. Each bet must have at least one selection at minimum odds of 1.5. Free bet valid on multiples. T's and C's apply. 18 plus BeGambleAware.org.
Game Day Exclusive on TalkSport with the Now TV Sky Sports Pass. The only place to watch Leeds versus Aston Villa live today for just $9.99. Search Now TV. 18 plus. Stream via internet. Terms apply.
Previously on White and Jordan.
So many calls on this show. Please give Piers Morgan a chance to speak.
People don't get an opportunity to express their views because you're too busy expressing yours.
Who have I shut down?
Double trouble, daily drama and searing debate. Hang on, Piers. You can't ask me a question and answer it for me.
What I don't want is Simon Jordan to be fired from his job.
Whoa. Hold on a second.
Because actually he had an opinion different to me.
Jim White.
I think you've got it spot on.
And Simon Jordan continues weekday mornings from 10 on TalkSport.
One day, so much football.
Game Day Live on Talk Sport. 3 back-to-back live and exclusive Premier League fixtures.
Can you believe it?
Here comes the football.
Game Day Live on Talk Sport.
Brilliant goal!
Well, I hope you're enjoying the sun and enjoying the football as well. The TalkSport Network has brought you 2 live commentaries today, 3 more to come, including 2 in the Premier League. We own Saturdays on TalkSport, and game day kicked off with a cracking trip to see the leaders.
Mahrez in the right wing position. He twists, he turns, he lays it back to John Stones. What a goal! And what a finish from John Stones, the centre half. It's Manchester City 2, West Ham 1.
Stones with the winner. Diaz got the first. Centre halves, not just stopping goals, they're scoring them as well. But credit West Ham, they had a right good go. Coming up between now and 5, we take you around the grounds and bring you all the goals as they go in, live from the Hawthorns. Brighton are here to take on West Brom. It's the start of a run of games here at the Hawthorns for Big Sam.
I mean, I wouldn't want the 3 home games like they've come, which is Saturday, Thursday, Sunday, but we've had to accept that.
We know the situation we're in. We know that we haven't got the points we need. We need more points, and that's what we'll try to do.
Potter's Brighton only 4 points above the relegation zone. After the full-time round of TalkSport takes you to Leeds for the 5:30 visit of the Villa. And right now there's some Brazilian magic in Yorkshire.
Will it be Rafinha with a free kick? It will, and it's in the bottom corner. Rafinha, and Leeds are 3-0 in front.
Leeds are quite unique in the way they play, so you have to go and study them studiously, and we've certainly done that, and hopefully, our tactics will pay off.
No Grealish again for the Villa post-match. Faye Carruthers and the former Villa striker Gabby Agbonlahor will take your calls on game day, your verdict on TalkSport. But if you need more football, there's live commentary of Newcastle against Wolves on TalkSport 2, with the home side only 3 points above the bottom 3.
There's still all to play for. We're still all in it. We're all nervously looking, of course, over our shoulder. That's normal. As I said, I think there's 6 or 7 teams in it. Let's relish the challenge of it.
It's a tough game. Right? Being compact, dealing with the situations, pressing and avoiding the good decisions of the Newcastle players.
Kick-off at 8 on TalkSport 2. So 2 more live commentaries later, but right now we take you round the grounds for all the goals on Game Day Live on TalkSport. Well, Manchester City beat West Ham by 2-1 with his first goal for City. It was Ruben Diaz. He is live right now at the Etihad with TalkSport Sam Matterface.
He is indeed. Ruben, congratulations on your first goal for Manchester City. You celebrated with gusto. How did it feel to score?
It felt really good. I wanted it for quite a long now, and it happened today. Amazing, but the most important today was the team getting the 3 points, and so my goal, John's goals, everyone's attitude, that's the most important.
It's 20 consecutive wins now. What do you put that down to? Because that's some record.
We put it down as just keep going. We need just to keep going, because every record is made by just sometimes not thinking about it. Just keep doing it. The moment we start to think too much about it, it's the first steps we'll start to take to just stop it, to finish it. So we just keep working hard, keep looking forward, keep looking for the next game and the next game and the next game, and things happen because of our mentality.
Did you find it a little bit harder than other matches today? Was it more difficult because of the midweek journey that you had and then playing so early in the day today?
Definitely, everything counts at this point. We are more than a half season now, and Champions League, then after 2 days play at midday, so it's not easy for us, and also to play against a tough side like we did. All the credits to West Ham, because their position in the league table also speaks for them, for itself. So a tough side, but a brilliant attitude from the team, and our way will be also made by these hard games. It's not always perfect, and when this happens, we need to be prepared.
You've got a brilliant squad, a deep squad. We saw that with the number of changes that you made today, and yet the strength of the team. There's a lot of talk about how many trophies you can win this season. Do you think it's possible to win all 4?
The only thing we are thinking now, it's just on winning the next game. At the end of all, we count the trophies.
Good luck. Thank you very much. Ruben Diaz, who I think will probably be counting trophies at the end of the campaign.
I don't think there's any doubt. Brilliant commentary from Sam Matterface during the game with Trevor Sinclair, and immediate reaction post-match from one of the City goal scorers.
He's out. Let's see how he handles it without him.
He's still only young. It's an incredible partnership he struck up with John Stones, as we were telling you earlier on game day. So Manchester City, top of the table and clear at the top of the table. Stones and Diaz with the goals to beat West Ham 2-1, and the Hammers had a right good go at it. Make no mistake about that. It's 27 unbeaten all competitions, 20 straight wins in all competitions, 14 in a row in the Premier League. City 13 points clear at the top of the table, and they are all set for a third Premier League title in 4 years. I don't think there's anybody going to stop them. We shall see. We brought you that one live on TalkSport. We also brought you live commentary on TalkSport 2 of the Championship game at Bournemouth, which went crazy at the end, ended in a mass brawl. João Pedro sent off for Watford. The former England midfielder Jack Wilshere sent off for Bournemouth as well, and Watford were beaten by a goal to nil, a dent in their promotion hopes. Remember, Norwich against Wycombe at midday tomorrow is live and exclusive on TalkSport 2. And at 3, another promotion chaser, Swansea against Bristol City.
No, get back.
Alvin Martin, they're building up to that one on TalkSport 2 right now. So if you download the TalkSport app for free and swipe left, you will get TalkSport 2. If you want to come back to us, simply swipe right and you will get TalkSport. Let's crack on then. Man City 2, West Ham 1 was brilliant. Hammers played well. City got the job done live on TalkSport. West Brom 11 points from safety with 13 games left. They need wins. And so did Brighton, with the team news here at the Hawthorns. Alongside me this afternoon, Nigel Pearson.
Yes, West Bromwich Albion could and should have won at Burnley last weekend, and last time here they held Manchester United to a 1-1 draw, so there are some signs of recovery from Sam Allardyce's side. Probably too little too late, if truth be known. However, one change today. Sonny Ajay is out suspended after his red at Burnley last weekend. Dara O'Shea comes into the side. So the lineup with Johnson in goal, Furlong, O'Shea, Bartley and Townsend across the back, Akai Kozlu in front of the back four, Philip Scaliger, Maitland-Niles and Pereira with Diane, the out-and-out front man for West Brom. Just
Come on. Oh, that was them. Shit. Don't let them score. Clear it.
They'll fancy it today. Well, that defeat at the hands of Palace last time out was a blow to them. One change, Connolly comes into the starting lineup, Alzate moves down to the substitutes bench, probably go 4-4-2, Sanchez in goal, Veltman, Dunk, White and Bird across the back, Gross, Bissouma, McAllister and Connolly in the middle, and Trossard and Mopai up top. At the Hawthorns end, we get underway at 3, West Bromwich Albion and Brighton and Hove Albion.
And we'll keep you updated from here, of course, bringing you all the goals as they go in. Game day live on TalkSport with Now TV. Don't forget you can watch Leeds Villa live today with the Now TV Sky Sports Pass for just $9.99. Search Now TV. In the Championship, leaders Norwich, as I say, playing tomorrow. Chance for second place Brentford to put some pressure on at the top. They face Stoke with the teams. Here's TalkSport's Ian Abrahams.
And it's a crazy league, the Championship. 2 weeks ago, Brentford were unbeaten in 21 and looked like everybody's favourites to get promoted. They lost 3 in a row, prompting talk of a crisis, and then they beat Sheffield Wednesday here. Just to add to the good mood around Brentford right now, Watford have just been beaten as well, so a chance to not only put pressure on Norwich, but also open up some breathing space over the Hornets. And they've got Ivan Toney back as well, Aid. He starts today. Norsgaard also returns to the bench, a big player for them. No Rico Henry though, so Ethan Pinnock in a back 4, which is a very big one, with Dalsgaard, Reed and back Sorensen. David Ray, the normal goalkeeper. De Silva back in midfield with Janelt and Godos, and then that front 3 of Mbuemo, Fosu and of course Ivan Toney. As for Stoke, they've got problems in terms of strikers. They haven't actually got one to play out front today, so Nick Powell will take that job. Angus Gunn is in goal for them. Suter, Barthard, Chester, 3 across the back. Then Smith, Allen, Obi, Mikel, Thompson and Norrington Davis will be a 4 across midfield, and then up front Jacob Brown and Nick Powell. And normally Stoke can still make the playoffs, only 4 points behind. We've talked to people in the potteries, it will be a long shot for them. Brentford, all eyes on them this afternoon, and with Perry Groves all afternoon as well, Aid, for Brentford against Stoke.
Yeah, Stoke just not winning enough games. Remember, Watford's winning run ended this lunchtime on TalkSport 2 at Bournemouth. Hornets lost 1-0. Live commentary on TalkSport 2 this afternoon from 3 of third place Swansea against 9 Pearson's Bristol City with the team.
This could be the first loss of the season.
Yes, thank you, Adrian. Swansea are pretty formidable at home. They got back to winning ways in midweek here against Coventry, and they make just one change from that team. Joel Latibeaudiere, once of the Manchester City Academy, comes in for Kyle Norton, who was an injury down during the course of that game against Coventry. Otherwise unchanged, Swansea. As for Bristol City, well, Nigel Pearson clearly liked what he saw when sitting in the stands up on Teesside on Wednesday, because he selected the same 11 that started the 3-1 win against Middlesbrough at the Riverside. So Jeju is fit to continue his strike partnership alongside Naki Wells up top. Martin is alongside me, and Swansea have this fearsome reputation, particularly at home, Alvin, of keeping teams out. This is as stern a test as Nigel Pearson could have wished for at the start of his managerial career, isn't it?
Absolutely. Swansea lost only one of the last 11. They're flying. They've had the one defeat, haven't they? And they've responded from that defeat with a victory straight after it. And so lots of confidence within the Swansea ranks. But Bristol City had a fabulous start. Away from home, they soaked up pressure. And Wells and Jeju up front really are a threat. They've got lots of pace. So a difficult day, I think, for both teams today.
Well, it's live on TalkSport 2 with myself and Alvin. Kickoff is at 3 o'clock here. A beautiful day in South Wales. Live on TalkSport 2 then. Swansea City playing Bristol City.
And to find TalkSport 2, just download the TalkSport app for free. Swipe left and you will get TalkSport 2. Now, Rotherham have hit a nightmare run at just the wrong time. The face Reading in front of TalkSport's Jeff Peters.
Yes, 4 successive league defeats for third bottom Rotherham and 3 without a goal. Things not much better of late at Reading. 4 losses in 5. They're 6th, just a couple of points above the chasing pack. 3 changes for Rotherham, 1 enforced as Hikwa is suspended. Reading have replaced the fullbacks after Tuesday's loss at Wickham. The sides line up like this: Rotherham with Johansson in goal, back 3 of Harding, Angus MacDonald and Robertson, wing backs Olasunde and Giles, then wing Sean MacDonald and Crooks central with Ladapo and Smith in attack. Reading have Raphael in goal, Yeardom, Morrison, Moore and Richards in defence, Semedo and Laurent holding, then Rinomota, Elise and Ajaria behind Lucas Joao. Matt Mills, the former Reading, Leicester and Bolton defender, will be providing analysis later alongside me for Rotherham and Reading here at the New York Stadium.
Pass on a little teaser to him. I'll ask him what he was doing, I think it was 10 years ago this weekend, so we'll get to that a little bit later on with Matt Mills. Now, when Mick McCarthy pitched up at Cardiff at the end of January, they couldn't stop losing, and they were closer to the relegation zone than the playoffs. What's happened since then is basically a football miracle. Magic Mick's performing tricks. Cardiff are at Borough today, so is TalkSport's Graham Courtney.
Yep, you're right, Adrian. When Mick took over from Neil Harris at the Cardiff City Stadium, the Bluebirds were 15th in the table, 10 points and 8 places behind Middlesbrough. Since then, well, Cardiff have played 8 games. They drew the first 2, but they've then won the last 6, including 4 away from home. They're now 2 places above the Borough, and with 3 additional points as well. Their 2-1 win at Bournemouth midweek was enough for them to overtake Neil Warnock's side and move into the playoffs. Why? Because, well, I was here on Tuesday night and witnessed another shocking display by Middlesbrough. They lost 3-1 against a Bristol City side who'd lost their previous 7. The Borough have now lost 5 of their 6 home games since the turn of the year. They're going backwards. Are Cardiff going to be good enough to keep things going and, well, get back to the Premier League? Well, at the moment, he wouldn't rule it out by the playoffs. But Neil Warnock, who was manager of Cardiff the last time they were in the top flight, he'll have something to say about that. Right, team news. And Neil Warnock, 4 changes following that miserable display on Tuesday. Morsey, Fisher, Cabano, Fletcher are out. Fletcher's injured. Hall, Tavernier, Sombolonga and Mendes-Lang, they come in. So it's Bettinelli in goal. Looks like 4 at the back. That's Dijksteel, Fry, Hall and McNair. And then across the middle, it'll be Nathaniel Mendes-Lang, Johnny Howson, Marcus Tavernier and Mark Bowler, with Britta Sombolonga alongside Duncan Watmore up front. No surprise when it comes to Cardiff. Mick McCarthy names an unchanged lineup. And by the way, that result for them at Bournemouth midweek looks even better following today's early kick-off. So they have got Phillips in goal, back 3 of Morrison, Flint and Nelson. Then 4 across the middle, that is Bennett, Pack, Vaux and NG, and up front will be Josh Murphy, twin brother of Jacob Murphy up at Newcastle, and Kiefer Moore in the striker's role. Fascinating game, this one coming up. I don't think it's going to be pretty. Borough against Cardiff at the Riverside.
Good job, we sent you. Birmingham got back to losing ways in the week, and their home record is a disgrace. QPR the visitors today, watching for TalkSport. Adam Bridge.
I think you've been quite generous there, Adrian. It's worse than a disgrace. In fact, if fans were allowed in and there weren't 2 stands closed for safety reasons, I'm not sure they'd be fighting over the empty seats. Just 3 wins from 32 here, 10 defeats in the last 12. I could go on, but I think you get the picture. It's 10 years to the day since they won the League Cup against Arsenal, and a 10-year anniversary is tin. Forget tin, all Birmingham City need is to win, and that's easier said than done. Queen's Park Rangers are in form. They've flown up the table courtesy of 6 wins in 8 and a 9 adrift of the playoffs with games in hand. Proof, if ever it was needed, that you can turn things round. Whether Birmingham City can stop a decade of decline, well, that's a different matter. Let's look at the two teams. Blues, they're unchanged from Tuesday's 3-1 defeat versus Norwich. It's the same team for a third game in a row for the first time this season. Ivan Sanchez passed a late fitness test. There's just one change on the bench. Adam Clayton coming in for San Jose. So it's Etheridge in goal, Cullen, Dean, Clark Salter and Pedersen across the back. Sunic, the holding midfielder. 4 in midfield, then Sanchez, Gardner, Harper and Bella, with Scott Hogan leading the line. As for Queen's Park Rangers, 3 changes from that goalless draw at Preston. In come Nico Hammerleinen, Chris Willock and Macaulay Bonne. Out go Lee Wallace, he's absent from the matchday 20. Elias Chair and Lyndon Dykes drop to the bench. Dieng's in goal. Dickey, Cameron and Barbette are the 3 centre-backs. Kane, Johansson, Ball and Hammerleinen across the midfield in 4, with Willock playing in behind Bonne and Charlie Austin. Charlie Austin, who incidentally, the last time he stepped on this pitch, scored 2 goals as a substitute for West Bromwich Albion in a 3-2 victory. At St Andrews, it's Birmingham City against Queen's Park Rangers.
Let's go straight to the Etihad. David Moyes is with Sam Matface.
David, obviously it's always a tough place to come, Manchester City, but you're in that game right to the very, very end. How disappointed are you didn't get something from it?
Well, I'm really disappointed we didn't just take the last chance, which would have given us a good draw. I thought the players played really well today, performed at a really high level against Manchester City. You're going to have to always do that. And just disappointed we didn't get a point. It's a point we've missed out on. We weren't in a position where I didn't think we were winning the game. And if we got the equaliser late on, then I don't think it would have been unjust, because we'd played well today.
Pep Guardiola has just spoken to us and he said exactly the same thing, that your team is so well organised, so well drilled, so difficult to play against. The fact that you fashion chances against arguably one of the best defences in Europe. Recently they haven't conceded any goals. I mean, they haven't conceded here from an opposition player since November, and you scored here. The fact that you created so many of those chances today where you could have got further on the score sheet, does that please you?
Well, it does, but I think that our form in the recent months is back up that we have been doing well. But I needed sort of confirmation myself today how well we were doing, and I think to come and play as well as we did today and put on the show we did, and sort of come away thinking that we're a wee bit unfortunate not to get a result, says a lot about the players and how they've performed. But overall, look, really pleased with how the players have performed. Gutted that we didn't get a point from it, but I think this game was always going to be a tough one on the calendar. But we've got a lot of other ones to come now, so hope we can try.
I love a coffee, yeah, sorry.
And interestingly, as you say, you've got some of those games against teams that are around you in the next few fixtures, haven't you?
Yeah.
Will this performance today give the players maybe that sort of confidence to go and make sure they express themselves in those matches?
Yeah, well, I think our results have been very good, and I keep saying in most of my interviews, I think we've got more to go. I think our development, I think we can play better. And we can play better than we did today. I'm a bit disappointed with the 2 goals we lost, but I think the bigger thing about the whole game was that that where we are and what we're doing. I'm getting asked a lot about, should we aim in the Champions League? Are you going to make Europe? And I'm saying, well, I hope. I'm going to try my best and be as positive as I can. But if anything was going to give me positivity, it was that performance today, to come to Man City and play as well as they did do. And I think we got away a little bit feeling that we could have probably taken something from the game.
Yeah, and you did it without Lucas Fabianski as well. How is he, and how long is he going to be out for?
Well, I'm hoping he's not out long. He just picked up an injury in training. It was nothing. Unfortunately, somebody stood in his arm when he'd made a save by accident, and Darren had to come in, and Darren done well, but he's been carrying a little bit of thigh strain, and it showed up a little bit in the game later on in the second half.
Well, listen, commiserations, but thank you very much for speaking to us.
Good
luck.
Thank you
very much. Cheers.
Cheers, Sam.
There you go, Sam Matface with David Moyes. Pep Guardiola, we will be hearing from Pep very, very shortly on the show as well. It's Game Day Live on TalkSport. One more Championship game we're at this afternoon. Sheffield Wednesday on a losing run down at the bottom. They're at Luton. At Kenilworth Road for TalkSport, James Fielden.
Wednesday remain entrenched in a relegation battle following 3 straight defeats. Neil Thompson battles on as caretaker as the hierarchy look for their 5th permanent manager since January 2018. They start the weekend 3 points from safety, while 9 points clear of the drop zone of Luton, who have 1 win in 7. Another will surely all but secure their safety for another season. In terms of the team news, Luton Town make just the 1 change from midweek, as Matty Pearson returns from 2 games out with a hamstring injury to replace Sonny Bradley and skipper the side at the back. Otherwise unchanged from the side that drew here with Millwall. It's Sluger in goal, back three of Craney, Pearson and Potts. Clark at right wing back, Tunnicliffe, Morrell, Dewsbury Hall and Naismith across midfield. Tommins partnering Elijah Adebayo up front. For Sheffield Wednesday, Julian Borner makes his first appearance for a month, replacing Liam Palmer at the back, while it's all change in attack with Adam Reach, Jordan Rhodes and Elias Kuchunga replaced by Callum Patterson, Josh Windass and Izzy Brown. Brown making his first league start since the end of September against the side he was on loan with here last season. It's Wildsmith in goal for Wednesday. Back three for them, Urgide, Lees and Borner. Harris at right wing back, Hutchinson, Bannon, Brown in the midfield three and Penny at left wing back. It's Patterson and Windass up front. A sun-kissed Kenilworth Road hosting Luton and Sheffield Wednesday.
And team news from elsewhere in the Championship. Barnsley are on a great run, 4 straight wins, 2 changes though. Solbauer for Civic, Dyke for Friese, a very attractive lineup from Valerian Ismail. They take on Millwall at Oakwell, 9 unbeaten Millwall, drawn the last 2. They don't appear to have any strikers in their starting 11, all of them are on the bench. Blackburn take on Coventry with skipper Darrell Lenihan back. Brereton's in the starting lineup as well. It's Dack and Harwood Bellis who drop to the bench. Coventry might tighten things up a little bit. Darbo for DeCosta at right back. Matty James and Jordan Shipley come in for Gus Harmer and Callum O'Hare, the fantasy players. And Preston taking on Huddersfield. 2 wins in 10 for Preston, who are unchanged from the midweek goalless draw with QPR. Huddersfield 1 win in 10. They've lost 3 of the last 4. 2 changes for them. Edmonds Green and Mbenza start. Rowan Dehaney are benched. It's Game Day Live on TalkSport with WeBuyAnyCar.com. Sully Carr in under an hour, leaving you with more time to enjoy the football. Less than 10 to kick off.
People never broadcast their failures. Take me right now, trying to learn how to program a satellite radio. For all these failed attempts, they're all lessons, so that I never fail when it really matters. Fail, learn, win. Find where you belong. Search Army Jobs.
TalkSport. 3 cheers to the nation's delivery drivers.
Keep them parcels coming, you lot. Just leave it on the step, mate.
Coronavirus. Let's stamp it out.
We've got about 7 minutes to kick off here at the Hawthorns. The 3 o'clock Premier League game is West Brom against Brighton. Let's get the latest from Betfair, the official betting partner of TalkSport's Premier League coverage.
Game day on TalkSport with Betfair. More ways to bet, more ways to win. Try Betfair today. 18 plus, begambleaware.org.
Sam Rosbottom from Betfair. There would have been a few worried people on the Betfair exchanges when West Ham had that late chance, but it was a great game. City, the hot favourites, and got the win in the end. What about this one here at the Hawthorns? West Brom taking on Brighton.
Yeah, should be an interesting one, this one, Adrian. West Brom winless in their last 7 league matches. They're desperate for points. It's going to take a miracle, isn't it? But they do need points on the board. They're 4-1 to get all 3 today. Brighton have only lost 1 of their last 6 away league matches, and they're looking over their shoulder still. That only 4 points separate them in the relegation zone. They are the favourites though on the exchange. Brighton, they're 10-11 today, and the draw is 11-4. We've odds boosted Brighton to win 2-1 or 3-1. That was 9-2, now 11-2.
What about Leeds at Villa? 5:30 live on TalkSport. There's no Grealish. Got to be a factor, isn't it?
Yeah, I've taken him out in the fantasy football team now, as I'm sure a few of us have. Leeds are the favourites for this one, 11-8. The draw 3-1. Villa 11-5. Interestingly, all 3 of Villa's Premier League games against promoted sides this season have finished 3-0. And if you fancy that trend to continue, it's 25-1 for Villa to go to Ellen Road and win 3-0 today. Bamford, he scored 5 goals in 3 starts against Villa. He's 4-1 to get the first goal in the match today.
Sam, thanks very much. With Betfair every Saturday you can bet £20 across UK and Irish racing across any number of horses to get a free £10 on the 2021 Cheltenham Festival. Minimum odds and conditions apply. It's all thanks to Betfair. More ways to bet, more ways to win. 18 plus, begambleaware.org.
Game day on TalkSport with Betfair. More ways to bet, more ways to win. Try Betfair today. 18 plus, begambleaware.org.
So game day got underway at 11, building up to our 12:30 commentary of Manchester City 2, West Ham 1. Diaz opening the scoring for City with his first goal. Antonio equalising just before half-time. John Stones got a second-half winner. Let's hear from the Manchester City manager, Pep Guardiola, with TalkSport, Sam Matface.
Pep, congratulations. 20 consecutive wins now. Obviously, it's not an easy thing to achieve. How difficult was it to get over the line today?
I think it's the same difficult to achieve 20 victories was so difficult the same to win today. So.
After 26 fixtures, so they are 4 in the table in Champions League position means how good they are. So I knew it. So after 10-15 minutes, I thought today would be tough. And it was, but yeah, it's so difficult what we have done so far. I still I cannot believe it, but it's another a shorter step, you know, for arrive at the end for the chances to win the Premier.
Your defenders have got so much praise over the course of the last few months for keeping teams at bay, but both your two central defenders ended up scoring goals for you today. How pleased were you to see them contributing?
Yeah, sometimes when we are striker to defenders, they play really well again. So yeah, happy for them. They are fantastic lads. A real tough game, real tough game. I know it, and
what was so hard about it for you?
Because they are so good. First of all, we have 2 days, and there is structure one competition, Champions League, to come here. Really nice words about the team, and this weather today, sunny. Looks like to go to the beach a little bit, and it was so real tough. We knew after 10-15 minutes, we spoke with the guys on the bench, with Juan and Rodo, and said, today we're going to paint absolutely anything spectacular, so we have to just to take the points, and yeah, it was really important. Take it and understand more, and yeah, next game.
There you go, Pep Guardiola's reaction as Manchester City edged out West Ham 2-1 to go 13 points clear at the top of the Premier League table. Leeds Villa at 5:30 is live and exclusive on TalkSport. In the meantime, we'll take you around the ground with all the goals as they go in. Very close to kick-off. Let's bring in our experts watching games for us on TalkSport. Brentford Stoke double title winner Perry Groves. How are you doing, Perry?
Afternoon, Abe.
And at Rotherham Reading for Game Day Live, the former Southampton, Man City, Leicester Forest, Reading defender Matt Mills making his debut for us today. How are you doing, Matt?
Yeah, I'm good, thank you, Adrian. Yeah, debut day.
Oh, it is, yeah. Don't be nervous. We'll be gentle. 10 years ago this week, what happened? Do you remember?
No, but I'm hoping I scored a goal and I didn't get sent off.
Well, unless I've got my facts completely wrong, you captained Reading to an FA Cup win at David Moyes' Everton, and you stuffed in the winner.
Yeah, and it actually set up a lovely tie against one of my old teams, Manchester City. I remember it very well, actually, now you've mentioned it.
OK, let me describe the goal. You chested it down, volleyed it sweetly into the top corner, giving Tim Howard no chance. I think I'm being artistic with that description, but it went in. That's all that matters, yeah?
That's exactly how I remember it. Is that not what happened?
Something like that. Very quickly on Reading Road Club, you're watching them at Rotherham today. Explain from a player's point of view how they tackle this one, because Reading dominated possession and chances and everything at Wycombe in midweek. Wycombe even had a centre-back sent off 20 minutes from time, and yet Wycombe, bottom of the table, beat Reading 1-0. How does that happen? How do the Reading players bounce back?
Well, that's Championship football for you, and I think I'm really looking forward to today's game, because you've got two teams that are really playing something. Obviously, Reading want to cement their playoff place, and Rotherham are trying to push to get out of that bottom three. So that's going to set up a really entertaining game, I feel.
Yeah, it is, Matt. It's great to have you with us. Let's head to the Community Stadium in Brentford. And with Watford losing, Norwich playing tomorrow, it's a chance for Brentford, Perry, isn't it?
Very much so, Aidan. I've been lucky enough to see Brentford play twice this season, home against Reading and away at Middlesbrough. And when you see Brentford play, you know what they're going to do. They're going to split their centre-halves. Vincent Reid will go one side of the 18-yard box, Ethan Pinn will go the other side, and they'll try and play through the lines. Janelle will be there, sort of their playmaker in centre midfield. And Brentford have scored 44 goals from open play in the Championship, which is 7 more than anybody else this season. So it'll be interesting to see how Stoke set up against them. Are they going to go and try and press them and disrupt their patterns of play, or are they going to sit deep and try and soak up the pressure?
Barry, thanks very much. Brentford against Stoke. We've just kicked off here at the Hawthorns. The players did take the knee to show solidarity in the fight against racism. Now, some players have stopped taking the knee recently, demanding more action. I haven't really seen anything new since that happened. So what happens next? Is anything going to change? Knee or no knee? Derby's Colin Kazim-Richards was racially abused after scoring a goal last night. Unacceptable. But will there be firm action to stop this happening over and over again? What exactly is going to happen off the back of that? It's Game Day Live on TalkSport with WeBuyAnyCar.com. Sell your car in under an hour, leaving you with more time to enjoy the football. We're underway then. We'll bring you the goals as they go in. At 8 on TalkSport 2, Newcastle need to beat Wolves. Before that at 5:30 here on TalkSport, it's Leeds Villa.
Here's Bamford, he's going to hit it first time, he does, and he's strolled it into the back of the net, and when Bamford scores at Ellen Road, Leeds win. Grealish now with a cross into the penalty area, Barclay's header, it's a brilliant goal for Aston Villa.
We're a good team, whether Jack's in that team or not, all players go out to try and play well.
Hit on goal, and Almiron has levelled it up for Newcastle.
There's still all to play for. We're still all in it. We're all nervously looking, of course, over our shoulder. That's normal.
It's a stunning solo goal from Pedro Neto.
It's a tough game. Pressing and avoiding the good decisions of the Newcastle players.
This is such a big game for Newcastle. Remember, last day of the season, they go to Fulham. There's just 3 points the difference right now, so Newcastle need to get as many as possible between now and then. So already today in the Premier League, Man City 13 points clear after beating West Ham 2-1 live on TalkSport. Finished Bournemouth 1, Watford 0 in the Championship. That isn't really the story, though. That was live on TalkSport too. Danjuma got the only goal of the game, but there was a brawl at the end. João Pedro sent off for Watford. Jack Wilshere sent off for Bournemouth. And in League 2, it's just finished. Crawley 2, bit of a surprise. Crawley 2, Exeter 0. Exeter had just got themselves back into playoff places. Were 4 unbeaten, but they've just lost at Crawley. 1 win in 6 for Crawley before today, and they'd lost 3 of the 4 before this one, so a good win for John Yem's side. Let's go round the ground, starting here in the Premier League. We are well underway between West Bromwich Albion and Brighton Hove Albion. Nigel Pearson.
Yes, we're in the 3rd minute of this one. It's West Bromwich Albion 0, Brighton Hove Albion 0. West Brom going away to my left, which is the Birmingham Road end of the ground. Won a corner very early on. Gallagher floated the ball over, and to be fair, Robert Sanchez was there to punch the ball clear. Brighton have enjoyed plenty of possession since that moment, though. Still waiting for a genuine gilt-edged goal-scoring opportunity for either side so far. Both sides, of course, need the points. It's a big one. It's West Brom 0, Brighton 0.
We played 27 seconds. It's Brentford 0, Stoke City 1. A disaster is the only way I can put it in the back for the goalkeeper David Raya, who was too casual on the ball in trying to play it out, and 1-2 passes later, and in was Jacob Brown to score for Stoke. Perry Groves alongside me. The players were out late, but they've delivered the early goal.
Well, we said about Stoke City, Moose, would they press? Exactly what they did. They know that David Raya is going to try and play out from the back. It was intercepted on the right-hand side by Tommy Smith, and they said he just squared it for Jacob Brown and put it empty net. As you said, it was just a shocking start from David Raya, but a fantastic start from Stoke City.
I mean, is that just because of the beginning of the game? He's not ready?
Well, it should be Renty. We see him do their warm-ups, don't we? It's just the way that Brentford play. I think it was just a little bit sloppy from David Raya, but to be fair to Stoke, I was wondering before the game whether they would go and press or they'd sit off. They've actually gone and pressed, and they know that David Raya likes to play out from the back, and it's paid dividends for him going and press high up.
Okay, Google.
Unbelievable. Early goal, 27 seconds.
Brentford score.
Brentford 0, Stoke City 1.
And a big goal at the top of League 1 as well. Lincoln City were knocked off top spot when they were held at home in midweek. The Posh overtook them, of course. The Posh won 3-0 at Plymouth on Tuesday. Well, it's Plymouth 1, Lincoln 0. After 3 minutes, Callum Watts has got the goal for Argyle. Just back here at the Hawthorn, still West Brom 0, Brighton 0. West Brom on the attack, but it's just been thwarted by Dan Burn, who comes away with the ball. I was watching, obviously I saw West Brom last week, Nigel, and they just couldn't finish. They had so many chances. We all saw the highlights. They just could not finish. Totally deserved to win the game, even with 10 men. I was watching carefully the shooting practice in the warm-up, and they were hitting the back of the net regularly. You know what they've been doing all week, West Bromwich Albion.
Well, there's no doubt about that. Yeah, their training routines at the training ground at a Great Bar. Yeah, that's what Sam has been working on all week. But it's an important week now because West Brom have got 3 straight home games. They've just won a corner, by the way, a few seconds ago. They've got 3 straight home games. They're back here on Thursday, and then they're back here next Sunday as well. And who knows, you know, if they can pick up 7 points out of 9, for example. And there's no reason on recent form to suggest that they can do that, but they have improved in their last couple. I was here for the Manchester United game. The fact is they've only conceded 1 goal in the last 2 games, and that has been a major problem for them. They have been absolutely shipping goals in, and that has been a major problem since Sam Allardyce came into the job. As far as Brighton are concerned today, we know, of course, 3 points here at the Hawthorns, where Graham Potter was a player for West Bromwich Albion. If they can get 3 points here against the Baggies, then Brighton will be sitting pretty to avoid relegation with a bit of work to do. West Brom 0, Brighton 0.
Goal at Kenilworth Road, James Fielden.
And it's an early goal for Sheffield Wednesday, who lead Luton here by 1-0. They've been doing all the early pressing in the opening 5.5 minutes here, and they've got their reward. A ball down the right-hand side, cut back by Callum Patterson. What an important player he is for this Wednesday side. So versatile for them. He's been tossing in long throws. He's been trying his best to get on the score sheet himself, and he's set the goal up here for Josh Wyndham. Dundas, who converts to close range for Wednesday. His 4th goal of the season and potentially a massive one at the bottom of the Championship. We have played 6 minutes here. It's Luton 0, Sheffield Wednesday 1.
Yep, Sheffield Wednesday right in the thick of it, down at the bottom, and do desperately need a win in the National League. Not a million miles from here. Solihull Moors are 1-0 up away to Boreham Wood. Solihull away, of course. Alex Goodger with the goal early doors. And also a goal in the Championship, a big one as well. Corley Woodrow, the Barnsley striker, had scored 1 in 8 before today.
Down here.
He's scored already. Barnsley 1, Millwall 0. Incredible run under Valerian Ismail, the Barnsley manager. Of course, once Crystal Palace's record signing, Valerian Ismail. If they win today, then they equal their total home points from last season. That's 30, and that's with 7 Oakwell games still to go. So quite the run they've been on. 4 straight wins before today, and already Barnsley lead by 1-0. Corley Woodrow with it. Let's head to the New York Stadium in the Championship. Matt Mills and Jeff Peters.
It's Rotherham United 0, Reading 0. An incredibly bright start in the opening 7 minutes here. Rotherham first to have an opportunity. Wings free kick swept in. Michael Smith with a header, went over the bar, probably should have hit the target, and then a long ball forward. Lucas Zhao had an opportunity to lob the keeper. Johansson came and then stopped, but he miskicked from the edge of the box. And then a set piece, a corner, not cleared, and Omar Richards back in the team with a half volley, and it was tipped over by Johansson. Bright start here, Matt.
Yeah, really good start. And if you look at Rotherham, I think there's
look
at the game plan. They've got Michael Smith up front and Ladupo, both 6'3". They're going to get the ball forward nice and direct, get on second balls. They picked up the wide free kick. That's where their chance come from. And Reading have had a great chance off a corner. And I think if you look at it, the edge of the box is free. I think if Reading can get runners into the box and maybe they can try a clever one to the edge, I think there could be shots on.
Both sides desperate need of the points after poor runs of late.
Yeah, and I think that's why it sets up for a good game. I think Reading need to get a win to solidify their playoff spot, and Rotherham are obviously looking for that win to get out of relegation zone. Even though they've got 2 games in hand, they'll be looking to try and get the points today.
Yeah, Reading looked like they were pushing for second spot, and now Cardiff City doing so well. Only 2 points between them.
Yeah, it's really tight, isn't it? I mean, trying to get into that playoffs is going to be tough. Mick McCarthy's obviously got Cardiff going. Reading had such a bright start to the season. I don't think anybody expected that. They slightly fallen away, but fingers crossed they can get a win today and kickstart their season again.
It's Rotherham United 0, Reading 0.
Well, Barnsley were 1 up. It's now 1-1. I mentioned before the game that Millwall, seemingly all their strikers were on the bench. Jed Wallace, an attacking player, Mason Bennett also an attacking player, and they've combined on the break, and they've got an equaliser. Jed Wallace playing through Mason Bennett, driving towards the goal and calmly finishing past the Barnsley keeper Collins. So it's Barnsley 1, Millwall 1. Millwall going to have a big say in who goes up. They drew with Norwich earlier this month. They're 1-1 with Barnsley today. In their last 6 games, they face Swansea at home and go to both Watford's and Brentford. So Millwall will have a big say, and they're in form as well. They're 1 apiece at Barnsley so far. Let's go to the Riverside in the Championship on TalkSport. Graham Courtney.
Got 9 minutes on the clock here. Middlesbrough 0, Cardiff 0. Just one moment of note really so far. Came in the 2nd minute. Marcus Tavernier with a free kick for Middlesbrough. Now it's been headed wide by the Cardiff defence. Could have gone absolutely anywhere. It's gone for a corner, and well done to Paddy McNair. He swept it in. It's one of those which got pace and it's got dip in it as well. It needed to be tipped over by Dylan Phillips in the Cardiff goal. Incidentally, Adrian, you mentioned earlier on about the players, taking the knee, the importance of that. Here at Middlesbrough, now the Borough players don't take the knee, which, fair enough if that's their decision. But it all looks a bit odd when the opposing side, Cardiff in this case, do take the knee. Mixed messages, I don't think's the right message, but take it that way as you want. It's the Borough 0, Cardiff 0.
Yeah, listen, it's up to the individual, is my view, very quickly. If they're not going to take the knee, I want to know what they are going to be doing, because sometimes change has to be forced. And we've got a goal. The breakthrough here at the Hawthorns, and they couldn't find the back of the net last week when they were on top. They have found the back of the net this week. West Brom lead, Nigel Pearson.
Yes, into the 11th minute, West Bromwich Albion 1, Brighton and Hove Albion 0, and it's Kyle Barley, the big man from the back, up for the corner. Gallagher has swept the corner across superbly, and there was Bartley. The Brighton defence, Graham Potter will look at that closely, analyse that, and feel that Bartley had too much time and space there. It was a downward header, it's gone into the back of the net, and West Bromwich Albion have the lead here at the Hawthorns in the 11th minute. Bartley's the man. It's West Bromwich Albion 1, Albion 0.
Well, Lewis Dunk is the only Brighton defender who
not been licking your arse, yeah?
No, I've not heard it from him.
Two defenders with him
You probably
just don't
won't.
get off the ground.
what are Brighton doing? This is what I'm saying.
Why is that?
You see the pictures, I'm assuming, in the group. It's got the difference in.
Yeah.
Well, fucking Jack sent him that. Oh, Cross sent him Jack that picture of Kev, you know, the big one of him with the big piece with the dish in his mouth.
Yeah.
So he sent it to Jake, saying, Bob's just sent me this, it's Cross, and he's everything, he's put it in the group. So when he's put it up, Cross is kicked off. Messaging Jake saying, why are you doing that? Saying it was and whatnot.
Well, these 3 home games.
So then when he come in the fucking group and apologised in the chat, apologised and left it to Cross. We started pissing himself and he put it in there. He says, yeah, the problem is, you fucked it now. You fucking lost and you just got bad at that. So he's shit himself thinking that's you. We told him you're fucking part of the mob. And that you know that Daniel Kinahan?
Yeah.
Yeah. He's close enough.
And he's believed. Well, he is only young, ain't he?
Oh, he fucking fell for it. Who's bad as sick of me? He shit himself that fucking much. You have to pass.
Albion lead Brighton by a goal to 0, and this will be worrying for Brighton. Of course, late on
someone must have knocked on his door last night.
On Monday.
Jack shit himself saying, oh my god, someone's just knocked on the door.
Giving up, and the man they call French Eddie has scored. It's a deflected shot, to be fair. Odsonne Edouard gives Celtic the lead against Aberdeen. 1-0. John Kennedy, the caretaker manager for Celtic this afternoon after Neil Lennon's departure. Aberdeen, first win in 7 last week, and not going well for Derek McInnes in recent times. So Celtic lead 1-0. Back to the Championship, to St Andrews, latest there, Adam Bridge.
Might be having my first loss here.
City 0, Queen's Park Rangers 0, but it's
I've only lost 1 or 2.
Settled very well, actually.
So far,
opportunities. Bella is looking lively down the left-hand side.
Yeah,
down the right-hand side.
I've been quite shocked, to be honest, with how well we're doing. I've got Arsenal next game, haven't I? And if I'm going to be honest,
problem for Birmingham City at home, just 10 goals at home in 16 games, and only Brighton
Arsenal going to absolutely just dink me out there.
Home records, while as this Queen's Park Rangers side are just struggling to find their feet and settle into the game. The blue shirts are the ones coming forward at the moment with 12.5 minutes played. It's Birmingham City 0, Queen's Park Rangers 0.
In the trap.
Falling away. They've lost the last.
They're in the cup.
Really good.
But this will be 24 games unbeaten. If I beat Arsenal, that'll be 25.
Second after being held in midweek, they're now 2-0 down.
Can't believe I got that achievement, mate. But I'm currently losing 1-0 to Rotherham.
Let's go back to Kenilworth Road.
Jesus Kane was 1-0 to Charlton. Lost them in a row. Two fucking goals. And I've just take a look, 7 in a row, lost 2, and then I've just won the last 2.
Amazing run from Elijah Adebayo a minute ago.
I can't find the fucking results.
They haven't tested the goalkeeper Joe Wildsmith yet. Wednesday looking good and looking on the up here as they look to get back on track after 3 successive defeats.
Just needs to make a draw here.
Luton Town 0, Sheffield Wednesday 1.
That's it in Sky Bet League 1. The leaders, the Posh, are a winning machine right now. Let's go to London Road. Dave Rowe.
No, they've scored 2-0 ahead. Fucking hell. Of all teams, take me off my unbeaten team, Rotherham. I'll tell you now, mate. No, the 4th.
That's why mine went down. I lost Wimbledon 3-2 at bottom. And then from there on in, I just went fucking... just went wrong.
7 clubs covered by 3 points. They gained a massive win 2 in midweek. Sunday 15 played. Exceptional Wigan 0.
No, we're just having a shocker, mate. Every player can't put a pass together.
Yeah, 15 minutes played. Everton 0, Hull City 0. They are on a difficult run, Hull City. Just 1 win.
Carmelo. Oh, is he? Have we got a chance of a late comeback? Come on, lads.
first time. They're unchanged from that win against Gillingham in midweek. The Tigers, who make 3 changes, McGuinness, Jones and Coyle coming in.
20 minutes left, come on.
Free kick blocked brilliantly well by FC Wimbledon Wall. FC Wimbledon Wall. We've seen his free kick curled just over the bar. So 60 minutes played here. FC Wimbledon 0, Hull City 0.
We've got a late corner, Yes! 2-all. Fucking beauty. Fuck it, I want the win now.
There's appeals from Brighton for a penalty, but the referee isn't moved by that. We'll see if VAR does anything. Slip the ball in.
What's your score? We've done a group bet, and the payout is 245,000. 20k each if it comes off. But Lincoln have already losing, and Brentford are losing. Take that. Oh, I've got Arsenal.
I won my first Saturday. Then lost to Cambridge, beat Stevenage, lost to Cheltenham. I've just been told them in Scunthorpe. Now I've got Notts County and Barrow. I'm expecting to win them too.
I'm expected to beat Arsenal, mate. 20 games unbeaten in the Championship though. I can keep that going even if I do lose in the Cup.
They are looking at it right
now.
That's
not a bad record. 10 wins, 10 draws.
Against West Bromwich Albion. There was an
goal difference 22. Everyone else goal difference highest is 13.
Yes, play went on for quite a significant amount of time, of course.
40.
But Lee Mason has come across and taken a look at the screen and has now confirmed that the
Kamara's got 10 goals this season in the league, 15 altogether.
Now being awarded.
I'm intrigued by that. Sam Johnson has just had a non-aggressive chat with the referee about it, and Sam Johnson has just put his arm in the air and exactly the same.
But I got a guy called Ryan Garcia, another cheap lad, and he's fucking a striker and he's quality and all. He can play striker or right wing.
Yes, and West Bromwich Albion took the lead with Carl Bartley early on with the header from a Gallagher corner.
Let's sort my squad out.
10 points clear of 8th place.
This could be a huge moment for them now. Already a goal down, need to level it up quickly here with this opportunity for Pascal Gross for Brighton Hove Albion in front of the Smedic end of the ground. He stutters and he's hit the crossbar. Can you believe that? He hesitated, he stuttered almost with his run up, and now he has struck the crossbar and West Bromwich Albion survive. Drama at the Hawthorns. West Brom 1, Brighton 0.
Wow, I mean, what's he doing with the stuttery, stopping run up? Just run up to the ball and kick it. What's he doing? What was he expecting to happen there? And if he is going to do that and the keeper goes, which he did,
75 minutes, send him to the highlights.
Like a complete fool.
I always say with overconfidence,
you watch me one right at the death and they'll score.
You've got to be absolutely world class to do something like that. You have to be out of the top drawer. You've got to be a real world class player to pull that off. Otherwise, take a penalty like Troy Deeney all day long, smash it down the middle, and you'll score a goal 9 times out of 10. That's my view anyway.
Yeah, well, that's a massive chance. They got the penalty thanks to VAR. Probably was a penalty. How the referee didn't see the arm in the air, I don't know. But VAR gave it in the end. And Pascal Gross steps up, stutters, penalty struck, and he's hit the bar with it with the keeper already committed. So it stays West Bromwich Albion 1, Brighton 0, and right in front of goal. They just scoop it away. Brighton Hove Albion. Ben White with the clearance just before West Bromwich Albion gets another effort on target. West Brom 1-0 up here. This could be massive. Goals in League One. MK Dons lead Oxford by a goal. It looks like Oxford has just incredible run. 9 wins out of 10 in League One. They still didn't make it to the playoff places because their start of the season being so bad. They haven't scored in Scotland 2, beaten at home by Pompey on Tuesday, and a goal down at Milton Keynes so far this afternoon. And also in League One, another goal to tell you about, and it's a penalty for Jerry Yates at the Valley. Charlton 0, Blackpool 1 and Blackpool 4 wins in 5, and they've got a habit of keeping clean sheets as well.
I ordered dessert. I ate that and then fell asleep.
Was on TalkSport this week saying that the fans don't realise the work being done behind the scenes and what sort of.
I was pissed off because I was quite quick around Bahrain, you know.
Just after their team was beaten midweek by bottom of the table Burton.
I was pissed off the way Jake come flying out 2-1 because I just fucked my race up completely.
Of their 14 home games, and guess what? Charlton are losing 1-0 at home this afternoon. It's Game Day Live on TalkSport, where it's West Brom 1, Brighton 0. Brighton have just missed a penalty. Championship, Barnsley 1, Millwall 1, Stoke 1 up at Brentford, Luton are trailing 1-0 at home to Sheffield Wednesday.
Arsenal now, quarter-finals of the Cup.
MK Dons 1, Oxford 0, Plymouth 2, Lincoln 0. In League 2, earlier it finished Crawley 2, Exeter 0, waiting for goals elsewhere. National League, Solihull Knowsley 1-0 at Boreham Wood, Bromley 1, Altrincham 0, Kingsland 0, Weymouth 1, and in Scotland, Dundee United have just gone 1 up at Kilmarnock. Celtic lead Aberdeen 1-0. So let's go around the grounds in the Sky Bet Championship to the Community Stadium first of all. Perry Groves and Ian Abrahams.
19 minutes gone, still Brentford 0. Stoke won the goal after 27 seconds. Got 3 here for his first goal for Val. Second week in a row. David Raya, the man who's given the ball to Smith, who squared it for Brown to put it into an empty net. Since then, really, Brentford have offered very little going forward. In fact, Angus Gunn has done nothing to try and get the sun out of his eyes at his end of the ground. And Josh Silva has just gone in the book for what was only been described as an agricultural effort to try and get the ball off of Norrington Davis.
Score them opportunities if you're going to get anything out of the game.
Very, very sluggishly. You know what, they have a lot of possession moves. I think that's moving sideways. There's not enough movement from Brentford's front three. With Ivan Toney through the middle and Weber on the left, then they're very stacked. They're playing in straight lines. Pretty fair to Stoke. They've set up really well. They've got a 5-3-2 formation. Nick Powell and Jacob Brown on top. John Obi Mikelcic sat in front of the back five. And as you said there, Angus Gunn hasn't been troubled at all. And at the moment, Stoke are troubling him. As the sun says,
oh, fuck's sake. I've had to take my whole back line off because you all need a rest. I'd rather get knocked out the cup though.
Torquay had a penalty. Asa Hall's penalty was saved by the Woking.
Yeah, look at that team.
Back to the Championship, New York Stadium. Matt Mills and Jeff Peters.
Arsenal have won the last 5 games in a row. We've won.
We mentioned the early chances. Omar Richards half volley tipped over at one end, and then Michael Smith with an early header over for Rotherham. We've had another headed opportunity. The Millers, Smith crossing from the right-hand side. Freddie Ladapo saw his header perhaps just grazed the top of the crossbar, ended up on the roof of the net. Unfortunately for Rotherham, they've had to make an early change. Ben Wiles has come on for Clark Robertson, who's year or 18 months, so Rotherham have had to reorganise now.
They have had to reorganise, and unfortunately for Rotherham, I think, because they were playing a 3-5-2 and they've been really brave and really pressing Reading and nice and aggressive. The change has made them slip into...
These lot are destroying me, mate. Fucking glad they can't score.
Contrast and difference in style of play here. I think the Reading medical team have paracetamol on hand. The Reading back four are going to be having a lot.
Burton are beating Tottenham 1-0. What the fuck?
He is such a bright star in the Championship. He's going to have to shake that one off, I think. His balance is fantastic on the ball. He's going roaming, looking for the ball to really get Reading ticking. He's on the ball now. He's just played a lovely through ball, and I think he's going to be a key player for them today. That's
three behind the wall. No, we didn't see that Tuesday night. We've seen it today.
It does work very well.
I think the thing that's in the game at the minute is Reading haven't really got the foothold.
Let's see where Arsenal are in the league.
If Reading get the ball down and play, they've got quality to help them.
We have had 24 minutes here at the New York Stadium. It is Rotherham 0, Reading 0.
Strikers ended already.
24 minutes played, it's now AFC Wimbledon 0, Forest City 1, and here's an example of how to take a penalty from Josh McGuinness.
No one will be fucking calling him for him now, will he? I fucking guess they get contracts out of Blackpool.
Oh yeah.
Still ends it, but I'm going to experience striker.
Road in League One as well, Kay Partridge.
See, Waghorn can play on the wing. I know that's a good thing about him.
Just to the left of centre at the edge of the box. He stepped up, curled it beautifully with his right foot beyond Ellery Balcom. Everybody was
offside.
poetic just to watch it fly in. Wonderful start. But against a run of play. Ipswich 1, Doncaster 0.
There's a header for West Bromwich Albion. Deanne with it right in front of goal. Glances it wide. We've got a goal back at the New York Stadium. Jeff Peters.
Yeah, wide left to Harrison.
That's the dog.
Reading
Michael
Morrison, the centre back, has scored.
I thought that was really.
For the visitors. The ball eventually came back across the other way.
Taylor getting the ball now for Cambridge.
Save, keeper's on form.
Kay's kicking off this next row. Started trailing. It's a fucking dog.
Rotherham did clear it, but the goal decision system said it did go over the line. First block to the visitors, Matt.
Yeah, I mentioned earlier on, Rotherham are leaving the edge of the box free on corners, and Reading pick up the ball, they recycle it back in,
surprised me a little bit is that the team were
yeah, but it took him
February so prolific they kind of left him playing.
It was a good save from the keeper initially.
Surprised me a little bit.
Yeah, it was a great save, and then it's just rebounded. I think he's almost rebounded off his shin, hasn't it, and gone in. And I wasn't too sure if it crossed the line, but the linesman flagged and gave it the green light, and Reading got some celebration.
Should the keeper have done better there, or because of not much he can do when he's so close?
No, I don't think he can do much. I think Morrow's he's free at the back post as the ball's coming in. I think the Rotherham players have squeezed up, and he's just managed to ghost in on the back post.
So Morrison's effort sneaks over the line. It's Rotherham 0, Reading 1.
Goals as they go in as in the Championship. Preston lead Huddersfield 1-0. Brad Potts with it halfway through the first half. Elsewhere in League One, Swindon 0, Northampton 1. Big battle at the bottom. Ryan Watson with the goal for caretaker John Brady's side at the county ground. Hibs 0, Motherwell 1 in Scotland. Jordan Roberts.
I reckon if I would have had my first team out, it could be at Arsenal. 2-0, half time.
And then took the trip to League One and Accrington Stanley 1, Lincoln and Paul 1 back at Plymouth the Trout 2-1. Conor McGrandles has got the goal. Scunthorpe 0, Cheltenham 1 in League 2. Sam Smith has scored. Let's go to the Championship game at the Riverside. Talk Sports, Graham Courtney.
Well, there's 27 minutes on the clock. Middlesbrough 0, Cardiff 0. Only one shot on target so far in this game. They've only had 2 shots overall, actually. From Harry Wilson from Cardiff, he's on loan from Liverpool. Looks like a decent player too. He's on the
I mean, Cronic in the first 15 minutes, they've had the best chance in the game. They should be 1-0
Daisy cutter straight up Marcus Bettinelli in the Bury goal. Easy one for him. Both sides very, very happy here to play a long ball game and from end to it's like watching tennis.
Oh, fuck's sake.
Gone here. It's Middlesbrough 0, Cardiff 0.
Got a bit of controversy here at the Hawthorns. West Bromwich Albion still lead by a goal to nil. Lewis can't believe what has happened, but Nigel Pearson, talk us through that.
Well, I've been given a free kick just on the edge of the penalty area. Brighton Hove Albion after Gallagher tripped McAllister just outside the box. What happened was, as the ball was being organised, Sam Johnston was on his right of the goal line. Massive gap to his left as a consequence. Lewis Dunk spotted this opportunity, but it appears that Lee Mason hadn't blown the whistle. He's given the goal now. After initially refusing the goal, he's actually said no, and now he's given it. Right, so Dunk has put the ball in the back of the net. Lee Mason believes that he hadn't blown the whistle sufficiently, if you like, and Duncan jumped the gun by taking that free kick. So he's disallowed it. He's disallowed it again when Brighton inquired, and Brighton players had their head in their hands. They were absolutely furious that it had been disallowed. And now VAR has checked the goal. He's now pointed to the centre circle, and the West Bromwich Albion. This is absolute chaos, Adrian. I have to say this. It's absolute chaos. VAR checking the goal. Lee Mason still on the centre spot.
Looking 3-0 now, man. That's spanking me.
Now he's walked to the centre spot and appears to have given the goal, and West Bromwich Albion's players are absolutely furious now, and this has developed into nothing but chaos.
Well, I don't think anybody knows quite what's going on. The players still have nothing going on with it. It says on the screen in front of us there's a VAR check. It just says checking goal.
Stoke still leading in their fixture.
Mason did disallow the goal. He basically got forward in the net from Lewis and took it
corner, no save.
Lee Mason said no, he'll take it again. He then stood there and the players were talking to him. He then gave the goal, and now there are VAR checks going on. The players were in stopped for a good few minutes, and Sam Allardyce has got a face like a smack backside because he doesn't know what's going on either. All sorts of demonstrations here. I've got to say, it's not getting angry, it's remaining quite calm. but I think everybody's really confused.
You're not going to believe this, but it looks like Burton might knock Tottenham out the cup.
So, Adrian, do you agree with my summary that he'd actually disallowed the goal, then changed his mind and gave the goal? Brighton inquired first, and they were told, no, it's not a goal. Then he pointed to the centre circle and gave the goal. Now VAR still cannot decide. It's still checking goal on the big scoreboard.
It's no goal. The ball has gone back to Sam Johnston, who, well, I don't even know quite why he would have the ball. If it's not a goal, then the free kick must be taken, surely.
Well, it may be the West Brom players just hoping for the best and kicking it back to him. But Lee Mason is now making it. He's not going to make them take this again, is he? Is that an option?
I am totally.
Is he going to make them take the free kick again?
I don't even want to have a guess because I genuinely don't know what's going on.
He's walking back to where the free kick was taken here now.
He is. So he's disallowed the goal. Ball's gone in the back there. He's disallowed it.
And then he's given it. Yeah, I think so.
He's took it to Lewis, telling him off, waving a finger at him. Lee Mason. He's now running over, trotting over to the screen. He's obviously been told by VAR to go and have a look at it. So he's going to be over there. Dunk and Bartley are having words. It's not aggressive. It's not angry, this, by the way. People, all these players do not know what on earth is going on. Lee Mason.
Down to 10 men. I'm going to jump in party through the Xbox, Bob. I'll be back in 1 sec, mate. I'm just going to jump in party through the Xbox because I'm on my laptop at the moment.
What he's doing, and I was right there. He's going to allow them to take this free kick again.
I'll be 2 secs, matey.
Came over, had his hands on his head, but he's actually got a result here because the goal hasn't been given. So I'm not even sure after the conversation with Lee Mason, Sam knew what was going on. It's bewildering. I've got to say though, if this place was full of fans, they'd be fuming at what had just gone on, Nigel. Nobody had a clue what was happening.
This is what I'm trying to explain to the listeners. The fact that this is
yep,
a farce.
I thank you all for watching.
If you were in this ground, as a football fan, not necessarily West Brom or a Brighton fan, if you were in this ground watching this